Captain, there's a smoke signal at your 125-degree angle. Stay alert. Yang Li's warning came through the comms after spotting movement through a long-range scope, immediately relayed to Enlaina. So quick. Enlaina frowned, surprised the team hunting the Silver Moon Wolf King had arrived so fast. With the enemy hidden in the shadows, she knew better than to linger. She prepared to fall back at once. Roar! Suddenly, a feral silver blur burst from the darkness. Sharp claws gleaming with the cold glint of death slashed toward her. Enlarge now, she shouted. In that split second, the 1,000-chance umbrella in Enlaina's hand shifted form again, transforming from a long sword into a spear. Her eyes remained calm and cold as she swept the transformed weapon forward, intercepting the Silver Moon Wolf King's deadly strike. Clang! A deafening clash rang out as shock waves rippled across the mountain clearing, kicking up dust and wind like stampeding beasts. Now, shoot again. Blow that arrogant girl to pieces, growled Luo Meng from his vantage point atop a hidden platform. If his hatred of Chu Tiannan ranked first, then Enlaina, who nearly ended his life back at the supply station, was a close second. This was the perfect chance to exact revenge. Leave it to me. The black ghost smirked, cold and cruel. Taking aim while Enlaina was locked in a deadlock with the Silver Moon Wolf King, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunshot shattered the mountain silence. A scorching fireball screamed through the air, its target unmistakable. Enlaina. Boss! Incoming! Yang Li, perched high above with a sniper rifle, spotted the muzzle flash and instantly relayed the warning. But Enlaina didn't need the call. Her instincts, honed as the strongest fighter beneath the Valkyrie herself, screamed danger. With a burst of strength, she swept the silver umbrella wide, forcing the Silver Moon Wolf King back, then spun on her heel. Manifest! The myriad manifestations' umbrella unfurled like a radiant peacock, forming a shimmering barrier just as the blazing projectile arrived. Boom! The flaming shot struck, its force strong enough to tear through armored vehicles. But the umbrella held, barely. The explosion pushed her back, carving a long scar across the stone ground beneath her. You bastard! I see you now. Yang Li locked onto the shooter's position. Tiannan, pass me the death round. Chu Tiannan handed over a glowing scarlet bullet with utmost care. Yang Li loaded it with a click, adjusted his scope, and sneered. You think our team doesn't have a marksman? Let's see how long you last. His silent sniper rifle made almost no sound. The faint red glow of the bullet lacked the roar of a normal shot, but its deadly energy pulsed like a living predator. Whoosh! Robert, a quasi-Valkyrie elite, felt the spatial disturbance immediately. His expression shifted. Fall back. Now! But the warning came a second too late. Splat! The red shot tore through the air like a ghost scythe, passing cleanly through the black ghost's shoulder just as he turned to retreat. Blood exploded into the air. An entire arm, wrapped in black combat fabric, was severed and sent flying. Aya! The black ghost howled in agony, clutching his torn stump. The powerful round had shredded not just his arm, but part of his upper shoulder, irreparable damage. His career as a warrior was over. Hold on, old ghost. Luo Meng rushed to stabilize him, his expression darkening. We can't let this go, roared the two brawny warriors behind them, seething with fury. The Huolong team's counterattack had been brutal and devastating. Luo Meng, stabilize him. Get him a hemostatic injector and adrenaline shot. Robert barked. Second, fourth, you're with me. His voice turned cold and sharp. A sudden gust of wind followed his movement. Around him, throwing knives hovered like satellites, humming with a force that made the very air vibrate. Robert was a controller, and a powerful one. With killing intent blazing in his eyes, he descended from the high ground alongside his two massive subordinates. This isn't over, Fire Dragon team, he said coldly, his gaze locked onto Enlaina. Our grudge has just begun. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. The powerful recoil from the sniper cannon forced Enlaina to fully deploy her myriad manifestation umbrella. The impact felt like getting rammed by a raging bull. Even so, thanks to the Umbrella's Valkyrie-level defense, the thermal round didn't penetrate. But the force still sent her skidding backward, carving a deep trail into the earth beneath her feet. "Boss, are you okay?" Li Dong and Zhao Hua rushed to her side. Just moments ago, the sniper round from the shadows had shaken them both. If not for the Valkyrie tier umbrella, the blast would have been fatal. "I'm fine," Umlaina replied, brushing herself off. Her sharp eyes swept the area. "Where's the Silver Moon Wolf King?" It vanished in the chaos. "Must have used the distraction to escape," Li Dong said with a grim shake of his head. "We lost its trail," Zhao Hua added, gripping his blood-forged sword. As high-level martial lords, their senses couldn't compare to Umlaina's. Tracking the Wolf King was out of the question now. Umlaina tapped her communicator. "Yang Li, did you spot the shooter?" "I did." Yang Li's voice crackled through. "Guess who it was?" He chuckled. "The bastard from Crazy Tiger." Took his arm clean off. Li Dong and Zhao Hua shared a look, both men smirking. Well done. The Crazy Tiger squad had long been notorious for their brutality. Today, they finally bit off more than they could chew. "My position's secure," Yang Li continued. "Old Wu's backing me up, and Tiannan's got my 6. We're good here. FWIP. FWIP. Just as Umlaina was about to respond, 2 streaks of silver light sliced through the air. Razor-sharp, sword energy aimed straight for her. "Disperse," she shouted. The 1,000-chance umbrella shifted again, forming into a long twin-bladed halberd. With a swift flourish, she batted both sword strikes aside. Clang! Clang! A shockwave erupted from the impact, scattering leaves like rain. "TCH, what a coincidence, Robert," Umlaina said coldly, retracting the blades and shifting the umbrella back into spear form. Behind her, Li Dong and Zhao Hua took up flanking positions. Wu Hao had also joined the scene, reinforcing their front. Across from them stood Robert, clad in white, flanked by 2 massive warriors. His eyes were ice-cold. "Umlaina," he barked, storming forward. The atmosphere tensed, swords, spears, and auras on the verge of clashing. "You cripple my man." "What?" Robert growled, suppressing the fury in his tone. Umlaina raised a brow in mock surprise. "Your man tried to assassinate me. Should I have just let him succeed?" "He failed because he was an idiot," Zhao Hua sneered, resting his bloodblade on his shoulder. "And that's on you for recruiting trash." Robert's face darkened, and his quasi-war god aura surged, locking onto Zhao Hua like a vice. "I wasn't talking to you. You don't get to decide who speaks," Umlaina shot back, taking a step forward. Her own aura exploded in response, equally potent, but somehow more refined. Sharper. She was both a power-type and control-type warrior. Robert? Purely control. In a head-on clash, she had the edge. Robert narrowed his eyes. "Fine. Hand over your gunner, and I'll let this go." "Oh." Umlaina tilted her head. "And if I say no?" The silver blades orbiting Robert's body spun faster, reflecting his growing killing intent. "I know you're strong, Umlaina, but you can't protect everyone at once." That landed like a dagger. Li Dong, Zhao Hua, and Wu Hao felt the tension spike. He wasn't bluffing. Against control-type warriors, numbers meant little. They specialized in wiping out weaker units first. "Old Yang," Wu Hao whispered into his comm, "target Robert." "Already on it," Yang Li responded. High above, Yang Li adjusted his scope, locking onto Robert. Chu Tiannan stood beside him, eyes scanning the terrain. Suddenly, alert! Lethal threat detected. Evacuate immediately. Chu Tiannan froze. The voice came from Swallow, his survival system. It only ever triggered in life-and-death moments. He turned instinctively, only to see a pair of glowing silver eyes staring at him from the shadows behind. A low growl followed. The Silver Moon Wolf King hadn't fled. It had circled around, and now it was right behind them.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Chu Tiannan fixed his eyes on the place where he turned around. On the other side of the roof, there was a ghostly silver figure with silver eyes open. Stare at him, and Yang Li, who is fighting. Tiannan, give me another Reaper Balm. Damn it, I brought a total of 3 this time, and I want to use 1 for this bastard. Yang Li cursed, obviously aiming at Robert, but what he got was silence. Tiannan. Yang Li turned around in doubt, but it didn't matter this time. His eyes widened in the next second. Rao is his battle-tested veteran, and he can't suppress the trembling in his heart at this moment. I saw the vigorous body of the Silver Moon Wolf King standing at the other end of the roof, his noble and luxurious silver eyes staring at him and Chu Tiannan. From time to time, there's a low, breathing sound, which is chilling and frightening. Yin Yu Wolf King is with us. Yang Li decisively sent a message, his voice extremely anxious. It's not his fault that Yang Li lost his composure. The situation is different now, even though he is a mid-level Wuzong expert. But it is Wuzong, the gunner, so to put it bluntly, he is definitely not as good as a powerful warrior in battle. And Chu Tiannan is only a middle-level martial artist, so he can't be used at all. If he goes there, he will die. Even Wu Hao is no match for the Silver Moon Wolf King here at this time. It could be said that Chu Tiannan and the two have entered a desperate situation. The wristbands of Enlaina and the others who were confronting the wild tigers in the front battlefield vibrated violently at the same time. The Silver Moon Wolf King is here with us. Quick support! Quick support! The message is urgent. Damn it! The faces of Li Dong, Zhao Hua, and the others changed dramatically, and even Enlaina Dai's eyebrows were frowned to the extreme. Even her character made her want to scold her. The Silver Moon Wolf King of Emotion didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape, but went around to the rear of the Fire Dragon team. Going to attack Chu Tiannan and Yang Li, who are the weakest, will be the enemy. Lao Li Lao Zhao. Enlaina didn't say anything. She put her slender hands behind her back and gestured to the people behind her. And Li Dong and Zhao Hua looked at each other, and they all retreated violently. At their level, there is no need for verbal communication at all. This is an absolute tacit understanding. Want to leave? As a discerning person, Robert naturally noticed something was wrong, especially when he saw Li Dong Zhao Hua's face suddenly changed and retreated. He immediately understood and said with a sneer, "It's definitely that beast that sneaked up on your rear, second and fourth. Stop them." As he said that, 2 burly figures behind Robert suddenly rose up like bulls colliding, and with a strong and beneficial bounce, the figures burst out. Soon, Li Dong and the 2 who were retreating were stopped. Only Wu Hao is rushing back desperately. But obviously one Wu Hao is not enough to deal with Silver Moon Wolf King, unless all 3 of them are there. There is still a chance to deal with it. Damn it! At this moment, the battle was about to break out. Li Dong stabbed repeatedly with a golden gun, but was blocked by one of the masked men holding a sword and shield. Hey, stay and play with us. The reckless man looks brave and foolish, but he has the strength of a high-level Wuzong. And Zhao Hua was already fighting another reckless man holding a sword and shield with a blood sword in his hand. The battle is very stalemate. The intention of the crazy tigers is very simple. They don't need to fight with the fire dragons. As long as the Silver Moon Wolf King solves the gunner of the Fire Dragon team, it will be evened. Bastard! It was Enlaina's character, and she shouted at this time. The speed and strength of the Quasi-War God level are by no means comparable to ordinary warriors. Holding the myriad manifestations, umbrella, and unleashing the sharp blade of cold light, you will be able to cut into the past in a blink of an eye. Hee, your opponent is me. Just as Enlaina wanted to deal with the 2 difficult tigers, Robert rushed in quickly. Several cold knives flew by around him, directly blocking all of Enlaina's sharp blades. The battle between the 2 Quasi-War God-level powerhouses broke out immediately. The violent breath caused small tornadoes to form on the ground, sweeping a large number of fallen leaves all over the sky. On the rooftop, Chu Tiannan immediately pulled out the Yin Tian sword from his back. He stood in front of Yang Li without the slightest timidity. Although he was surprised how the Inua Wolf King found them, he was a powerful warrior. Yang Li must not be left alone. Brother, please be blessed. I'm stronger than you. You retreat first, I will stop. At this time, Yang Li clenched his gums. He knew that this time was bad luck. is obviously difficult for Enlai to support, so now they can only rely on themselves. On the other hand, Chu Tiannan still stood firmly in front of the former. His voice was not loud, but he could hear it clearly. "Brother Yang, I have a solution. Trust me." As he said that, Chu Tiannan held a dark gold long sword under Yang Li's amazed gaze. "Swipe away." Tiannan, seeing the young man in black swinging his sword at the fierce silver figure recklessly, Yang Li looked terrified and immediately raised the black rifle beside him. But he found that he couldn't aim at all, because the figures of Chu Tiannan and Inue Wolf King had overlapped. "Laugh, laugh." I saw Chu Tiannan's sword stabbing out repeatedly, and the sword energy condensed by the shadowless sword was powerful and fierce. In the end, he slashed fiercely on the body of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Roar! Faced with the piercing stabs of the piercing sword energy, the proud Silver Moon Wolf King chose to resist. Hiss! However, it realized that it was wrong. The Yintian sword was sharper than it had imagined, and in a blink of an eye, several bloodstains appeared on the beautiful silver hair. This order made a howl in a low voice. It felt that this was a shame. The Silver Moon Wolf King really didn't care about this little human being who was a middle-level warrior. Its target was originally Yang Li, the gunner. But when Chu Tiannan actually heard it, the Silver Moon Wolf King's silver eyes fell on the young man in black again. "Murderous." "That's right, the beast came to chase Dad." Chu Tiannan mocked and jumped off the roof immediately. Before leaving, he did not forget to stab Inue Wolf King with a sword, making the opponent fly into a rage. Roar! At this time, Gao Giru couldn't stand the successive provocations, and the Silver Moon Wolf King gave up killing Yang Li in the next second. Instead, it locked on the black-clothed figure shuttling in the upper room area, and it vowed to tear this human being who insulted itself alive. And it is a weak human being who is inconspicuous to it. Call out. The silver figure flitted out swiftly like a phantom and immediately leaped up and down the roof of the city, chasing after Chu Tiannan in the direction where he was escaping. Yang Li was left behind on the rooftop with an anxious expression on his face. "My brother, you are too impulsive." Yang Li was sweating anxiously at this moment, raised his sniper rifle, and kept searching, but he didn't find the Silver Moon Wolf King at all. Can only faintly hear the roar from the Beastmaster. "Old Yang, are you okay?" At this time, Wu Hao rushed back nonstop and found that Yang Li was not injured. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and glanced away. His face suddenly changed. "Where's Tiannan?" Wu Hao said anxiously. "Hey, this kid lured the Silver Moon Wolf King away to save me." Yang Li was in a complicated mood at this moment. He really didn't expect it. As the newcomer of the Fire Dragon team, Chu Tiannan, who was the weakest, not only did not run away at this critical moment. Instead, he stood up and rescued Yang Li, which made the man with the gun feel like a mountain was pressing down on his heart. It made him a little out of breath. "Boss, it's bad." Wu Hao sent a direct message. "Old Yang is fine. This bastard was lured away by Tiannan, and now I can only see Tiannan's cursor moving from the detector. I want to save people, but I'm afraid it's too late. Call out, call out." On the battlefield, Enlai naturally heard Wu Hao's report, and she immediately turned her pretty face away as if she was more eager than before. "Robert, I'll give you one last chance. Don't let me use all my strength." Enlai wanted to break free from the blockade of the young man in white. She said coldly, "Oh, Master is angry? This is rare." For some reason, Robert felt a little nervous when he heard Enlai's bone-chilling voice. It seems that the bastard succeeded, otherwise Enlai would not be in such a hurry. Robert originally planned to fight hard when he came this time, but now that the Silver Moon Wolf King has fulfilled his wish, he naturally won't stay for a long time. After all, the nigger's injury is still there and needs urgent treatment. And a broken arm can still be repaired, but at a high cost. "Let's go." Robert directly sent a message to his team members and left first. He didn't want to fight Enlai to the death. After all, he had cultivated to their level, and he cherished his life even more. Seeing the members of the Crazy Tigers leaving, the members of the Fire Dragons did not pursue, but rushed to Yang Li's side as quickly as possible. On the rooftop, at this moment, the atmosphere was tense. Wu Hao looked at the detector's moving cursor, which was Chu Tiannan's life mark. No, I'm going to save him. At this moment, Yang Li couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and wanted to leave, but Wu Hao stopped him. Old Yang, hold your breath. The boss is rushing back. If you sink any more, you'll be fucking gone. Yang Li roared angrily at this time. His eyes were scarlet. He swept the crowd and roared. Tiannan is only a martial artist. He risked his life to save Mimi. If something happened to Tiannan, Yang Li would live in guilt for the rest of his life. At that time, Enlaina brought her back. Her beautiful eyes swept towards the two of them, and everyone focused on the backbone. The former made a decisive decision without the slightest hesitation, quickly jumped down and swept towards the off-road vehicle. Rescue. In a mountain forest area, this place has already broken away from the mountain city of Longyu City. A vigorous figure stepping on the thunder light quickly shuttled through the woods. He didn't stop at all, and he never looked back, because he understands that once he stops, he will surely die. Roar. In the same forest, a harsh and tyrannical roar sounded faintly from behind. It was a majestic wolf howl, full of ferocity. Enter the mountain forest area. It is so big here, it should not be found. After running for an unknown amount of time, Chu Tiannan repeatedly released the Lei Lin warfare to escape, which consumed a lot. Chu Tiannan fled all the way and immediately found a hidden high tree to hide, completely covering up his warrior aura. In this way, the chance of Silver Moon Wolf King finding him will be much smaller. It's really exciting. Chu Tiannan's chest was heaving and heaving at this time. He opened a bottle of B-level recovery potion again, which obviously consumed a lot. This way of escape can be described as extremely dangerous. When he was in the urban area, Chu Tiannan was almost caught by the Silver Moon Wolf King 3 times. If it weren't for the intricate terrain there, plus the blessing of Lei Lin's tactics, Chu Tiannan is very likely to be planted. There is only 1 bottle of recovery potion left. Chu Tiannan felt helpless when he saw the poor last supply in his bag. This is really a hopeless situation, and now it can only be said that the Silver Moon Wolf King has not discovered him. My boss and the others are connected through communication friends, and they can know my location. Chu Tiannan watched the distant cursor on the map moving towards him quickly, and he was slightly relieved in his heart. As long as Enlaina and the others come, the Silver Moon Wolf King won't be anything to fear. Oh, the next volume of Lei Lin's Art of War needs 100 billion Earth coins. I'm still far away. Chu Tiannan wanted to learn this art of war. It's a pity that it's hard to be a man without money. Now he added the money from the previous hunting and the money converted from devouring, and it was only -million. Compared with 100 billion, it is indeed too insignificant. If we can kill this quasi-king level monster, there will be a bottom line of 50 billion. At this time, the crisis was not resolved, but Chu Tiannan set his mind on the Silver Moon Wolf King. Slowly, birds were startled flying in the quiet forest from time to time. Chu Tiannan held his breath and looked at the boundless darkness around him. My heart is slightly awe-inspiring. No matter who it is, in the face of absolute darkness, it is impossible to guarantee absolute calmness. Any life will be afraid of darkness. After an unknown period of time, Chu Tiannan almost recovered, and he found that the surroundings were too quiet. The silence was a little weird, and one couldn't help feeling terrified. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. The young man in black made a decisive decision and was about to leave, but when he stepped on his feet, he felt a little sticky. Kindness? Feeling a trace of sticky dripping down, Chu Tiannan raised his eyes subconsciously, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Click! Also on the other side of the mountain forest area, a huge camouflage off-road vehicle rampaged, breaking any trees in front of it, and then trampled away brutally. The monsters in the distance roared again and again, but because the distance was too far, they didn't know where the sound came from the forest. Hurry up, hurry up! At this moment, Yang Li had stepped on the oil on the floor of the car, and such a rampage was likely to provoke other herds of beasts. However, Yang Li didn't care about it at this time. He just needed to quickly support Chu Tiannan. At this time, the atmosphere in the car was extremely solemn. Li Dong, Wu Hao, and Zhao Hua were sitting behind the car, and no one spoke. They fixed their eyes on their respective bracelets, because there was a life cursor there. Those are the coordinates of Chu Tiannan. He moved. Li Dong's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it. I should have been hiding before, but now it's moving. And it's very fast, not good. Zhao Hua's face changed suddenly, but he didn't continue talking. Of course, the others are not fools. Naturally, he understood that Chu Tiannan was likely to encounter something at this time. Brother, you have to hold on. Yang Li wanted to let the car fly, because it was a mountainous area with many trees, although the rampage was effective. But the speed is slower because this is not a road. And Enlina, who was sitting in the co-pilot, surprisingly didn't stop Yang Li. She also calmly looked out the window at the passing mountain scenery. My heart is in chaos. What an arrogant guy. This was Enlina, who knew that Chu Tiannan did this to save Yang Li, even though she was angry in her heart. You must live, the fiery girl murmured in her own voice. It's a big deal, and I won't bully you in the future. Call out. In the primordial forest, a figure in black clothes frantically flicked past, and lightning appeared under his feet. Speed to the extreme. This damned bastard. Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth while fleeing frantically. At this time, there was a clear blood stain on his arm, and the blood flowed down the palm of his hand. Ow! And the howling of wolves from behind from time to time proved that Chu Tiannan's crisis was not over. Chu Tiannan drank the last recovery potion. The current situation can be said to be extremely grim. I can't fight hard. Now that I'm bleeding, this beast can lock me better through the smell of blood. Chu Tiannan hid on a tall tree, his eyes swept around. However, because of the darkness and the fact that the primeval forest was too dense, the moonlight could not shine in. Even though Chu Tiannan stood at the highest point, he still couldn't find the silver moon wolf king. This beast seemed to be playing with a toy. Every time it appeared, it would not attack with all its strength, and it would always hurt Chu Tiannan somewhat. In the end, he was allowed to leave in embarrassment. This made Chu Tiannan's stomach full of anger. Chu Tiannan looked at the map displayed on the bracelet and fell into a short thought. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been in despair. Although there was no difference between him and the hopeless situation, Chu Tiannan's starry eyes were extremely clear. From the beginning to the end, Chu Tiannan was quite calm and calm. Even in the few encounters that were closest to death, he did not give up resistance, still desperately fighting for a chance. This is when Chu Tiannan fixed his eyes on a certain point on the map. His eyes shone with starlight, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Host, crisis, you're top right. If it wasn't for the swallowing system to remind Chu Tiannan all the time, he would have died long ago and couldn't die anymore. Hearing the sound, Chu Tiannan jumped directly from one tree to another without any hesitation. Call out. Almost at the same time, the silver agile figure followed like a shadow and landed on the tree where the black-clothed youth was before. Whoosh! The Inua Wolf King made a low voice. Its intelligence is not low, but it is also surprising that Chu Tiannan can dodge every time it kills. This made him gradually lose his patience. After all, letting a martial artist-level boy slip away for so long, Inua Wolf King's playfulness gradually faded away. This damn beast! Chu Tiannan cursed in his heart, watching the frightening and desperate silver figure quickly shuttle between the trees. It's just that Chu Tiannan chose to change lanes this time and escape from other directions. Originally, Chu Tiannan chose to flee to the nearby urban areas. If he could meet a human warrior team, he could escape from the chaos. But now he has changed his mind. Roar! Seeing the young man in black running away, the Silver Moon Wolf King let out a low growl, much faster than before. The surroundings were full of disturbed, low-level monsters. When they saw the figure of the Silver Moon Wolf King, they all fell to the ground in fright, trembling. But the Silver Moon Wolf King didn't care about these guys at all. It only had one goal. That is to kill Chu Tiannan to wash away this shame. Call out. At this moment, Chu Tiannan plundered wildly in one direction recklessly, and the Lei Lin warfare was driven to the extreme under his feet. Roar. However, misfortunes never come singly. While Chu Tiannan continued to escape, the devouring system reminded him of the crisis again. It's just that this time the silver figure was much faster than before, appearing beside the young man in black in the blink of an eye, raised the sharp claws that could tear apart the armored vehicle, and slapped it directly. Not good. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan's pupils suddenly constricted. This time, the speed of the Inuit Wolf King was too fast, so fast that he had no way to dodge. I can only turn myself desperately, not to let my vitals be exposed. Puff! However, the sharp claws of the Silver Moon Wolf King exuded a cold light and directly cut a shocking wound on Chu Tiannan's back. Blood flowed out immediately. If the B-level combat uniform on Chu Tiannan was one level lower, it is not as simple as a mouthful. But even so, Chu Tiannan had already lost the ability to move. He tried his best to lie down under a small hill, unable to move anymore. Because of the blood loss, his consciousness was slightly blurred. If it wasn't for the support of the recovery potion he drank before, he would have collapsed at this time. Are you going to die? Seeing the silver figure approaching slowly, Chu Tiannan felt that he was so close to death for the first time. He's been slaughtered now. Host crisis. Host crisis. The devouring system was still prompting frantically, but Chu Tiannan didn't have the slightest strength anymore. Call. The Inuit Wolf King breathed in a low voice, and it slowly approached its prey, preparing to give itself an extra meal tonight. However, at this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly stopped his movements, looked towards the hillside with a pair of beautiful silver eyes, and let out a low growl warning. I saw a huge figure appearing on the hillside with those cold and scarlet eyes. Stare at the Silver Moon Wolf King. Roar. On the hillside, the huge scarlet eyes were full of hostility, staring fixedly at the Silver Moon Wolf King, who suddenly broke into its territory. With the help of the faint moonlight, the black shadow gradually became clear. This is a super fierce tiger with a ferocious face, with the looming king's lines engraved all over its body, especially on its back. The sharp cold barbs are extremely piercing. Accompanied by the low breath of the fierce tiger, it strode forward in a fast pace, and there was actually a dark red dragon horn on its head. Chu Tiannan couldn't even find other monster cursors within a radius of 10 miles from the detector. It seems that in this virgin forest, it is the king. Fortunately, we made it in time. Chu Tiannan couldn't move at this moment. Although he couldn't move his perspective to the hillside, he could tell by the expression of the Silver Moon Wolf King. He was right. A sword shell, a dragon, and a tiger. I'll kill you. Chu Tiannan knew that the chance of him surviving was not high, so he simply turned on the crazy mocking mode. Aren't you Silver Moon Wolf Kingable? Still claiming that there are no natural enemies? Are you cowardly in front of sword shells, dragons, and tigers? Chu Tiannan was not idle, but at this time the Silver Moon Wolf King was a noble monster. He ignored the seriously injured young man and walked slowly up the hill instead. Roar. A pair of silver eyes faced a pair of scarlet eyes. The two were in a state of arrogance, and the air was filled with cold, killing intent and violent fluctuations. Boom, boom. Seeing the intruders come to their own territory, Jianbei Longhu, who is also a quasi-king monster, took the lead. Its figure rushed like a chariot, and the ground trembled a little because of it. Seeing the opponent coming directly to kill, Inuit Wolf King relied on his agility to quickly dodge. It roared loudly, raised its sharp claws, and directly cut a long bloodstain on Jianbei Longhu's forearm. Roar! Jianbei Longhu was in pain, and it slapped Inuit Wolf King directly and fiercely on the head with its backhand, and the two figures were entangled violently at the same time. Immediately, they flung each other away, causing a large amount of mud to splash on the ground. The battle lasted only one round, and neither of them suffered loss. It was like reciprocity, hurt each other, and Chu Tiannan was terrified to see it. As expected of a quasi-king level monster, with this claw, even a peak lord level monster would get hit by it. And even if it didn't die, it would lose a layer of skin. Let's fight, let's fight. It's best to fight for both sides, and it can be regarded as a contribution to mankind. Chu Tiannan didn't think it was a big deal when he watched the excitement. He just grinned when he was about to turn over in pain, and then smiled wryly. I have no chance to die in battle. Is it such a humiliating way to die in the end? The reason why Chu Tiannan has been persevering is to fight for opportunities for Enlai Na and the others to support him. He was unwilling to die like this. Even if there was only a slight chance to turn around, he would not give up. Roar! The Inuit Wolf King kept on dealing with swordsmen and dragons, and the former took advantage of his fast speed to make the latter howl again and again. However, Jianbei Longhu is not a fool. After understanding the fighting characteristics of the Silver Moon Wolf King, he immediately wanted to bite the silver figure's hind legs. Puff! Jianbei Longhu actually tore off the opponent's entire hind leg, and some organs were scattered on the ground. The Inuit Wolf King, who was already injured, suddenly became worse. With a scream, he fell to the ground and convulsed. Because the previous damage of the Wild Tiger team had not recovered, and the Inuit Wolf King's fatal injury was finally unbearable. There was a whine. Call, call. At this moment, Jianbei Longhu stared at the fallen Music Wolf King with trembling eyes, ignoring the deep bloodstain on his face, and let out a long roar. The roar resounded throughout the forest. It seemed to be showing off his status as the king of the territory, so that the sword Belonghu successfully slaughtered the Inuit Wolf King. Call! After the roar, it was time to start enjoying the spoils. Jianbei Longhu slowly approached the Inuit Wolf King, who was unable to stand up, and immediately opened his extremely smelly tiger mouth. Bite it down. Puff. This is the sound of teeth biting flesh. But at this moment, the object of the bite has changed. Click, click. At this time, Jianbei Longhu opened its unbelievable tiger eyes, and on its thick neck, the Inuit Wolf King was biting fiercely. At this critical moment, the Inuit Wolf King took the lead, using his speed to fight back against the careless Jianbei Longhu. Boom! The sword bay dragon and tiger whose throat was bitten off died immediately, and its huge body crashed to the ground. It couldn't understand until its death that its opponent had such a strong vitality. Ow! After killing Jianbei Longhu, the Silver Moon Wolf King let out an excited wolf howl, showing his victory and strength. Suddenly, the Inuit Wolf King turned his fierce eyes, and then moved towards the young man in black with cold eyes at an extremely slow speed with the remaining 3 legs. You're really lucky. Chu Tiannan didn't expect that the Inuit Wolf King would win in the end. Although he was unwilling, his eyes were still clear. In the face of death, he is not afraid, but he is so aggrieved that he is unwilling to die. Roar! The Inuit Wolf King opened his mouth with great difficulty and bit at Chu Tiannan fiercely. Almost at the same moment, a loud crash sounded. I saw a large camouflage off-road vehicle approaching violently like an armored vehicle. It stopped in front of Chu Tiannan. Boom! I saw a silver figure hitting the tree fiercely, shaking off a large number of leaves and floating down. Woo! The Inuit Wolf King's body was convulsing violently, and it opened its mouth wide at this time, with the same expression as the sword bay Longhu, who died tragically before, all in disbelief. Inuit Wolf King felt that his vitality was gradually dissipating, and it was impossible to stand up. It never thought until its death that, as a monster of noble blood, it would be hit to death by an off-road vehicle. What a shameful way to die. Save! Chu Tiannan stared dumbfounded at the off-road vehicle not far away, wanted to move but grinned in pain. This scene was too dramatic. He thought he was completely cold, but he didn't expect a turnaround. Finally survived. Thinking that he would survive, Chu Tiannan couldn't help laughing, but because he stretched the wound, he was so painful that he coughed a few mouthfuls of blood. Tiannan. At this time, all the people on the off-road vehicle got off, and Enlai Na came to Chu Tiannan's side at the fastest speed. Looking at the blood-stained young man in black, even Enlai Na's stubborn heart couldn't help feeling distressed. "Don't talk. Don't move anything. Leave it to us. Tiannan, take a deep breath and don't talk." Zhao Hua also came to Chu Tiannan's side and helped him up. On the other hand, Enlai Na ignored Chu Tiannan, who was covered in blood, and carefully hugged him in her arms. "Brother, you have to hold on." Yang Li gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. The guilt in his heart was eroding like a poisonous insect. Chu Tiannan risked his life to save him once. How can he repay this kind of affection? "Brother Yang." Chu Tiannan shook his head at Yang Li with a smile and said, "I'm fine, cough, cough." As he said that, he coughed up some blood again. It seemed that the injury this time was really serious. "Boss, what I did this time, was it all right?" Chu Tiannan looked back at his own Enlai Na and immediately smiled. The smile was so sunny that it filled the deep night with a glimmer of light. Hearing this, Enlai Na clenched her hands. She used her softness to make Chu Tiannan as comfortable as possible without any shyness. "You did a good job this time." Taking a deep breath, Enlai Na calmed down the tension in her heart, and for the first time showed a beautiful and moving smile in front of Chu Tiannan. Facing Enlai Na's sincere smile towards him, Chu Tiannan felt even more happy and said weakly, "That's fine." After finishing speaking, Chu Tiannan couldn't hold on any longer. His consciousness gradually became blurred, and he closed his eyes immediately. Business Alliance Building, South China Base City. "Brother Wang, these matters need to be dealt with again." In a lobby on the first floor, Luo Air was still as usual. "While practicing, I occasionally take care of the family business." After seeing the beautiful figure in yellow clothes, the warriors who came and went all had hearts of admiration. It's just that those who know each other know that it is impossible for others to fancy themselves. At the bar, Luo Air looked at his bracelet with beautiful eyes, and a name was displayed in the address book. "Chu Tiannan. It's been so many days, and I don't know how to call back." Luo Air frowned slightly and muttered a little dissatisfied. "I haven't received a single call from that guy in the past few days." If it wasn't for the fact that someone's life coordinates were displayed on the bracelet, Luo Air would have thought that something happened to him. Why should I talk to that guy? It was obvious that Luo Air still remembered the misunderstanding a few days ago. Boom! It was the sound of the door being barbarically pushed open. Accompanied by the astonished gazes of the two coming and going in the hall, several people rushed in carrying a stretcher. "Where is the medical team? Quickly call the medical team." Yang Li shouted loudly at this moment, ignoring the strange gazes around him. "Everyone, loud noises are prohibited here." Several of the guards came over and said solemnly, "I told you to call the medical team. Are you deaf?" Yang Li immediately took out his sniper rifle, stared at the terrified police officer, and shouted sharply. Needless to say, once Yang Li's fiery temper came up, even Wu Hao avoided it by 3 points. At this moment, they were afraid that the air would suddenly be quiet, and the warriors in the past watched the excitement with great interest, unwilling to leave. "Have you seen enough?" However, Enlai Na stepped forward, and the breath of quasi-war god permeated. "It's the Huolong team." Who interrupted? It's Lord In's team, it's gone." Everyone quickly dispersed after hearing the words. Joking, Enlai Na is a powerhouse comparable to the existence of the Valkyrie level. Who would dare to provoke a strong man who can break through to the Valkyrie level at any time? "What's going on?" Luo Air, as the supervisor here, naturally walked over, just about to speak, and immediately saw the Fire Dragon team and the others, and her bright eyes swept to the familiar face on the stretcher. The beautiful pupils suddenly condensed. "What's the matter?" Seeing the familiar figure covered in blood on the stretcher, Luo Air looked at Enlai Na with her beautiful eyes, obviously showing a hint of hostility. "It's a long story. Save people first, and I'll explain to you later." Enlai Na didn't care about the other party's hostility at this time, and there was a hint of anxiety in her voice. Of course, Luo Air knew which was more important, and immediately led the way personally. "Follow me." In the huge nursing ward, the young figure was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. But fortunately, the injuries he suffered were not fatal, but he was unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Outside the ward, the Fire Dragon team was guarding here, and the atmosphere was once dignified. Beside the crowd, there was a beautiful figure in yellow clothes who looked at them. "Let's talk about it, everyone." Luo Air spoke first, with a hint of coldness in his pleasant voice. In the famous Fire Dragon team, the masters were not injured, but Tiannan had an accident. "I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer." Luo Air's words were not polite at all. She didn't care whether the other party was from the Dongwu Academy or the Beiwu Academy. "Director Luo, the main responsibility for this matter lies with me." Yang Li stood up without saying a word, with a tremor in his voice. "It was Brother Tiannan who saved me that day. Let me talk about it." At that time, Alaina stepped forward, looked at Luo Air, and said softly, "Let's take a step to talk." Hearing this, Luo Air glanced at the other party. Her beautiful eyes flashed an imperceptible color. Then she nodded calmly. "Follow me." Whoa! The automatic door closed, and this was another empty nursing ward with two beautiful figures looking at each other. A hot figure, but heroic. A pure and pure, but extremely cold. "There is no one here, Mr. and can rest assured." Luo Air's voice was calm, while Enlina nodded slightly, and simply sorted out her thoughts and said, "That's right, a few days ago." In the unfamiliar space, Chu Tiannan stood at the core of the space with a speechless expression and shouted, "Why is it here again? Can you stop playing with people?" Last time he was suddenly woken up by a huge black shadow. At first Chu Tiannan thought it was a dream, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But this time it was different. The space was obviously brighter than before, but it was still as blurry as chaos. Chu Tiannan wanted to wake up in his consciousness, but he couldn't do it at all. "Is anyone there? Come out and chat." Facing Chu Tiannan's shout, there was no response at all in the unfamiliar space. Only the other party was alone. Boom! At the same time, a heavy muffled sound came from outside the space. Chu Tiannan immediately tightened his neck when he heard the sound. He knew what this sound meant. Accompanied by the young man turning around mechanically, he saw a familiar, huge black shadow, which was immediately stared at by the former with a wry smile. Crashed. In reality, Chu Tiannan suddenly opened his eyes and couldn't help shouting loudly, "I knew it." However, as soon as the words fell, he found himself back in reality, and everything around him became a nursing ward, and he couldn't help muttering, "This is the first time I've fainted." Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the peak martial artist level. Keep up the good work. At this time, the voice of devouring the system came from his mind, making the young man look dull. "I broke through again." Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, a little unbelievable. This time he didn't devour the corpse of Jianbei Longhu, nor Inyue Wolf King. Why did he suddenly jump from a middle-level martial artist to a peak martial artist? Could it be a dream? Chu Tiannan recalled everything and immediately connected with the strange dream before. He realized that every time he fell into a coma, his strength would inevitably increase. Although I don't know why, but the increase in strength is a good thing for Chu Tiannan. It's one step closer to the Wuzong class. Chu Tiannan clenched his fists slightly, his eyes shone brightly, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "If I continue to be stronger like this, I will be getting closer and closer to my goal." Cough! Just when the young man lost his composure, a light cough woke him up, and the former turned around in some astonishment. Looking at the sofa, there's a beautiful figure in yellow clothes sitting there. Weird expression. Luo, seeing a familiar person sitting there, Chu Tiannan immediately became pleasantly surprised and said, "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Hearing this, Huang Yiqining stood up, looked at the normal indicators on the detector, and immediately came to Chu Tiannan's side, caressing him to sit on, and said softly, "Don't be so brave next time you almost died." Luo Air's voice contained a hint of reproach, and even an imperceptible distress. "You didn't know at the time, but the situation is quite urgent." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan couldn't help but began to talk about the ins and outs of the whole matter. On the other hand, Luo Er listened carefully, although Lai Na had already told her everything before that. But she still wanted to hear the young man in front of her speak. In the end, if it wasn't for the boss and the others driving desperately to save me, I wouldn't be able to see you now. After speaking, Chu Tiannan drank the water around him in one gulp, then carefully looked at the girl in yellow and tentatively said, "I got hurt this time. Don't you blame me?" Chu Tiannan didn't even know that he was an old monster who had lived for an untold amount of time. But why would he be afraid of a little girl? Luo Er stood up, pulled up the quilt in front of the young man, and said softly, "You did a good job this time. You are a man." When she knew that Chu Tiannan was injured to save a teammate of the gunners, Luo Er had no intention of blaming him. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan found that the other party didn't mean to blame him, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In the next second, he thought of something again and couldn't help but say, "By the way, there is something I have to explain to you." "There's no need to explain. I know it's Mrs. N's deliberate prank." Luo Er signaled that there was no need to say more. "You know," Chu Tiannan was surprised that Lai Na had already explained to the other party, and immediately nodded reassuringly. "It couldn't be better." However, as soon as the young man finished speaking, he saw a red light attacking awe-inspiringly, and Luo Er held a huge sword to the former's neck. "Boss, speak up if you have something to say." Chu Tiannan sat up straight in fright, fearing that if the other party's hands trembled, he would die. Snort! Luo Er held the giant sword against Chu Tiannan's neck and snorted coldly. "Next time I play a prank, I'll do it." Luo Er fiercely swiped the giant sword, causing someone to nod repeatedly in fright. Last time. Chu Tiannan expressed his opinion frantically. Whoa! The door opened automatically, and a bearded man walked in with a fruit basket in his hand, and he froze immediately. The scene at this moment was tense. The girl held the sword against Chu Tiannan's neck and turned her head to look away. "Brother, are you awake?" Seeing Chu Tiannan waking up, Yang Li was about to speak excitedly. Seeing Luo Er with a bad expression looking at him, Yang Li was stunned, and then looked at the young man with wild eyes. The muscles on his face twitched, and finally he smiled awkwardly but politely and said, I'll bring some fruit. You guys talk first, you talk first." With that said, Yang Li hurriedly left the room. The automatic door closed again, and there were two people left in the room again. "Hey, what about living together and dying together?" Chu Tiannan widened his eyes when he saw this, then sighed and muttered. Hearing the other party's indistinct muttering, Luo Er frowned slightly and asked, "What did you say?" No. On the other hand, Chu Tiannan shook his head quickly. "Let's rest." Seeing that the other party was fine, Luo Er also lost her anger and immediately rolled her eyes at the other party and was about to get up and leave. Although she knew that Chu Tiannan didn't do it on purpose, but if she didn't frighten him, she always felt that she was at a loss. "Wait!" Chu Tiannan suddenly stopped the other party and immediately searched for the combat uniform, but couldn't find what he wanted. "Strange, I put it here." Chu Tiannan rummaged through the dilapidated combat uniforms, but still couldn't find them, and immediately frowned. "What are you looking for?" Seeing this, Luo Er couldn't help asking. "The tooth of the Silver Moon Wolf King. I designed that beast back then, and got the most beautiful tooth. I wanted to give it to you as a gift." Chu Tiannan replied. Hearing this, Luo Er gave the other party a disgusted look, then turned and left with a cold voice. "Don't look for it. I thought it was garbage at the time, so I threw it away." "Did you throw it away?" Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but gasp. "I got it with all my might." "Why did you throw it away?" "It's the tooth of a quasi-king level monster, and it can be used as a weapon-making material for you. It's just a broken tooth. I have plenty of good materials here. Thank you for your kindness. Your wound is not healed quickly. Take a rest." After speaking, Luo Er left immediately regardless of the other party's angry roar. Walking out the door, Luo Er played with the white and beautiful Fong in his little hand while walking. The girl's bright eyes flickered and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Quite caring. In the ward, it could be said that Chu Tiannan's surroundings were very lively. All the members of the Fire Dragon team gathered here. At this time, everyone's eyes on Chu Tiannan changed. Brother, good job. Wu Hao is not very good at talking, although he speaks little, but he speaks sincerely. Even Zhao Hua, who was as proud as Zhao Hua and possessed the aptitude to become a martial god, couldn't help giving Chu Tiannan a thumbs up at this moment. I, Zhao Hua, don't admire many people. One is the boss, and the other is you. Don't flatter me, or I'm going to float away. Chu Tiannan smiled wryly. You're the only one who is still floating? You know you've made a lot of money this time. Yes, he has to be slaughtered hard, and the other people also got along with him and made a big fuss. Facing everyone, Chu Tiannan felt the kind of brotherhood that was not blood thicker than water, but sincere. It was as warm as home, and even Lai Na, who was silent at the side, no longer looked at him with the same indifferent eyes at this time. Instead, it is a kind of gentle breeze blowing on the face. This time Tiannan contributed to the killing of the Silver Moon Wolf King. He stood %, and everyone agrees. When distributing the spoils, Laina distributed the money from the hunt. When talking about the Silver Moon Wolf King, a murderous intent flashed across her beautiful eyes. Of course I have no objection. I definitely won't want it. Yang Li spoke first. Chu Tiannan saved his life. He is a very emotional person, so naturally he would not participate. I have no objection either. Old Yang's survival depends on Tiannan. From now on, everyone will call him Tiannan. Don't you have any objections? Wu Hao said, looking at everyone. Obviously, although everyone had a good relationship with Chu Tiannan before, they mainly took care of him like a little brother. But after this first hunt, he gave Wulong team a big surprise. Chu Tiannan's growth rate is too fast. I have no objection. Tiannan killed the Silver Moon Wolf King this time by himself, and I will not participate. Li Dong Zhaohua also expressed his opinion in the same way. Since everyone has no objections, the Silver Moon Wolf King sold that girl Luo Air, and she gave the highest price 78 billion. After speaking, and Lai Na directly transferred the money to Chu Tiannan. Boss, didn't you say that even if you hunt and kill yourself, you have to eat the meat yourself, and everyone should drink the soup? Chu Tiannan was startled when he heard this, and couldn't help but say, after all this, Inwe Wolf King belongs to you, but everyone has to share the sword, dragon, and tiger. After all, it was killed by Inwe Wolf King. And Lai Na glared at the other party, and then continued. This sword shell, dragon, and tiger, there are 6 people here. Tiannan accounts for 1.6%, and the others are all do you have any objections? And Laina was the most fair in the team, so everyone naturally had no objections. In the end, the sword Belonghu was sold for a high price of 80 billion. Chu Tiannan got 16 billion of it, plus the previous 78 billion. It was a full 94 billion. After playing around with Chu Tiannan, everyone left. After all, the latter's injury hadn't fully healed yet, but Chu Tiannan realized that the hideous wound on his back no longer hurt. It should be fully healed. Maybe they gave me some heaven-defying recovery potion. Chu Tiannan muttered. At that time, the youth will enter the warrior store through the projection of the bracelet. Martial Master Chu Tiannan, welcome. Every time he entered the martial artist store, there would be a notification sound from the system, and Chu Tiannan was holding nearly tens of billions of money at this time, so he naturally looked at the cheat books with bright eyes. Is Lei Lin's tactics cheaper? Originally, Chu Tiannan knew that he didn't have enough 100 billion Earth coins, but when he unconsciously read the 4th volume of Thunderlin's Tactics, the sky-high price of 100 billion is marked on it. Only, because of the contribution value I obtained from hunting monsters, I have increased my authority as a warrior. %% off the purchase of cheat books. Chu Tiannan suddenly laughed after reading the system message. Immediately, without hesitation, he directly clicked to buy the 4th volume of Lei Lin's Tactics. After buying it, Chu Tiannan couldn't help but wryly smiled and said, 100 billion. Go back to before liberation. But he doesn't regret it. This is the most important thing to improve his strength, and he must not be stingy in the slightest. The contribution value in the warrior system is calculated in proportion to the warrior and the killing of monsters. Before that, Chu Tiannan's performance was naturally monitored by the warrior system satellite. Although the Silver Moon Wolf King was not killed by himself, it was still considered Chu Tiannan's contribution. Now his contribution value is 110 million. Belonging to 2-star contribution warriors, the highest is 5-star, but it also needs a contribution of up to 10 billion. In comparison, the contribution of 110 million is insignificant. Hey, the first 3 volumes can be said to be about body skills, and the 4th volume of Ley Lin Warfare is about combat power. Chu Tiannan looked at the words, "Purchase successful." His eyes lit up. I'm really looking forward to it. In Wangyu Villa area. In the basement of Villa number 99, a sweaty figure flashed and swung his sword regardless of his hard work, either in the posture of Yujian or in a thunderous and swift pace. The movements are very coherent and solid. After a month of rest and recovery, Chu Tiannan was alive and well again, and even the hideous scars on his back disappeared. It's really convenient to have the instant learning function of the devouring system. After resting, Chu Tiannan waved the Yintian sword in his hand and smiled. Feeling the power emanating from his body, the young man was instantly satisfied. The profound and unpredictable secret books that others may never understand in their lifetime. In Chu Tiannan's place, they only need to show the swallowing system a glance. You can learn in an instant. This is an absolute advantage. If outsiders were to know such secrets, Chu Tiannan would have to be placed in the Research Institute as a key research object. It's a pity that the first stage of cultivation of Yintian's sword in Tianzhua is a bit difficult, and Devour doesn't give any hints. Chu Tiannan feels that the Devour system is good in every aspect, except for himself. Everything needs to be felt and understood. Host, these rubbish cheats can allow you to improve your strength for a short time, but Yin Tianjin is different from Tian Xin. They do not belong to this level. Those rubbish are not worthy of it at all. These are the original words Chu Tiannan got, and he couldn't help but twitch in his heart. In the eyes of the world, feelings are as precious as a peerless secret book in Ley Lin's Warfare. In the blink of an eye, what is swallowed here is just a pile of rubbish. Potential. At this time, Chu Tiannan ignored the sweat swaying from his body, holding a dark gold long sword and staring at one side. With the young man's gaze, the surrounding space suddenly seemed to rush, and the cyclone flowed around the Yintian sword in Chu Tiannan's hand. It made the dark gold long sword tremble slightly. Click, click. Facing Chu Tiannan's gaze, the training dummy not far away made a slight cracking sound, and the sound became longer and longer. Using power and coercion to achieve the goal of defeating others without fighting. Chu Tiannan concentrated his attention and kept staring at the dummy. The starry sky-like eyes were extremely deep, like black holes, and the generation of momentum made Chu Tiannan's overall aura rise by more than one level. Drink! At that time, accompanied by Chu Tiannan's shout. Immediately, the Yintian sword in his hand spun, using Tsunjin to make the blade emit a crisp buzzing sound. The moment the buzzing sound came out, it spread, and the target was directed at the dummy in front of it. Click boom. The dummy under the invisible coercion shattered at this moment, and the sawdust flew, but it didn't disturb the young man standing there. At this moment, Chu Tiannan stared blankly at the shattered dummy. Joy welled up in his heart, and couldn't help but happily said, "I succeeded." Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the first stage of Yintian's sword. Sure. Please continue to work hard. The second stage is away. The host needs to reach the Valkyrie level to learn. At the same time, the beep of the devouring system also sounded in the young man's mind. It's so cool. Feeling the benefits brought by the momentum, Chu Tiannan was extremely excited. The main function of this potential is to reflect a basic level of the strong. Suppose two people with the same strength fight against each other, and one of them is powerful and will definitely suppress the other, making it unable to exert -% of its combat power. And under the influence of the momentum, the releaser also has the momentum to instantly defeat the weaker existence than himself. Let have no power to fight back. It's like a water glass, which is disturbed by a sound wave, and finally cannot withstand the shock of the sound wave, and finally slams apart. The same is true for the role of potential. Chu Tiannan just needs to continue to practice to bring out the potential perfectly. Then the combat power will also be improved geometrically. This is the power of potential. With momentum, even if I face the Silver Moon Wolf King again, at least I won't be as embarrassed as before. Chu Tiannan pursed his lips. He was very satisfied with this skill. However, although the first stage of Yintian's sword has been comprehended, the first stage of Heavenly Sin. I bought a few control books for controllers, but they are not fully useful. Every time Chu Tiannan thinks of this, he can't help shaking his head secretly. As for the situation, Chu Tiannan has gradually grasped it. But for the top-tier team in the first stage of Tian Sin, Chu Tiannan really has no clue. After thinking for a while, Chu Tiannan had a bold idea and immediately couldn't help muttering. Could it be, what? You want to go to the disaster area alone? In the chief officer's office of the Tobu Hall, Wang Jinhai stared at the black-clothed youth in front of him with wide eyes and said in a deep voice, "Do you know what it means for a person to enter the catastrophe zone?" Wang Jinhai just arrived at the office today, and his ass is not yet warmed up. After hearing this, he stood up in fright. Normal warriors form a team and enter the catastrophe zone together. So in the case of coordinated operations, if one party is in trouble, all parties can support it. And if you stick out of the catastrophe zone alone, if you are in trouble, you will almost die. But it does not rule out some lone rangers who like to hunt alone in the catastrophe area. But after all, they are a minority, and dare to shuttle through the catastrophe zone alone, which one is not a powerful existence. But this one in front of you. Hearing this, the young man in black nodded slightly. His star-like eyes were full of determination. Don't worry, instructor. I'm just going around the periphery of the disaster zone. Never go deep into the catastrophe zone. Tiannan, I didn't mean you. Sigh. At this moment, Wang Jinhai didn't know how to persuade him. Even he was extremely surprised by Chu Tiannan's growth rate. Just in the blink of an eye, Chu Tiannan's martial artist level has surpassed him. And Chu Tiannan is the only one. Naturally, it has received the attention of the upper echelons. Wang Jinhai stood up and walked back and forth. His brows were furrowed, obviously weighing something. Accordingly, I shouldn't interfere in this matter, but if you insist on going, Wang Jinhai stopped and said, "Does the Fire Dragon team know about your bold idea? They know they won't let me go by myself." Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly, then looked at Wang Jinhai and said with cupped fists, "Please keep the instructor secret. I'll be back in half a month sooner or a month later." Seeing Chu Tiannan's determined gaze, Wang Jinhai knew he couldn't persuade him. So he sighed and said, "Be careful." As he spoke, Wang Jinhai's eyes were full of seriousness, and his voice was calm. "Don't make fun of your own life." "Thank you, supervisor. Then I'll go get ready." Seeing the other party's agreement, Chu Tiannan heaved a sigh of relief and immediately turned and left. Seeing Chu Tiannan leave, Wang Jinhai's originally serious face gradually turned into a wry smile. He looked at the glass door on the other side and said, "Deputy Hall Master, why do you agree with him entering the catastrophe zone? Although Tiannan is extremely talented compared to those senior fighters." Hearing this, the glass door opened, and a figure in a gray robe slowly walked out. He was the deputy head of the Tobu Hall in the South China base city. Li Dongjia. This little guy likes to break through. Let him do it. Li Dongjia waved his hand and said repeatedly, "And the strong can only grow better under the constant life and death experience, which is also the meaning of the above. Let's not spoil this little guy too much. Let him grow up by himself." But Wang Jinhai could only nod with a wry smile when he heard the words. Even the deputy curator has said so. It is useless for him to say more. By the way, is that brat coming back this time? Li Dongjia's wise and steady eyes suddenly flashed, and he snorted. "Brat, how dare you go to 009 City? You really have hard wings. Hearing this, Wang Jinhai shook his head and said with a smile, "They have all returned safely. Let's talk about this time. Sir, here are the items you bought, and they are all here." Before Chu Tiannan set off, he spent almost all his savings in order to be able to stay in the catastrophe zone for a while longer. "I won't come back if I don't understand the first line style." Chu Tiannan was very determined. The reason why he has such a bold opposite is that the devouring system has mentioned about this thread. If you want to cultivate and comprehend first-line skills, you must go through continuous killing. That being the case, Chu Tiannan naturally set his sights on the catastrophe zone. The target this time, sitting in the comfortable off-road vehicle, Chu Tiannan looked at the map display on the bracelet and finally settled on the 027 position. Original Yuhai City. Chu Tiannan looked at the city's information display, and immediately the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. "It's you." 10 days later. In Haodai Green, Tianzino-room, all members of the Fire Dragon team gather here. It's just that not to mention the lack of a young figure among them, the atmosphere is still somewhat dignified. Tiannan entered the catastrophe zone alone. Enlinadai frowned. She obviously didn't think of this. It's not just that Enlina didn't think of this layer, but the entire Huolong team didn't think of it. "Wang Jinhai told me this." Li Dong stood up and immediately wanted to go out. Seeing this, Zhao Hua asked, "What are you going to do?" Asked that old man for clarification. After speaking, Li Dong closed the door and left. TSK. He dares to call you an old man. Yang Li took a sip of tea, couldn't help but tisk his lips, and sighed. "Why, are you envious?" Seeing this, Wu Hao looked at the former and couldn't help but continued, "No, you can recognize one. I recognize you as a big-headed ghost." Yang Li glared, and the two of them were speechless immediately because Enlina was too quiet. "I know about this." Enlina stood up, looked at the team members beside her, and said softly, "I'll go to the disaster zone and bring him back. Boss, if you don't form a team, the military will not let you leave the base city easily." Zhao Hua couldn't help but said. Hearing this, Enlina Dai's eyebrows were furrowed even more. She obviously knew the rules. After each martial artist team returns to the base city, they're not allowed to re-enter within 1 month to ensure the best combat system. Each team must rest for a month or more after entering the base city before continuing to enter the catastrophe zone, just in case the teams who are desperate to earn money end up dying and the money is not spent. But now that Chu Tiannan is alone in the catastrophe zone, it is impossible for Enlina to ignore it. Leaving aside whether it is dangerous or not, a martial artist with a slightly weaker mentality would have already exploded in mentality just by traveling alone in the extremely dangerous area where monsters and beasts roam. And Chu Tiannan went to the catastrophe area by himself. He is not a peerless martial god, let alone a famous strongman, but he became a lone ranger. This guy, although Enlina was furious, she had no choice but to look at the life cursor on the bracelet. At this time, this guy is in 027 Yuhai City, and his life cursor is strong. After a long time, Enlina received a message from Li Dong, and her originally frowning eyebrows suddenly relaxed. Enlina's pretty face couldn't help but put on a clear smile. That's it. In the main room of the Deputy Hall of Tobu Hall in South China Base City, a figure in a gray robe was drinking tea leisurely. Li Dongjia opened the lid of the tea and blew it gently, then took a small sip and nodded. "Chu Tiannan? Yes, I agreed to let the military let this little guy go to the catastrophe zone by himself." Hearing this, the grim black-clothed man standing opposite the desk took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Why?" "Stinky boy, I still need to discuss things with you." Li Dongjia stared at the man in front of him who was somewhat similar to him and said sharply, "You're trying to harm him. Tiannan doesn't have a Wu Zone class yet. Once there is trouble, no one can save him. Don't you know?" Li Dong really couldn't figure out what kind of medicine the other party was selling in his gourd. Li Dong and Li Dongjia turn out to be father and son. I'm afraid that in the entire martial artist system, apart from the absolute high level, only the Huolong team knows about it. Stinky boy, are you determined to confront me? Li Dongjie blew his beard and stared. He was usually in the presence of an old god, but when he met his son, he couldn't hold back the heat. On the other hand, Li Dong snorted coldly, didn't speak, and just looked at him like that. The two just stared at each other for a long time. Neither of them would admit defeat. This temper is really not a family. Don't enter a family. Who is Li Dongjie? That is one of the high-level personnel of the Tobu Hall. He is not afraid of anything, but he can't calm down when facing his own son. After a long time, Li Dongjie couldn't take it anymore. He sighed and said, "This is not what your father and I mean, but the higher-ups." What does the above mean? Hearing this, Li Dong was taken aback, and then looked at Li Dongjie suspiciously. "Don't believe me, I don't know much," Li Dongjie said, curling his lips. "They mean..." Li Dong was taken aback when he heard the words, and immediately looked at his father with wide eyes, and said in surprise, "What? Do you understand now?" After talking about this, Li Dongjie sat down to drink tea, and said in a low voice, "Leave Chu Tiannan alone, and let Nana take care of herself. With the military system around, that kid is fine." "Understood." Hearing this, Li Dong turned and left. The former glared and shouted, "Stinky boy, go back and sweep your mother's grave if you have nothing to do." Hearing this, Li Dong's body stopped at the door, shook, nodded immediately, and said softly, "I see, Dad." After finishing speaking, the man in black left without looking back, leaving Li Dongjie alone in silence. This brat. Li Dongjie shook his head slightly. He had strict requirements on Li Dong since he was a child, in order to make the other party climb up step by step without relying on his relationship. But so far, the effect is still good. Li Dong is already at the level of a high-level Wuzong, and Li Dongjie is still very satisfied with this. Chu Tiannan changed the subject. Li Dongjie sipped his tea and looked at the computer screen. His calm eyes could not see the slightest wave. After a long time, a sigh came from the room. This little guy has a bright future. Disaster zone. In a dilapidated urban area, groups of monsters come out to look for food from time to time, and they are born with low intelligence. But be careful. Once you find humans, you will naturally bite them madly. Call out. At that time, a slender figure shuttled through the upper floors of the urban area like flowing clouds and flowing water, and his starry eyes could not see any fluctuations. Sometimes it's as sharp as a blade. Sometimes it is as clear as water. Sometimes it is as deep as a black hole. It's just that the young figure at this time looks a bit dusty. At first glance, he looks like a little savage. The young man stood on a rooftop. His eyes swept around. The corners of his mouth raised a slight arc and then disappeared. Roar! Woo! In the catastrophe area, the monsters roared in low voices from time to time, and they seemed very leisurely when it didn't meet humans. There are also a few monsters playing and fighting, and even biting each other. In the catastrophe zone, this is a paradise for monsters. Call out. However, in this seemingly relatively comfortable life, a cold light streaked across the sky with swiftness and ferocity, targeting 2 or 3 low-level monsters. Puff, puff. The monsters who were resting comfortably at first realized that the cold light was coming, but it was already too late, and the cold light had already broken through their bodies. Boom! I saw that the monsters didn't understand until they died. Why did they die? In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen monsters were as strong as the peak general level, or as low as the elementary general level, and they were all killed instantly. At that time, a young man in black appeared on the ground where the monster died. He raised his right hand slightly, only to see the cold light disappear, and a weapon like a small snake continuously surrounded the young man. It seems to express closeness. The young man in black looked at the corpse of the monster on the ground that couldn't even resist, and his heart shivered slightly. The controller is really a so-called slaughter machine. In the face of this kind of existence, the number is not a threat at all. Swallow, Chu Tiannan murmured in a low voice, and saw the dark golden light of Yantian sword radiating from behind his back, and finally covered all the corpses of monsters on the ground. It was devoured in a blink of an eye. Ding! The Earth currency accounted for 300,000,000, balance remaining 173,500,2341. The voice of devouring the system sounded in the youth's mind. While Chu Tiannan continued to practice in Yuhai City, he was also using the devouring system to make money. Generally speaking, the benefits were not bad. This is the 12th day that Chu Tiannan's no came to Yuhai City, and now he has almost mastered the form of the heavenly sin snake. It will never be like before, where the soul will be exhausted at every turn. At least it has reached the point where it can be retracted freely. The first line flow is still almost hot. Chu Tiannan kept gesticulating with his right hand, while Tian Sin, like a little snake, obediently wrapped around his fingertips, extremely flexible. With the continuous understanding of Chu Tiannan, he discovered that Tian Sin can change in size according to his master's thoughts. And the first line flow is the bottleneck of the stage of the snake's singing form. Only Chu Tiannan comprehends and breaks through this bottleneck in order to advance to a higher level. The reason why Chu Tiannan wanted to practice alone was because he didn't want to reveal his identity as the controller. After all, he is still too weak now. Compared to Enlina, Chu Tiannan can only keep a low profile. When will he have the ability to protect himself? I am not afraid of revealing my identity. Roar! Just when Chu Tiannan had just finished swallowing, a low growl came from not far away, and a human figure was found in those dark and fierce eyes. Immediately excitedly rushed and bit away. Roar! The ferocious monster rushed madly, with an incomparably ferocious aura. On the other hand, the calm-faced young man in black didn't even turn his head, just slightly tapped one finger, and saw the sharp cold light like a small snake suddenly rushing away. In the end, with lightning speed, it instantly penetrated the brain of the charging monster. In the next second, red and white splashed, and there was a shocking wound on the head of the huge monster. Boom! The buffalo, a monster beast with a middle-level general level, fell to the ground and died before it could get close to the target. Next goal. While Chu Tiannan was still studying his own cultivation, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency and immediately looked into the distance with a frown. I saw a golden figure full of electric light crawling on the edge of the roof. It was covered with golden scales, which looked golden under the sunlight. The long tail slaps the ground from time to time, making a crisp sound. It has a vigorous body like a lion, but under its gorgeous appearance, it has a ferocious face. A pair of lightning-like golden eyes were staring at Chu Tiannan with great interest, as if staring at a toy. It doesn't seem to bite like other monsters, but it looks very comfortable. In terms of intelligence, it is obviously not possessed by those low-level monsters. Golden Scale Beast. Chu Tiannan was secretly surprised when he saw this. He obviously didn't expect that he would encounter such a monster. The Golden Scale Beast is one of the fastest monsters in the monster group. Although its status is not as noble as that of the Silver Moon Wolf Royal clan, its strength should not be underestimated, because its speed really needs to be combined, and even the Silver Moon Wolf King may not be able to match it. The Golden Scale Beast has always lived alone, and with the advantage of the fastest speed, it has always made the opponent desperate. Due to the scarcity of the number, there is not a lot of information about the Golden Scale Beast. Medium Lord level. Chu Tiannan saw that the head of this golden-scaled beast already had 2 protruding small horns, and he understood it in his heart. Chu Tiannan originally wanted to leave quietly. After all, he didn't want to provoke the local overlord of Yuhai City. However, the golden figure on the rooftop at the back followed slowly after seeing this, and it seemed that he had no intention of letting go, which made Chu Tiannan's face darken. Oops, locked. The golden scale beast still kept a distance from the other party, neither far nor close, which made Chu Tiannan feel a killing intent in his heart. The middle lord level is really a good challenge. Chu Tiannan pursed his lips without the slightest timidity. On the contrary, he was looking forward to this battle. Chu Tiannan wanted to see how strong he could be. He is now at the peak martial artist level, much stronger than before. Coupled with the dual cultivation of the routes of controlling warriors and strength warriors, Chu Tiannan has the capital to fight against ranks. So as long as there is no big boss level monster like Silver Moon Wolf King, Sword Shell Dragon, and Tiger, Chu Tiannan can face it calmly. This is the absolute advantage of the controller. This is also the reason why this profession is extremely rare. After all, the threshold for a controller is too high, and the requirements for the soul are even more outrageous. Among the Dash warriors, there might not even be a controller. I have the blessing of Ley Lin warfare. Coupled with the control and manipulation, I am worthy of this beast in terms of speed. Chu Tiannan calculated quickly in his brain. At this time, he was retreating normally as usual, and the golden-scaled beast behind him also followed in a leisurely manner. Neither of them seemed in a hurry. I still have the strength to fight at the middle lord level. If not, even if I want to run, it won't be able to stop me. Chu Tiannan made up his mind at this moment. He knew that if he wanted to fight this battle, he had to fight swiftly. After all, this golden-scaled beast was not only extremely fast, but also extremely intelligent. The same trick is almost useless in front of the golden-scale beast. Although the golden-scale beast seems a bit stretched in terms of attack, its biggest advantage is to constantly use its own speed to harass the enemy. The opponent is often shrouded in fear. Just imagine when you are resting, thinking that there will be a pair of eyes staring at you in the dark all the time. Just thinking about this feeling makes people shudder. Call out. In the next second, the young man in black suddenly accelerated and shuttled across the roof. His figure was extremely fast. Whoosh! On the other hand, the golden-scaled beast's eyes were filled with faint lightning, and its forehooves rushed away like lightning. The speed is really staggeringly fast. Go to hell. Chu Tiannan, who was moving in front, sneered, then turned his right hand slightly, and the heavenly sin-crying snake flexed its sheath and flew out quickly. In the end, it shot fiercely at the golden figure that was chasing after it. Call out. A small golden snake. Although it looks inconspicuous, its speed cannot be caught by the naked eye at all. From a distance, it looks like a thin golden thread, showing the beauty of flexibility. Roar. Facing the attack of the little golden snake, the golden-scaled beast ignored the opponent's attack and rushed over so brutally. In the next second, the golden thread passed through the body of the golden-scaled beast. The golden monster, like a lion, suddenly froze in place, motionless. Did you just die like this? Chu Tiannan retracted his sin and looked at the motionless golden-scaled beast in the distance with some astonishment, frowning slightly. From his understanding, this golden-scaled beast is not as fragile as he imagined. This is a lord-level monster. It is equivalent to the existence of Wuzong, but it is as fragile as a general-level monster. But at this time, the golden figure pierced by the sin of heaven was really motionless, and even the breath of life gradually disappeared. Could it be that he's really dead? Seeing that there were no monsters around, Chu Tiannan cautiously walked over. Chu Tiannan stopped at a distance of less than 20 meters from the golden-scaled beast and just sized up the fragile monster in front of him, which is equivalent to a middle-level Wuzong. It shouldn't be. As soon as Chu Tiannan finished speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed in the next second, because he found that under the ferocious face of the golden-scaled beast at this time, those golden eyes were looking at him evilly. This feeling is creepy. Call. At this time, the golden-scaled beast gradually began to breathe, and its golden eyes stared at the black-clothed youth. It was a little bit stunned by the golden thread released by the astonishing humans before. Heavenly Sin was able to damage its defenses and destroy a lot of vitality, if it wasn't for the golden-scaled beast's nirvana talent. The one strike just now is enough to kill the careless it. Damn it! Seeing this, Chu Tiannan retreated violently, his movements galloping swiftly. Chu Tiannan didn't know that this golden-scaled beast had nirvana talent, so he thought that the other party was playing with him and pretended to die. Laugh, laugh. At that time, the golden-scaled beast made a piercing sound, as if mocking the opponent, and immediately chased after it with forehooves. The lightning flashed out at such a high speed that it was impossible to catch it with the naked eye. This bastard saw that the golden-scaled beast was bursting faster. Chu Tiannan cursed in a low voice. His right hand Tian blasted out again, and the golden thread swept towards the former with a strange arc. Whoosh! Tiannan burst out, locked on the vigorous and fierce figure at such a close distance. This time it aimed at the head. Facing the attack from Heaven Sin again, the golden-scaled beast didn't dare to be careless this time. Roar! It will take half a year to think about Nirvana again, so it has to go all out. It roared, and the lightning under its feet increased sharply, and it was actually under Chu Tiannan's wide-eyed gaze. At an extremely weird speed, he avoided the little golden snake that was close at hand. What? Chu Tiannan was taken aback when he saw this. It stands to reason that the heavenly sin of soul control can be said to be flawless. However, now the golden scale beast has erupted at an extremely strange speed to avoid the sin of heaven. How can this not surprise the young man? Looks like we're going to fight in close quarters. Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan pulled out the dark gold long sword behind him, and the Yin Tian sword trembled and buzzed and fluctuated and spread. The talent of power bloomed, and the golden-scaled beast didn't have the slightest consciousness, so it was immediately disturbed by this majestic killing intent. Roar! The golden-scaled beast roared, and after being disturbed by the momentum of the Yin Tian sword, its speed dropped significantly, but it still raised a front hoof. Hit Chu Tiannan hard. Bang! Chu Tiannan swung the Yin Tian sword horizontally, and the sword energy swept out. Immediately after, he stabbed out the sword again and again, hitting all of the golden-scaled beast's front hooves, making a violent sound. The golden-scaled beast was shaken away, while Chu Tiannan was repelled by the inertia of the front hooves. Neither of them seemed to be taking advantage. It seems that the difference in steps is still too large. Chu Tiannan stabilized his figure, holding Yin Tianjian and staring at the golden-scaled beast coldly. If other warriors found out at this time that a peak warrior was going to fight a mid-level lore monster, their jaws would drop in shock. For such a cross-level battle, probably only Chu Tiannan dared to do it. After all, this is equivalent to a martial artist going to fight Wuzong. The former's winning rate is almost zero. Whoosh! The front hoof of the golden-scaled beast moved slightly, obviously injured by the sword energy. It was frightened that the young man in black had a sharper dark gold long sword, as proud as it was no longer procrastinating, and his figure was like thunder, striking in a strange curve. The speed is even faster and weirder than before. Facing this moment of life and death, Chu Tiannan did not choose to defend. He stared blankly at the opponent's attack route, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he immediately laughed. The first line is right. That's it. Call out. At this time, the golden-scaled beast came in a strange line, and Chu Tiannan laughed out loud with the Yin Tian sword in his hand. That's right, that's it. Chu Tiannan suddenly realized his face was filled with excitement. He stabbed out repeatedly with the sword in his hand, stomping on the Thunder Lin warfare under his feet. His thunderous steps did not take away the speed of the golden-scaled beast. From the lightning and flint, the two merged several times, and they didn't separate until a big hole broke out in the ground. But at the same time of the confrontation, Chu Tiannan is a martial artist after all, and he suffered a lot in these few rounds. There are several scars on its body. After all, this golden-scale beast is a Lord-level monster. If Chu Tiannan hadn't bought a set of level combat uniforms at the supply station a few days ago, and absolutely dare not face a Lord-level monster at the level of a martial artist. But Chu Tiannan didn't pay any attention to these things. His eyes were shining brightly at this moment. Heavenly Sin. Chu Tiannan lightly directed the index finger of his right hand, and the heavenly sin, like a snake with golden threads, circled around his master again. A streamline is not a line at all, but infinite. Chu Tiannan realized the essence from the speed of the golden-scaled beast. At this moment, Chu Tiannan kept moving his index finger, only to see that Tiannan no longer came out in a straight line with a sharp and swift speed, but was soft and boneless without a trace. Sometimes it appears, sometimes it hides, and there is no trace of it at all. It turns out that this is the first line. Chu Tiannan murmured in a low voice. He had been wrong all along. It turns out that it is an attack that cannot see the line, with infinite possibilities and a one-line flow. Roar. Seeing that Chu Tiannan was at an absolute disadvantage at this time, but not in the slightest of despair, this made the golden-scaled beast feel ashamed. It roared furiously, and the thunder light appeared again under its hooves and rushed away. The figure was like a ghost shadow, so fast that it dazzled the eyes. Haha, come again. Chu Tiannan was in a good mood at this time, seeing the unpredictable figure of the golden-scaled beast, but he didn't feel timid at all. It's just a matter of using you to try my best skills. At this time, the young man's figure retreated violently, and Tiannan walked out of an extremely weird line with a random swing of his index finger. The little golden thread snake is no longer rigid, but soft like water, unable to feel any lethality at all. The speed is even faster than the golden scale beast. Roar. Seeing the annoying, heavenly sinning snake approaching, the golden scaled beast flashed fear in its small golden eyes. It immediately gave up on Chu Tiannan, turned around and wanted to leave, but was entangled tightly by the little golden-threaded snake. Puff! The heavenly sin snake missed the golden-scaled beast and immediately slashed across its lower abdomen, revealing a bloodstain, and the poor golden-scaled beast roared again and again. But he couldn't help this weird attack at all. Puff, puff! In the next second, bloodstains appeared on the body of the golden-scaled beast, and the attack trajectory of the heavenly sin snake was so weird that it was impossible to detect where its next blow would appear. Roar. The poor golden-scaled beast didn't want to hunt Chu Tiannan anymore. It just wanted to get rid of this nasty little golden thread snake. But Chu Tiannan obviously didn't intend to let him go. Let you be the bear just now, aren't you strong? At this time, Chu Tiannan retreated to a safe position, looked at the golden-scaled beast below, who was like a turtle in an urn, and sneered while controlling Tianzu. First line kill. The next moment, Chu Tiannan felt that he had almost practiced. He concentrated his single finger, and his soul power burst out, and Tiannan immediately exuded a majestic momentum, directly piercing through the skull of the golden-scaled beast. Puff! This time, the golden light passed through the skull of the golden-scaled beast without hindrance, and returned to surround Chu Tiannan. The golden-scaled beast opened its mouth wide and wanted to make a sound, but found that it couldn't do it at all. It didn't understand until it died. How could he die at the hands of a martial artist? Boom! The swift and vigorous golden figure fell unwillingly, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. This time, the golden-scaled beast could not be Nirvana. Death directly. Huh. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan sat directly on the ground at this time, taking a big breath of fresh air, sweating profusely. Obviously, this time controlling the heavenly sin to kill the golden-scaled beast cost Chu Tiannan a lot. Fortunately, killing is worth it. Chu Tiannan felt that money was beckoning to him at this moment. He quickly passed by and came to the corpse of the golden-scaled beast. Pull out the Yin Tian sword directly and devour his entire body. Ding! The Earth coins accounted for 32 billion, and the remaining balance was 49 billion. You gave so much this time? Chu Tiannan was secretly surprised. Last time, the one who had just entered the Middle Lord level was only given 11 billion, and this golden-scaled beast was nearly 3 times more. Could it be because of its rarity? Or is this beast close to high-end? Chu Tiannan was puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, the golden-scaled beast had already been devoured. You haven't advanced to the martial ancestor level yet. However, when Chu Tiannan realized that his martial artist level had not improved, his face suddenly became strange, and he immediately left. Rest, rest, fight again. Puff, puff. In the core area of Yuhai City, a dark figure was constantly killing monsters in the deserted streets. With every time the little golden thread snake shuttles, new monsters will turn into corpses. This kind of massacre caused a large number of monsters to gather continuously. However, the superiority in the number of monsters is not a problem for the figure in black at all. The latter drives the little golden snake to attack, superbly every time. A large number of monsters have fallen. At this time, he is like a god, as long as he does not encounter a lord-level monster. A general-level monster is for this person. It is a unilateral massacre. Swallow. The massacre of the monster beasts who were waiting to attack hurriedly. The young man in black swept away with a dark golden longsword in his hand, and the dark golden light shrouded the group of corpses, devouring them all in a blink of an eye. This person is undoubtedly Chu Tiannan. Since he killed the golden scale beast, he rarely encountered a lord-level monster again. Moreover, since he realized the first line flow, Chu Tiannan obviously felt that his hunting efficiency was higher, and his money balance also increased rapidly. In just 10 days, Chu Tiannan killed no less than 500 monsters in an area where no other warriors were active. Really crazy. Haven't improved yet. Chu Tiannan couldn't help muttering with a strange expression on his own warrior level. Could it be that 500 general-level monsters are no match for one lord-level monster? Now, Chu Tiannan knew that if he wanted to advance to martial sect, he had to devour a huge amount of monsters, but a lord-level monster could take many shortcuts. It's a pity that Yuhai City is a remote urban area, and there are no lord-level monsters jumping off the order for Chu Tiannan to devour. Host, since you are a dual cultivator of strength and control, with a talent that gives you great strength, it will become very difficult to advance. If you want to develop first line alone, you can advance directly, and the host should choose at his own discretion. Hearing the voice of the devouring system, Chu Tiannan suddenly came over, couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. So that's the case. No wonder devouring so many monsters didn't advance. Of course, Chu Tiannan is not in a hurry. Let him give up one of them? Whether it is Yin Tian sword or heavenly sin, he cannot give up, since he has decided to double cultivation. Chu Tiannan naturally wanted to insist on this road to the end, and he knew that the perseverance of his heart would not be easily changed. It is estimated that if you devour a lord-level monster again, you will have to advance. Chu Tiannan had a simple plan in his mind, and then his eyes fell to a certain place. That is a direction that makes most warriors despair, the most central area of the city. Am I really going there? Chu Tiannan didn't really want to go there unless he had to, because the data shows that as long as it is an urban area, there must be powerful monsters in the central area of the city. Just like this remote and small city like Yuhai City, there must be a lord-level monster in the most central square. Moreover, this lord-level monster is very likely to have reached a high level, although the possibility is extremely small. Forget it, I don't want the child to be tied to the wolf. Go and have a look. After struggling for a while, Chu Tiannan still made up his mind. After all, it is meaningless to Chu Tiannan to slaughter the general-level monsters here without the slightest difficulty. Even if it is placed here, any peak martial artist-level controller can easily do this, let alone Chu Tiannan himself. Let's go then. Chu Tiannan identified the direction and immediately drove away, leaving the ground covered with blood. It is not an exaggeration to say that the blood flowed like a river, but there were no corpses of any monsters in sight. Yuhai Plaza. As the most core place in Yuhai City, there are no monsters haunting here, and the atmosphere is extremely strange. Call out. At that time, a figure stopped on the roof of a building not far away, staring at the square and whispering. Great square. I saw only one tall and dilapidated landmark building in the center of the field, and the dilapidated porcelain land with a radius of 1 kilometer was completely flat, without any bunkers at all. If a large number of pits around are counted as bunkers, that's all. However, above the building, there was a thick figure as black as ink entwined with chains. It's like a messenger from hell, chilling and desperate. It has dark black scales all over its body, tightly entrenched on the tall building, that huge triangular head. There are cheeks on both sides. Hiss, hiss. The long snake letters stammered, and the dark red cheeks on both sides spread out like wings, with a ferocious aura. Peak Lord level. Chu Tiannan asked in surprise when he saw this monster clearly. How could it be a king-ting snake? It's over, let's go. Seeing that it was a peak Lord-level monster, Chu Tiannan suddenly lost his mind, and just as he was about to retreat, there was a change in the center of the field. At this time, the black-tongued king snake was looking up at the sky, screaming ear-piercingly. As if it was resisting something, its cheeks on both sides opened violently, and it looked very painful. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan finally understood. He couldn't help being shocked, and said, "Turning a snake into a dragon? This beast is actually attacking the king class." Boom! On the other side of the ruined city, an armored vehicle was rampaging, and everything it passed, whether it was monsters or walls, fell to the ground with a bang. Roar! Of course, the consequence of this kind of rampage is naturally to provoke a lot of monsters to chase after them. The scene at this time is like a blockbuster movie. It seems very passionate. "I'm going. Brother, who are you usually so high profile?" The young man in white looked excitedly at the outside of the car with his eyes shining. Hearing this, a burly man with tiger eyes laughed and nodded, and said freely, "This is where we are, a mere Yuhai city. It doesn't make us so cautious." If Chu Tiannan were here at this time, he would definitely recognize these two people, because they all have more or less grievances or festivals with the former. The young man was naturally Qingyu, who had a feud with Chu Tiannan during the martial artist assessment. And as for the other one, he probably turned into ashes, and Chu Tiannan knew him. "Luo Meng. This time, captain and brother who brought me out, I'm really grateful to you." Qingyu nodded repeatedly. "Captain, I found a big fish, and it's a super big fish." At this moment, a voice came from the communication on the car. That was the voice of a nigger whose arm had been removed some time ago. "Coordinates." Robert, who was sitting in the co-pilot, opened his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Brothers, there's a good show." Luo Meng greeted, and the other two burly men carried their swords and shields on their backs. Qingyu was also ready to fight with a white sword in his hand. "Relax, since the captain asked you to partner with me. I will naturally cover you." Luo Meng laughed. "Then I will trouble brother Hu a lot." Qingyu nodded repeatedly. At the core square of Yuhai City, on a high platform suitable for observation, a pitch-black sniper cannon stared down, and the thin man still habitually wore sunglasses. From his face, with a bloodthirsty sneer, he couldn't see the tragedy of his arm being broken by Yang Li some time ago. Snapped. At this moment, the thin man's injured arm was padded, and the man who patted the arm couldn't help muttering, "Medical equipment is good now. As long as you have money, you can connect your arms." "Old Luo, what are you looking for?" The nigger cursed angrily. Luo Meng laughed, and he was the only one who dared to make this joke with the nigger. "How about nigger? Does 3 million connect your arm firmly?" Luo Meng smoked a cigarette and grinned. The nigger bared his teeth and sneered. "It must be strong. I feel like I could be a warrior." "What big fish?" Robert approached and asked. Hearing this, the black ghost pointed down, and his laughter felt like rubbing bones, and said, "That beast is very proud. Even if it hits the king level, it will not let the surrounding monsters guard it." 10 king snake? Robert looked through the binoculars. His eyes suddenly brightened, and his words were even more greedy. "It looks like it's going to succeed. The old ghost is watching. The 3rd and 5th follow me." Saying this, Robert took the lead this time, and behind them are 2 burly men with swords and shields on their backs. It seems that they're going to hunt the king tongue snake. It's almost there, it's now. In another part of the square at this time, a young man in black murmured through the telescope, "Whether you can advance to the martial ancestor level is up to you, bro." The young man was exactly Chu Tiannan, who had been waiting here for a long time. He observed King Tongue Snake for a whole day and night. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that this beast gradually completed its advancement. This is the weakest period of Tongue King Snake, and its combat power is less than 1/10. Call out. At that time, the black-clothed figure had already moved, and he wanted to get rid of the Tongue King Snake as quickly as possible and reach the goal of devouring it. Otherwise, it will change if it is too late, and when the Tongue King Snake gradually recovers, it will be a king-level existence. A peak martial artist is in front of the king, unless the martial god suddenly makes a move. Otherwise, you will surely die. Whoa! At this time, Chu Tiannan pulled out the Yin Tian sword behind him. His figure was not real, and he quickly cut in, and Lei Lin's warfare was open to the extreme. He's going to fight a firefight. Die! At the center of the square, after Chu Tiannan continued to smear along the big pit, he immediately rose into the air, piercing several sword chi with the Yin Tian sword in his hand, and struck with the 7 swords of Shadowless Sword. Every sword chi is based on its own strength, and one sword is stronger than another. Waiting for the last sword chi, it is even comparable to the full blow of the middle Wuzong. Don't forget that Chu Tiannan is a master of both strength and control. So in terms of comprehensive combat power, he is comparable to the middle Wuzong. Roar! The Tongue King Snake, who was originally weak, saw the black-clothed figure suddenly attacking, roared as proudly as it, and swept out its thick snake tail, driving a large number of shocking airflows, enveloping the youth. Chi-Chi, no matter how you say it, King Tongue Snake is a highly intelligent and ferocious monster, and he was not too flustered by the sudden attack of the young man in black. On the contrary, its first thing is still to launch a crazy counterattack. However, King Tongue Snake found that only warriors at the level of a martial artist were attacking him, and his eyes, as black as ink, flashed disdain. The berserk air it swept out was enough to seriously injure a junior martial ancestor, so I thought it was enough. You still want to struggle? Seeing this, Chu Tiannan sneered, and the 7 swords of Shadowless Sword came out in succession, directly entangled with the violent air current that swept over. The last 2 were annihilated in the frantic condensation and diffusion. Call out. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chu Tiannan stepped directly on the tail of King Tongue Snake, and he jumped along the opponent's body. It's a pity that I can only use 7 swords. If I were a martial artist, I would have killed it just now. The moment he swung the sword, Chu Tiannan sighed secretly that his strength was not enough. Shadowless Sword can make up to 13 swords, and one sword is stronger than the other. If Chu Tiannan is at the Wuzong level, he can learn all of them. Hiss! Seeing that the tiny human escaped his violent sweep, its big triangular head was taken aback and immediately roared, spitting out a hot flame from its mouth. The raging flame burned the air, making a crackling sound, and directly enveloped the past. It's now. Taking advantage of the opponent's full blow, Chu Tiannan stomped his feet hard, and Lei Lin's tactics was open to the extreme again. The speed suddenly increased sharply, and the figure seemed as if it were unreal. True and false cannot see the truth. Heavenly sin! Chu Tiannan immediately yelled softly, and the little golden thread snake got out of its sheath and rushed away with lightning speed. As a controller, his speed has already increased, and coupled with the first 4 volumes of Lei Lin's tactics, his speed is so fast that it is difficult for the naked eye to catch. Chu Tiannan was so fast that he could directly avoid the raging flames covering a large area. Boom! The flames engulfed the ground, directly melting a large crater, adding new wounds to the devastated square. Puff! At the same time, a ray of golden light pierced through the blazing flames in an instant, and then swiftly and violently swept towards the skull of the King Tongue Snake. Without any suspense, the golden thread arrived in front of the King Tongue Snake. The result of the battle has been announced. Hiss, hiss! The Tongue King Snake, whose skull was pierced in an instant, and its big eyes couldn't hold on any longer, and fell down from the entangled building. The stout body was constantly convulsing. The snake of emotion is also afraid of death, especially after it has higher wisdom. Whoosh! King Tongue Snake tried its best to raise its head, but its consciousness was gradually dissipating. It really didn't expect it. In its eyes, a martial artist who is like an ant can actually have the ability to kill it. You must know that unless you are a high-level martial artist and have a sharp weapon to kill a quasi-war god, you can break through its defense. But it can imagine that although Chu Tiannan is only at the level of a martial artist, the weapons he possesses. But it is unique in this world, or is a peerless artifact that does not exist in this world. Let me ask, what is a weapon that can grow like a soul if it is not a divine weapon? Boom! King Snake Tongue thought that he would die at the hands of an ant, and the unwillingness and resentment in his heart could be imagined. Completed. Seeing that Tongue King Snake was completely dead, Chu Tiannan breathed a sigh of relief holding the Yin Tian sword, and he was also relieved. Just now, if it weren't for this King Tongue Snake just breaking through to the king level, its strength would be extremely weak. If it wasn't for this Tongue King Snake seeing that its strength is low, it would be careless. If it wasn't for the fact that King Tongue Snake was too arrogant, it wouldn't let low-level monsters guard its surroundings. If one of these three innate conditions is missing, Chu Tiannan's killing operation will definitely fail. After all, once it becomes a king-level monster, whether it is intelligence or comprehensive attributes, it will rise by more than one level. It will be even more difficult to hunt and kill. Hey, promotion to Wu Zone is just around the corner. Chu Tiannan came to King Tongue Snake with Yin Tian, sword in his hand, and a dark golden light emerged. Call out, call out. In the next moment, two cold blades swept over without a sound. As a controller, Chu Tiannan naturally felt the strangeness in the air and subconsciously swung his sword to fight back. Clang, clang. Two cold lights were split off. Chu Tiannan's gaze was fixed in the direction, and his face changed drastically in the next second. Crazy tigers? At this time, Robert, dressed in white, stood on the central building, looking down at the young man in black, and said with a faint smile, like a god who pronounced life and death, "Hee, I want to thank you for killing King Tongue Snake. Now I can die alive." The voice was not loud, but it contained a very strong aura. The aura of the quasi-war god was indeed strong, and Chu Tiannan immediately felt the invisible coercion enveloping him. Get out. Facing the team that was robbing the monsters, it was still his own hostile team. Chu Tiannan did not have the slightest timidity. He walked up to King Snake Tongue and was immediately watched by Robert's smile that gradually froze. Having directly devoured Tongue King Snake's entire body, Chu Tiannan looked at the frightened and angry figure in white and retreated with a sneer. "You're not worthy. This is impossible." Seeing that Chu Tiannan took Tongue King Snake's body strangely, the two team members behind Robert immediately exclaimed, "What weapon?" Even Robert was in shock at this moment. In their view, it is impossible to have a weapon that can casually make a corpse of a monster disappear. And this is a king-level monster that is more than 10 feet long. Monster beasts that are bigger than some buildings just get lost? This weapon is weird. Robert thought briefly in his heart, and then he flew to catch up, and the surrounding ground burst into waves of dust and smoke. Like a roaring earth dragon, it locked onto the fleeing figure ahead. "Hee, I'm suddenly interested in your weapons. Do you want to make a deal? If you agree, I'll let you go." Robert's figure was very fast. He followed closely behind Chu Tiannan and said with a light smile, "Don't talk about weapons." Chu Tiannan directly refused domineeringly. "Are you kidding? Yin Tianjian was given by the Devouring System. Both the Yin Tian sword and the Heavenly Sin are part of Chu Tiannan's body, once given. Wouldn't it mean killing Chu Tiannan?" And since Chu Tiannan dared to use his talent to devour in front of Robert, he was ready to be exposed. But so what? He, Chu Tiannan, is not afraid of a quasi-war god. After all, no matter how strong Robert is, he is not at the level of a martial god. So there's nothing to talk about? Robert pretended to be very distressed, and then his figure suddenly sped up, twice as fast as before. He was about to catch up with the black-clothed figure fleeing ahead. "Hee, I originally wanted to save your life, but it seems that you have to die." Robert sneered, and he found that there were no supporting warrior coordinates around, which meant this time Chu Tiannan came to the catastrophe zone. If that's the case, no one else is to blame. Robert really felt murderous at this moment, and just as his big hand was about to grab the front, he felt contemptuous in his heart. How can a mere peak martial artist level compete with this god? It's up to you. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan sneered and immediately stepped on the Thunder Lin warfare at the same time, and Thunderlight appeared under his feet, like a nimble and vigorous cheetah. Immediately widened the gap with Robert behind him again. Seeing that Chu Tiannan was about to be caught, but he abruptly avoided it under his nose, Robert's eyes flashed surprise, and he sneered immediately. It turns out that you have also studied Lei Lin's Art of War, but judging by your appearance, it seems that you have only completed the first 4 volumes. As he said that, Robert was also stepping on the Thunderlight, and his speed suddenly increased. Judging from his appearance and proficiency, he was undoubtedly stronger than Chu Tiannan. Snort! Chu Tiannan noticed that the pressure behind him surged up again, and he snorted coldly, and at the same time he used his tactics, he output all his force. Once again, the objective distance was thrown away from Robert. What? Robert, who had come here casually, found that Chu Tiannan was faster this time, and was suddenly surprised in his heart. He felt that the young man in front of him seemed to be much stronger than before in terms of strength. Martial ancestor? At the beginning, Robert clearly felt that Chu Tiannan was a martial artist, but after a while, Chu Tiannan actually reached the martial ancestor level. And Robert is a quasi-Valkyrie level, but it doesn't have any advantage in speed at all. What does this mean? It seems that the weapon is weird. No wonder this kid doesn't want to give it to you. After a simple judgment, Robert finally realized the root of the problem and looked at the dark gold long sword on Chu Tiannan's back. His eyes suddenly became hotter. Hee, you won't be able to run away. I'm going to order this weapon. Robert finally revealed his ferocious scene, his eyes fixed on Chu Tiannan intensely. Don't let the other party escape from your field of vision. Call out, call out. 5 streaks of cold light suddenly flew around Robert, and the blades of the cold blades were extremely piercing, covering them all like a flood. This time Robert finally used his quasi-Valkyrie power. Heavenly Sin. Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan was startled, but he didn't care much. The little golden snake drew strange curves, trying to block all the opponent's cold knives. Clang, clang. However, there is only one sin of heaven. Although the hardness of the 5 cold knives is not as strong as the former, but Robert's control is obviously far higher than that of Chu Tiannan. Still, there were 2 cold knives that broke through the blockade of Heavenly Sin forcefully, like a broken bamboo. The shroud is heading toward Chu Tiannan. Call out, call out. Facing the 2 cold blades, Chu Tiannan felt awe-inspiring and immediately pulled out the Yin Tian sword that was carried behind his back and swung it directly. Bang! Facing the cold knife with the power of a quasi-martial god, Chu Tiannan swung it with the strongest force. Although he resisted all the cold knives, but because of the flood-like impact force of the cold knives, it was directly hit and flew out, and the figure drew a long trace line in the air. In the end, Chu Tiannan still used the Yin Tian sword in his hand to firmly clamp a dilapidated wall, so as to prevent himself from falling too hard. The power of the quasi-war god is indeed strong enough. At that time, Chu Tiannan stood up in a bit of embarrassment. The sweetness in his mouth was suppressed by him, and he looked at the flying figure with cold eyes. Full of coldness, he knew that although he had 2 divine weapons, Yin Tian and Tian Zui, the problem was that Chu Tiannan's warrior level was too weak, and he could not exert much power from the 2 divine weapons. Although he was able to leapfrog to fight, even so, he was still injured. You won't die after being hit by my flying blade. However, seeing that although Chu Tiannan was injured, it was not serious, Robert's eyelids trembled. The surprise in his heart was all due to the dark gold long sword in the opponent's hand. Robert was very clear about his own strength, but the 2 seemingly simple collisions of cold blades just now contained an extremely violent force. Even a quasi-king level monster would not dare to resist like this unless it was a defense against the sky. However, Chu Tiannan was only at the level of a junior Wuzong, but he was able to use the weird weapon in his hand to resist it. There was no obvious wound on his body, which made Robert even more greedy for the Yin Tian sword in the former's hand. It's such an artifact, it can actually fight at a higher level. As a quasi-war god, Robert naturally understands what the words fighting at a higher level mean. In this era of technological development, although there are many talented warriors, there are almost no existences of leapfrog battles. Because although warriors can use their own weapons to go to a higher level, but under the strict system of warrior ranks, there is no strong one who can challenge the stronger ones. Because doing that is simply courting death. In any case, Robert is also a pyramid-like existence. However, he has never seen a weapon similar to Chu Tiannan's, which can be devoured, can increase the strength of the master, and can even fight by leapfrogging, etc. It must be solved quickly as long as I have it. I can even go to a city like 009. Thinking of this in his heart, Robert's figure suddenly attacked. He didn't even think about how the other party got this weapon. At this moment, he was blinded by greed. Boom! 3 more cold blades rushed in, and Robert was able to control more than 5 cold blades at the same time. This requirement for controlling the number of cold blades is extremely strict. The more weapons the controller controls, the greater the requirement for soul power. Shadowless sword, flowing shadow, sword light, falling blade. It can be said that Chu Tiannan tried his best, but Robert's cold blade was like brown sugar. Can't get rid of it all. My soul strength is the strongest in this world, but I can only control a handful of heavenly sins. Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan's figure flashed repeatedly. Tian Zue quickly resisted and slashed with a Yin Tian sword in his hand. With 1 mind and 2 tasks, his power consumption is also much faster than before. However, how did he know that if Robert was to manipulate Tian's sin, he would not be able to wait for success? He has already been sucked out of his soul by the latter. Host danger! At the same time, a system notification sounded in Chu Tiannan's mind. If you have no other abilities, you'd better shut up for me. In the face of a crisis, Chu Tiannan was the first to be aggressive with this seemingly useful but useless system. Phagocytosis system. Haha, your weapon is mine now. Robert's reddish eyes were full of greed. He continuously controlled the cold blade, directly forcing Chu Tiannan to have no way out. Puff, puff. Although Chu Tiannan desperately resisted, the gap between himself and the quasi-war god was too huge. In the end, he was still cut through his arm and waist by 2 cold blades. The 2 obvious wounds were bloody, and Chu Tiannan's fighting strength was exhausted at this time, and he finally leaned against the broken wall behind him. Staring at the front like a god, Robert flew down. Hee hee, I told you to give me the weapon so that you don't have to suffer from these flesh and blood. Robert walked over on his own, and immediately after getting up, 2 burly and sneering figures appeared. I still can't fight it out. Chu Tiannan fell to one side and sighed in his heart. This quasi-war god is worthy of being the strongest existence under the martial god. Even if he can leapfrog the battle, he still has no resistance. Facing a strong man like Robert is to be crushed unilaterally. At this moment, he knew that he was in danger, so he looked to the side coldly, and it didn't matter. Chu Tiannan immediately burst out laughing. Robert, I advise you to run for your life. I told you to give me the weapon, but you didn't listen. Seeing the young man in black who was no longer able to fight anymore, Robert sneered and said, Now, I kill you and get the weapon as well. Do you think it's worth it for you? Snort. Chu Tiannan's face was extremely calm, but his brain was running fast. He didn't want to die like this. It was an accident to meet Robert, but even so, if the heavens let Chu Tiannan come again, he will still choose this approach. I'd rather die, but I can't lose my backbone. Chu Tiannan's starry eyes were shining brightly. He turned his head to one side and looked in other directions. Kindness? It didn't matter if he turned his head. Chu Tiannan actually discovered the clue. In the shadow below his broken road, there seemed to be countless pairs of eyes staring back at Chu Tiannan. That feeling is really tingling. Ha! Chu Tiannan burst out laughing when he saw this. At the same time, he moved his finger slightly, and the little golden thread snake darted out like a thin golden thread. Why are you laughing? Seeing that Chu Tiannan was about to die, he could still laugh so arrogantly his eyes flashed a little puzzled, and he frowned. I'm laughing at your ignorance. Chu Tiannan sneered endlessly, and the heavenly sin that was thrown out went straight to Robert fiercely. I advise you to run for your life. Call out. Seeing the golden thread snake attacking suddenly, Robert was surprised that the other party's attack escaped his own soul perception. Robert looked at the young man in black with serious eyes and sneered. You are like this, and you still don't forget to struggle. Your desire to survive is really strong. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan sneered and said, Do you think the weapon in my hand is aimed at you? As he said that, Chu Tiannan pointed behind Robert and said, Look carefully. Hearing this, Robert turned around subconsciously, and his two team members also turned around but found nothing at all. But Robert's expression suddenly changed at this time. As a man with strong soul perception, he naturally discovered the clue. Squeak, squeak. In this quiet urban area, there were a few subtle rat calls. It's subtle, but it travels through the city efficiently enough for everyone to hear. Whoosh, like a flood. Only a low roar was heard from around the city. This sound was not like the engine of a sports car, but it was more intense and deep than the sound. It's like the roar from the abyss of hell, the gallop of the earth dragon. Damn it, you bastard. Robert's face suddenly changed when he heard the sound. He didn't care about the loot at his fingertips at this moment, turned around, and ran towards the other party. He even directly left two teammates behind, which shows that Robert knows what the roar around the city means. Hee, you can't escape. Chu Tiannan laughed loudly at this moment. He knew that he had no other way. That's why he did this. See Robert, the captain of the Wild Tiger team, and the frantic escape of two team members. Feeling at ease in Chu Tiannan's heart, he turned his gaze to the front, and finally, the group that was covering the ground like dark clouds crazily closed his eyes. It's worth it to pull a quasi-Valkyrie back. Boom! The deep roar was accompanied by a huge black crowd and immediately covered the youth in black. It's like a dark tide where there is no grass growing. Roar! In the originally quiet Yuhai city, there are a large number of fleeing figures appearing on the land at this time, not only humans. There are also a large number of monsters. They gave up the idea of killing each other at this time. The only idea is escape. Escape from this magic-like city. I saw that the things swallowed by the black ocean, whether they were humans or monsters, directly turned into nothingness. Boom! When a large number of black crowds covered and passed by, Robert's speed reached the extreme, and even his two teammates were far away, but he still did not escape from the danger zone. It's smashed to death, and you don't want to give me a weapon. Robert scolded angrily, not to mention that the corpse of the king's snake was not snatched. He was still in absolute danger. Just thinking of this at this moment made Robert's scalp tingle. Squeak, squeak. All I saw was a black group coming from the ground like sea water, which turned out to be composed of shadow mice. This turned out to be the so-called disaster shadow mouse tide. Captain, save us. The other two members of the Wild Tiger team were not at the quasi-Valkyrie level. They couldn't even fly, and they were swallowed by the shadow mouse tide the moment they asked for help. In a blink of an eye, there was not even a bone left, and Robert was terrified when he saw it. The so-called high-level combat uniform seemed like a joke in front of shadow mouse tide. I have to escape. I have to survive. Robert didn't care about the death of his teammates, and he couldn't protect himself at this time, driving at the extreme speed and wanting to leave. Call out, call out. However, at this moment, Robert felt that it was getting dark. He looked up subconsciously and saw a group of shadow rats falling down like an overwhelming sky above the tall building. My heart suddenly became cold. No, although Robert could fly, he couldn't fly higher like Valkyrie. Facing the shadow mouse falling overwhelmingly, Robert uttered the last roar of his life. 027 Yuhai City. The city was originally calm, like a sleeping earth dragon, but now it seems like the end of the world is coming. The entire urban area is swallowed by the black ocean. There is nothing left. As if it has been cleaned deliberately, the whole city looks extremely clean. Boom! Shadow rats are densely packed, devouring everything they pass by, whether it is people or things, even fellow monsters, when facing the tide of shadow rats. No one is spared. South China-based city, Tobu Hall. What? Shadow Mouse Tide? And Lina stood up immediately upon hearing this. Her pretty face was full of surprise. What level is the Shadow Mouse Tide? It was said that all the members of the Fire Dragon team were standing around at this time, and they all looked at the gray-robed man with solemn expressions. Level 5. Li Dongjie sighed and said after seeing the serious and worried eyes of the Huolong team. 5. Yang Li was the most shocked and excited at this moment. His eyes widened. Obviously, he did not expect this to be the case. Level Shadow Mouse Tide. Level. At this moment, Enlai Na was in a state of confusion. That's the level Shadow Rat Tide, that even the Valkyrie might perish. Li Dong glanced at his father and couldn't help being surprised. In Yuhai City, why is there such a high level of disaster in the Shadow Mouse Tide? At this time, although everyone was nervous and dignified, they could see the bright names on the friend login interface on their bracelets. As long as the name registered in the friend system is always bright, it proves that the warrior has not yet fallen. I'll save him. However, Enlaina turned around and left. Calm down. Chu Tiannan is fine now. If you go at this time, it will only increase the trouble. Seeing this, Li Dongjie directly stopped the former and shouted, "You are also a quasi-war god. Why can't you see this?" Hearing this, Enlai stood in place silently, her beautiful eyes gleaming continuously. As the saying goes, care leads to chaos. Now that Chu Tiannan was in trouble, it was impossible for her not to go, but she couldn't face this level 5 Shadow Mouse Tide at all, just like what Li Dongjie said. No, if you don't have the strength of a high-level martial god, facing the 5th level Shadow Mouse Tide, there will be 10 deaths and no life over there. Oomph. Hearing this, Enlai turned around and left. When her little fiery temper came up, even the doors shattered. Seeing the glass shards all over the place, everyone fell silent. Among the ruins of Yuhai City, I don't know how long it took when the whole city regained its tranquility again in a certain inconspicuous ruin. There was an invisible fluctuation in space. Swallowing the system, I didn't expect you to have such an operation. After the space fluctuation was removed, a young man in black walked out of it. Chu Tiannan looked around. Looking at the clean urban area, this kind of lifeless silence made people even more frightened. As expected of Shadow Mouse Tide, it's really scary. Chu Tiannan murmured. He could see that the appearance of the surrounding area had changed drastically. Just the high-rise building area is densely packed with various heinous rat holes. Goosebumps rose from watching it. Even Chu Tiannan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw it. It's so cruel. If it wasn't for Robert's greed, Chu Tiannan would never have made such a choice. Of course, Chu Tiannan, who originally chose to perish together, did not die. Instead, Robert and the others all met the god of death. Thank you, Swallowing. Thanks to you this time. Chu Tiannan thanked from the bottom of his heart. This time, if the devouring system hadn't suddenly released the space protection to completely hide Chu Tiannan's figure. At this time, his fate was almost the same as that of Robert. Host, you have encountered a fatal crisis this time. As a system, I will naturally save you, but since you have not devoured points, you owe me 10 points this time. Then the sound of devouring the system sounded. Swallow points. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was suddenly stunned. He had just reached the martial ancestor level, and because he was escaping from Robert's pursuit, he hadn't had time to explore the new functions of the devouring system. Open the devouring store, Chu Tiannan ordered. At that time, a huge projection will appear in front of Chu Tiannan. This is the store that comes with the devouring system. The upper right corner shows that Chu Tiannan's devouring points at this time are -10. However, a lot of information suddenly appeared in it. What's the situation? Chu Tiannan stared blankly at the swallowing store and couldn't help asking, why are the screens all black and can't open anything? Facing the devouring store with a black screen, Chu Tiannan looked confused. What is the new function you gave me for? Chu Tiannan asked, puzzled. Host, this is the devouring store, where you can buy many items, but you can only judge according to your strength. Now your devouring points are negative, so you can't open the store. Please replenish the 10 engulfing points needed for the space maintenance. Just start it as soon as possible. If you do not engulf the points for a long time, you will enter the debt mode. Debt model. Chu Tiannan was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help laughing and said, "What? I still have interest if I don't pay it." "Yes, host. If you fail to repay the devour points within a year's time, the interest will accumulate infinitely in a 0.01 by 2 pattern. Infinite accumulation." Hearing this, the corners of Chu Tiannan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Doesn't that mean that the profit of 10 days is an astronomical figure? From Chu Tiannan's point of view, this so-called engulfment point is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. How can I get devouring points? Chu Tiannan asked with a sigh of relief when he remembered that there was still a year left. Devour infinitely. The voice of devouring system replied in his mind. Only the infinite devourer can have the chance to get devour points. Ordinary items will not be given devour points. If it is a treasured item, it will be given the same equivalent value of devour points after identification. It is as expected. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head with a wry smile. He was afraid that the devouring system's devouring points would be judged according to the preciousness of the items. And the other party's answer really lived up to expectations. I knew it would not be that simple to save my life. Chu Tiannan grinned. Host, a kind reminder to you, before you don't have enough devour points, don't force devour to take a shot arbitrarily. Otherwise, you won't be able to exchange it just by devouring the points. If the interest rolls over 100 times, you will pay off the debt with the host's life. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was taken aback and couldn't help but said, "What? You must die before reaching the devouring point. The host who amuses you. It is to put some pressure on you to solve the crisis by yourself as much as possible. This is only good for you, and I believe the system will not cheat you. Just to scare Ben Shao at you just now, my firm belief in you has been shaken a bit." Chu Tiannan's facial muscles twitched a bit, and he couldn't help muttering. The emotional system actually has its skin. He was really startled just now, but what the devouring system said made sense. It means to let yourself solve things by yourself. Don't rely on external force. The strong will never bow their heads. Don't worry, I still have some courage. Chu Tiannan nodded. As the master of the demon dragon in his previous life, he naturally understood the way of survival and the practice of being a strong man. If there's a chance, I must find out how I fell. As he said that, the young man in black clenched his fists slightly. The strong wind swept through, and the hem of his clothes blew up. Chu Tiannan's eyes were full of coldness. At this moment, the arrogance in the soul of the demon dragon ruler appeared, and Chu Tiannan's eyes were as deep as the starry sky. If someone deliberately broke me back then, I must go back and smash it with my own hands. In the next second, black holes appeared in the starry eyes, as if they could swallow everything. Chilling. But these are still too far away. I have to settle the matter in front of me first. Chu Tiannan's eyes were cold at this time. Heavenly sin returned to his body, emitting a faint light. Crazy Tiger Team. Chu Tiannan reached out and grabbed it. The dark golden light flashed out, rushed out of the ruins, and returned to his hands. The young man's eyes burst into a bright light, and he sneered. "You have repeatedly persecuted me. It's time for you all to meet the god of death." After finishing speaking, the young man in black jumped up and disappeared in the same place. High-rise building in Yuhai City Center Plaza. The nigger aimed at the central square with a sniper rifle and commanded, "Lao Luo, it's where you are." There is a cold-blooded reaction there. Look at what it is. It was said that a burly figure in the central square was rummaging under the position where the original Tongue King snake died, and the floor tiles were lifted one by one. "I rely on the old ghost. We got rich." The next second, Luo Meng's eyes burst into greed, and he laughed. "It's 4 monster eggs. Old ghost, did you hear that? Hello." However, in the face of Luo Meng's voice, there was a sudden silence on the communication side. Luo Meng. In the next second, an unfamiliar low voice came from the communication side. The sound is not loud, but it gives people a bone-chilling chill. The grievances between us should be settled. Who are you? Hearing the words, the burly man's tiger eyes showed a fierce light, and he shouted coldly. At this time, no matter how slow Luo Meng reacted, he knew that his people might be killed, and now he was only surrounded by the nigger, himself, and the newcomer Qingyu. You can call me by name. Which rival team are you? Luo Meng tried his best to hold the opponent as steady as possible, waiting for Robert to come back. He knew that the Crazy Tiger team was powerful, so he naturally made a lot of enemies. But this time his calculation was wrong. My friend is not online. While trying to stabilize the other party, Luo Meng also sent another message to Robert, but was surprised to find out the latter didn't go live at all. Oops. Seeing the darkness on the side of Robert's friend, Luo Meng's heart sank immediately, and he knew that something happened to him. Who is your excellency? Luo Meng tried his best to calm himself down. Without Robert, he was the strongest warrior. You'll know who I am when you come up. After speaking, the low voice hung up from the communicator, and Luo Meng cursed secretly. Hateful. The burly man turned around, glanced at the high-level position where the black ghost and Qingyu were with ferocious tiger eyes, and began to mutter in his heart. If I go up rashly, wouldn't I be in the wrong path? Thinking of this in his heart, Luo Menghu's eyes became more and more cold. If this is the case, then once he goes up, it is very likely that the group will be destroyed. Perhaps since the other party has already used the Black Ghost Warrior Bracelet, it means that his teammates are likely to encounter accidents. Let's wait and see. With a decision in mind, Luo Meng is still guarding the place where King Tong's snake died. Observe in secret. Rooftop of high-rise building area. The young man in black held a dark golden long sword and looked at the burly figure like a clown in the field, shook his head secretly, and said with a faint smile, "This is your so-called brotherhood. The key situation is still to take care of yourself." At this time, the nigger was twitching and whimpering. His limbs were all abolished by the demon-like young man. How could you be you? Qingyu saw that Chu Tiannan lost his temper at this time, and now he is only a middle-level martial artist. Feeling the strength of the other party's wuzong, the despair in his heart reached the peak. Doesn't it feel like a coincidence? Chu Tiannan smiled lightly and immediately approached the young man in white, raised his sword and dropped it. His head flew up. Boom! The faces of the faces that flew up at the end were full of disbelief and horror. It's because you're a member of the Wild Tigers. I can't keep anyone alive. Chu Tiannan originally didn't want to kill the other party, but the catastrophe zone is a life-and-death rule. So in the end, he chose to kill. Don't worry, you will all meet each other on the road to the underworld. Chu Tiannan sneered and walked towards the terrified black ghost after killing Qingyu instantly. He raised the Yintian sword in his hand and dropped it instantly. Go with Robert. Puff. This time, Chu Tiannan chose to directly penetrate the heart of the other party, and finally saw it in the black ghost's fading consciousness. This is the end of their crazy tiger team. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world. If the wild tigers have another chance, they will definitely not choose to provoke each other. If Robert was still alive, he would never have any thoughts about this decisive young man. Too bad they're all dead. Now the wild tiger team is the last one left. After killing the two of them, Chu Tiannan didn't feel any disturbance in his heart. For the enemy, he will have no mercy. At this time, the cold wind blew past, blowing up the yellow sand on the ground, sweeping up bursts of tornadoes. This is impossible. The burly man roared at this time, his tiger eyes exuding a murderous light. Luo Meng stared at his bracelet all the time, and when he found that the names of his team members were all dimmed, he also had a guess in his heart. All his teammates have been killed, including Captain Robert. Despair, despair. At that time, in the bursts of yellow sand, there seemed to be a looming figure walking slowly. Luo Meng squinted his eyes and looked at it. In the next second, his pupils gradually narrowed, and finally he roared. How could it be you? The young man in black approached, looked at Luo Meng, who was holding a saber, and smiled lightly. You are one more away and the wild tiger team will be wiped out. It's up to you. Hearing this, Luo Ming laughed wantonly, seeing that the person who came was actually Chu Tiannan, who had a great grievance with him. The saber in his hand tightened. Call out. On the other hand, the young man in black jumped straight up, and the little golden snake came out quietly and was immediately under the terrified gaze of the burly man. Shrouded away. It's just me. In the center of the square, dilapidated statues crumbling and yellow sand spreading. The young man in black stood here, holding a dark gold long sword and piercing into the burly figure who fell to the ground in front of him. Puff! I saw blood spurting wildly from the mouth of the burly man. At this time, his tiger eyes no longer had a fierce look, but he was not timid either. He who has put life and death aside is obviously not afraid. You devil! Luo Ming forced a breath in his heart at this moment, staring at the indifferent young man in black. I'm a ghost, and I won't let you go. The burly man roared crazily. At this moment, what he thought of was not that he was about to die, but his own son, his own family. It's a pity he can't go back. You deserve to die. Chu Tiannan pulled out the Yin Tian sword. The blade was not stained with blood. I'm sorry, son. It's useless if it's dead. At this moment, Luo Ming closed his eyes unwillingly, and the next moment he opened them again suddenly, with a ferocious and crazy smile. Die with me, huh? Click. It was the sound of a grenade being pulled. Chu Tiannan frowned when he saw this, and wanted to leave, but it was too late. Boom! 3 seconds later, there was an explosion. Yellow sand swept away, and a large crater was blasted out on the ground. Call out, call out! When the smoke dissipated, the young man in black was still standing there unharmed, with a magnified heavenly sin like a shield in front of him. Obviously, the grenade didn't hurt the opponent in the slightest. On the contrary, Luo Ming's body was completely blown up. The poor latter didn't know that he didn't hurt the other party, even if he tried his best. Luo Ming never thought until his death that a rookie martial artist in his eyes would have the strength to kill him in the blink of an eye. As the so-called feng shui turns, who will the sky spare? Huh? Chu Tiannan leaned against the huge statue beside him, his chest heaving slightly. In the previous battle with Luo Ming, Chu Tiannan didn't have any difficulties. He has advanced to the level of elementary martial artist, and no one can suppress him under the god of war. Finally, everything is resolved. Chu Tiannan knew that from today onwards, all members of the Crazy Tiger team were killed, up to Captain Robert, down to the weakest Qingyu. No one is spared. The Wild Tiger team plotted against the Fire Dragon team several times, especially the Silver Moon Wolf King. If it wasn't for them, Chu Tiannan wouldn't have almost died. So this hatred has long been endless. Host, underground at your 4 o'clock, there's something. In the next second, while Chu Tiannan was resting, the prompt of the swallowing system sounded. What? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan looked away and was stunned for a second. Egg. At this time, in the small pit on the other side, there were 4 eggs lying there quietly. The 4 eggs are as tall as half a person, and subtle sound can be clearly heard inside, and dark red light is printed inside the eggs from time to time. Monster egg. Chu Tiannan was startled when he saw this, and then he was extremely happy. Could it be the egg left by the King Tong snake? You know, King Tong snake is a king-level monster. If these 4 eggs are its blood, it will definitely evolve. That is to say, these are 4 king-level monster eggs. Hee, you've made a fortune. Chu Tiannan rubbed his hands, and his eyes lit up. Scan it for me. What kind of eggs are they? In the next second, the youth's bracelet emitted infrared rays and printed them on the 4 eggs. After a simple scan, all the information was displayed. 3 elementary king-level Tungwang snake eggs, and 1 more. Chu Tiannan looked at the message, but was startled at this moment. I rely on. He felt that his breathing was a little short. The young man's eyes were wide open, and his voice was unbelievable. There is actually a dragon egg of a high-level, king-level, holy armored dragon. Chu Tiannan was afraid that he had read it wrong, so he scanned it again and finally confirmed it. It is undoubtedly a high-level, king-level monster egg. I want to calm down. Chu Tiannan took a deep breath and immediately scanned his surroundings. After finding that there was no one there, he hastily and carefully put away the 4 monster eggs. Immediately left here. In the depths of the dense forest, Chu Tiannan found a hidden high tree and pulled out the jade-like sacred armored dragon egg, narrowing his eyes slightly, and pulled out the Yantian sword. Swallow, call out. In the dense forest, a slender figure quickly shuttled through the dense forest like a monkey. Along the way, there were also many monsters who saw such a bold and reckless figure moving forward, and they all quickly encircled them. In the end, they were all pierced by a small golden snake to death. When these low-level monsters saw the opponent's methods, they all backed away one by one. No more trouble. Finally, out of the urban area of Yuhai City, Chu Tiannan looked at the end of the dense forest. His handsome face was full of relaxation at this moment. Just now, he purposely found a river to wash his body, which was extremely refreshing. It's a pity that the car was submerged by the Shadow Mouse tide. The young man in black murmured in a low voice, his voice full of helplessness. Chu Tiannan's heart twitched when he remembered that his new combat off-road vehicle was eaten away by the Shadow Mouse tide. Looks like we have to walk back. Chu Tiannan walked out of the hillside, looking at the endless expressway. His head felt a little big. His eyes swept over, and Chu Tiannan's eyes froze somewhere for a second, and he was stunned. At this time, a bright figure in yellow clothes stood tall and graceful, and the surrounding scenery became a foil. It shouldn't be. The bracelet shows that it is nearby. Huang Yiqining looked at the bracelet on Hao's wrist from time to time. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. Call out. In the next second, the surrounding space trembled. Huang Yiqianing's jewel-like bright eyes flickered, and I put my right hand on the hilt, and a red light emerged. The fiery red giant sword swept out, with a lot of sword energy floating. The girl in yellow was stunned when she saw the familiar person. Immediately, he hurriedly stopped his attack, and the blade stopped in front of the young man with his hands raised high and a wry smile on his face. You're looking for death. Huang Yiqianing couldn't help shouting coquettishly when she saw that the other party was the person she was worried about. On the contrary, the young man in black didn't speak and immediately took a step forward, under the gaze of the girl with a blushing, pretty face. Hold it directly in your arms. At this moment, the girl's ears were so red that water dripped out, and she wanted to resist, but she didn't want to. I miss you. At this moment, the young man greedily inhaled the fragrance in front of him, wrapped his big hands around his slender waist, and said softly. Hearing this, the girl's delicate body shook. She immediately squeezed into the opponent's arms and bit the opponent's chest hard with her small teeth. Are you still alive? Although the voice was dissatisfied, the girl couldn't get angry at all when she saw the other party. 2 young figures hugged each other beside this conspicuous expressway, but there were really no monsters wandering around. I'm sorry, I made you worry again. After a long time, Chu Tiannan let go of the other party, looked at the person in front of him, and smiled. Are you here to pick me up? Would you believe me if I said that I passed by here and wanted to take pictures of the surrounding scenery, and I happened to meet you, a big pig's trotter? Luo Air was still in the beautiful yellow clothes she was used to, looking at the young man, and said indifferently. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan took a deep look at the other party, and immediately shook his head. Do not believe. If you don't believe me, you still ask me. If you don't believe me, you still ask me. Hearing this, Luo Air gritted her teeth lightly, and immediately waved her small fists. Her anger was not in a single place. Come to the catastrophe zone alone. Don't tell anyone, even me, what do you want? Luo punched harder and harder, with a hint of grievance in his voice. In the past few days, she knew that there was a 5th-level Shadow Mouse tide in Yuhai City, and her pretty face suddenly changed. She didn't care about anything, and drove here directly. Seeing this young man who looked like nothing happened now, Luo Air felt relieved, but he just wanted to beat this annoying guy. Seeing the small appearance of the other party's anger, Chu Tiannan felt amused and warm in his heart, so he let the other party vent. After all, He really felt sorry for her. She had a rich family and came all the way to pick him up. Just this, move him to death. I really don't want to know you all of a sudden. It's always scary. As if tired from beating, Luo Air retracted the hilt of the huge sword and looked at Chu Tiannan with resentful eyes. Yes, Lord Luo is worried. It's a small mistake. I have something nice for you. Do you want it? Seeing this, Chu Tiannan smiled and flattered him. It's definitely a good thing. Seeing that the girl didn't reply, Chu Tiannan took out the backpack behind him and immediately took out a crystal red egg. Arrived in front of the surprise girl. Boom! The deep and shocking sound of the engine came, and on the plain of Nuoda, a high-end sports car was speeding. You're really good. You dare to even touch the eggs of the King Tong snake. Luoer's voice was melodious while driving. Hearing that the gift Chu Tiannan gave him turned out to be the egg of a king-level monster, Luoer was really startled. Don't be nervous. That King Tong's snake died in the end because he failed to advance. Chu Tiannan continued. He couldn't say that he killed the other party, but he just devoured it, right? What about the corpse? Luo couldn't help asking. Chu Tiannan spread his hands and said helplessly, it was buried by the shadow mouse tide. Fortunately, there was such a reason, otherwise Chu Tiannan really didn't know how to explain it. The road is remote, but fortunately Luoer's sports car is specially modified, and the whole body is covered with rare metals, making it extremely hard and sharp. It can even withstand the attack of king-level monsters. Some monsters along the way wanted to intercept them, but they were directly knocked into the air. The speeding sports car is like a broken bamboo. After a long time, Luo Air drove the car and looked ahead and said softly, there is still a long way to go to the base city. If you're tired, take a rest first. However, the other party didn't reply. Luo Air glanced at it and found that the young man in black had his head on the side, and he had already fallen asleep holding the dark golden long sword. It seems that he is really tired these days. Seeing the other parties even breathing, and the corners of the mouth slowly raised, the girl's bright eyes flashed a touch of tenderness. The pale yellow super sports car drove for half a day, and the two finally returned to the outer city of the base city in South China. Looking at the towering high-rise buildings, Chu Tiannan's murderous heart gradually calmed down. Better in the city, Chu Tiannan said with emotion. Only when he returned to a safe city could he truly relax. Entering the Shangming building, Chu Tiannan was directly brought into an office by Luo Air. Boss Luo. At this moment, a beautiful woman stood up respectfully from the sofa with a metal box in her hand, smiling politely. Didn't you say you have something to sell? Luo and the others walked into the luxurious room and said, this is my subordinate named Lily. Just sell her things. Yes, it's just that this thing is a bit expensive. Are you sure you want to accept it? Chu Tiannan was a little hesitant when he saw this. The things in his hands could be called the entire family property of a quasi-war god. The more expensive the things, the better, so that my performance can also be improved. Luo Air disagreed. Seeing the other party like this, the young man didn't say much. He put the backpack carefully on the ground and opened it. This is this. After seeing the things in the backpack, the beautiful woman's original smile gradually froze, and she couldn't help being surprised immediately. Monster egg? There is a monster egg in the backpack, which is the cub egg of King Tong Snake. Of course, the egg he gave to Luo Air has been kept by the latter in the business alliance. Chu Tiannan had devoured the egg of the holy armor dragon and a King Tong Snake before, and his strength had directly risen to the level of a high-ranking martial ancestor. Now there is still one monster egg and other items left. Now that he needs the earth coin, he naturally chooses to pay back the money. Before that, Chu Tiannan also gave the cub egg of this king-level monster beast a devouring test to see if it could be exchanged for a devouring point. It's just that he swallowed a sentence that was worthless and directly made Chu Tiannan shut up speechless. A monster egg of King Tong Snake, King Grade, is valuable because it can be cultivated. At this time, the beautiful woman Lily was quickly calculating with a computer, and then she looked at Chu Tiannan and said elegantly, this is 120 billion yuan for our business alliance. Do you think it will work? Give me 150. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded and was about to speak when Luo Air, who was beside him, did answer. Director, here. Lily glanced at the pretty girl, seeming a little hesitant. I'll take care of things. Luo Air's words directly made the former heave a sigh of relief and immediately nodded, enviously saying, Sir, you are still the first to let Director Luo raise the price directly. As she said that, the beautiful woman had already started transferring money. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan touched his nose and said with a smile, I'm very honored to have the relationship. Manager Luo? The answer to the other party was a pretty roll of eyes. Okay, sir, I have already transferred the money to you. Lily was about to leave after speaking, but was stopped by Chu Tiannan. Wait, can you help me see how much this is worth? Oh, the beautiful woman Lu's eyebrows suddenly bent and smiled. Don't you have something good to do, sir? In the next second, Chu Tiannan kept digging out from under the backpack and immediately took out 5 half-foot-long silver knives. The silver knife exuded a cold light, and there seemed to be a knife energy flowing in the air the moment the knife was taken out. The temperature in the surrounding space is a little lower. This is... Looking at the 5 sharp cold knives, Luo Air instantly recognized them and said in surprise, Hanxia knives? You recognize this weapon? This time, it was Chu Tiannan's turn to be surprised. He looked at the pretty girl and said, This is the exclusive weapon of the famous Robert Valkyrie. How could it be in your hands? Luo Air said seriously at this time with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan looked at the other party and suddenly understood in his heart, nodded and said, I killed him. To be precise, Shadow Mouse Tide killed him. It's just that he caused a Shadow Mouse Tide. Chu Tiannan didn't say anything. Sure enough, when Luo Air saw the Han Xian Dao, she already guessed a little bit, turned her bright eyes to the beautiful woman who was also surprised, and said calmly, Go out and get a memory shot by yourself. It's good for yourself. It's Director Luo. I'm going right away. As she said that, the beautiful woman named Lily ran out in a panic. Obviously, it was a matter of life-saving. The general memory needle is a means of protection to prevent someone from leaking secrets. At this time, only the young man and the young girl were left in the room. The latter moved lightly with lotus steps and immediately sat on the sofa, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you sold the Hanxin knife to the Xiangming. If you dare to take it out directly, I guarantee you will be in big trouble. Chu Tiannan looked at the girl suspiciously. He didn't understand that it was just a few famous knives with high value. So why did he say so evil? You may not know Robert's background. Luo Air said softly upon seeing this. I know, people from the North Martial Arts Hall. Chu Tiannan touched his nose and said, It's just a quasi-martial god. Could it be this background is a martial god? Speaking of this, Chu Tiannan's heart skipped a beat. Especially when he saw Luo Air's worried eyes, he immediately understood. Is there really a Valkyrie behind him? If this is the case, it is quite troublesome. Robert has a teacher named Martial God of Slaughter. Luo Air looked at Chu Tiannan and said slowly, Killing Martial God? Chu Tiannan frowned when he heard this. He seemed to have seen this name before. In the process of searching his memory, he suddenly raised his horrified eyes. Record of killing God, killing Valkyrie? Chu Tiannan suddenly remembered that in the warrior shop, there was a cheat book, Killing the God Record, worth 500 billion, the owner of which was the killing god of war. This martial god of slaughter belongs to one of the pinnacle of human beings, and is also one of the strongest pillars of Huameng by Wugwen. Respected by status, he is known as the strongest killer who surpasses the god of war. Moreover, his temper is very surly, and even the strong at the same level are unwilling to provoke him. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan regained his composure and nodded slightly. You're not afraid at all? Luo Air's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help asking. This old guy is quite defensive. If you kill his student, he won't let you go. Hearing this, the young man spread his hands and said helplessly, What's the use of being afraid? Since I've offended him, then Robert wants to kill me. Should I just stand by and die? Seeing this, the pretty girl suddenly smiled, Her smile was so sweet that even the brightness in the room was dimmed a little. That's why I said that you were lucky to sell this knife to me. I can guarantee that no one in the Huameng would dare to accept your weapon. Luo Air joked. Tell me, how do you thank me? Thank you. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan raised his eyebrows and immediately teased. Then I promise you with my body, call out. The red giant sword swooped up, intertwined with the dark gold long sword. The young man smiled wryly. Don't be serious. It's just a joke. I want these 5 knives for 300 billion. This weapon doesn't have a positioning system, so the martial god of slaughter won't know that you killed his student. You're lucky. Luo Air rolled her eyes at the other party, and her angry look was very cute. Next time you find me happy again, believe it or not, I will beat you up. Seeing this, the young man grinned and said with a smile, I believe. On another special island on the earth, surrounded by the sea, the scenery is pleasant. Bang! At this time, a powerful impact erupted from the small island, sweeping across like a violent storm, destroying half of the trees on the island. The island suddenly looked bare, and in a manner in the center, an old figure was full of ferocity. Who is it? Who killed you? The old man's punch contained space strangulation, directly blasting out of the sky, roaring in grief and anger. As a teacher, I will definitely avenge you, little Bert. At this time, the old man was wearing a black robe, and behind him stood 3 young men with respectful expressions. Check it out for me, the black-robed old man roared angrily. Give me all the survivors in Yuhai City, and I will kill him to be buried with little Bert. Go check it out for me. The black-robed old man waved his sleeves and shouted. The other 3 youths hurriedly bowed after hearing the sound, and then flew out of the island. I just said that this Robert is too arrogant. He's fine now. He died under the Shadow Mouse tide. Where can we find someone? One of the pale young men snorted. That's right. Everyone has been killed, and the survivors in Yuhai City can't escape the Shadow Rat tide. Who are we going to investigate? Another red-haired young man in a straight dress nodded. Not necessarily. The young man in the middle shook his head slightly. At this time, his face was calm, and he looked at the sea with sharp eyes like a blade, and said, What if the Shadow Mouse tide is man-made? Hearing this, the 2 people around were silent. They knew that the possibility of what the other said was extremely high. After all, the Shadow Mouse tide is condensed by low-level Shadow Mouse, and under normal circumstances, it may be rare for several years, but if someone deliberately causes. After all, there were Avengers who deliberately caused the Shadow Mouse tide before, causing a city to be swallowed up, and the culprit became a global public enemy and was strangled. It's still the old plan. I'll go to investigate the survivors. You 2 go to Yuhai City to get the Hanshin knife back. After speaking, the figure of the leading young man increased sharply after speaking. Immediately disappeared. Let him do all the good things, but let us do all of them. Seeing people leave, the red-haired young man sneered disdainfully. Let's go. Whoever makes someone a big disciple, we are destined to be less favored. Another pale young man shook his head slightly, and the 2 fled to the other side. Wangyu Villa area. After Chu Tiannan left the business alliance, he returned directly to the territory of the Dongwu Hall. It feels better to be home. Chu Tiannan looked at the surrounding villas, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Although this is the warrior's villa, Chu Tiannan met many people here, like the Fire Dragon team, and Wang Jinhai, Alai, the deputy owner, etc. Although some people have taken a fancy to Chu Tiannan's talent, most of them have a very harmonious relationship with him, especially the Fire Dragon team. Chu Tiannan has become a member of it, and everyone in the team has already regarded Chu Tiannan as one of the important fighters. Ding! The communication phone rang. Hello. Alay, yes, I'm back. I'm safe. Haha. Let's get together when we're free. After the communication was hung up, Chu Tiannan was in a good mood, seeing his villa getting closer. Finally, I can go back to take a good shower and sleep comfortably. These days, Chu Tiannan could be said to be on high alert. Being in the catastrophe zone, he always had a high concentration of attention, and he didn't even dare to relax while sleeping. I'm afraid that if I go to sleep, I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Okay. When Chu Tiannan was 99 meters away from Villa number 100, he found it with the help of the lights on the side of the road. At this time, a beautiful figure with a hot figure was leaning against the door of the villa, looking at the moonlight in the sky and the earth, wondering what it was waiting for. Boss! Seeing this, Chu Tiannan's heart warmed. He got out of the car and ran over, smiling. It's so late. Why are you here? Hearing this, the girl with a hot figure moved her eyes lightly and immediately landed on that handsome face. Her steps moved slightly, and she came in front of the young man, just looking at each other calmly. Boss, what's the matter with you? Chu Tiannan felt that something was wrong and asked carefully. Snapped. In the next second, a crisp sound sounded in front of the quiet villa. Chu Tiannan turned his face to one side with a dazed expression. He turned his head to look at Enlai Na, who had slapped him, and said, puzzled, Boss, why did you hit me? The next moment, Enlai Na bit her thin lips and directly pulled Chu Tiannan into her arms and hugged her tightly, without saying a word. What's the situation? Chu Tiannan was stunned. He was slapped just now, but now he is in his arms. The famous quasi-war god Enlai Na is hugging a young man at this moment. If this is seen by outsiders, it will definitely be an explosive news. After a long time, Enlai Na still didn't want to let go. At this moment, she looked away, and without any shyness, she embraced Chu Tiannan in her arms with all her strength. Don't let the other party break free. Boss, I'm almost out of breath. Chu Tiannan's head was buried in the two peaks. His face turned blue from being held back. At this moment, Chu Tiannan was in pain and happiness. When he came into close contact with Enlai Na, who had such a hot figure, a man's instinctive reaction appeared. Boss! Chu Tiannan spoke again. Don't call me boss. However, Enlai Na ignored the young man's special reaction. She finally scolded, and then her voice became gentler than ever before. Call me Nana. Nah. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Nanny? What? Seeing this, Enlai Na tightened her arms and frowned slightly. You're at a loss for letting you be called Nana? No, boss. Oh no, Nana. Let go first. I'm about to suffocate. At this moment, Chu Tiannan's face really changed, and he was about to roll his eyes, so Enlai Na hurriedly let go of him. She looked at the young man who was coughing violently with beautiful eyes and said in a low voice, I'm a little nervous. Didn't I strangle you? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan looked at the sky speechlessly. Looking at the girl with a hot figure in a tight combat uniform in front of him, he smiled wryly. Boss, why did you come to me so late to talk about this? Call me Nana. At this moment, Enlai Na raised her eyebrows, and the thousand manifestation umbrella pressed against the young man's neck, threatening. But I'm a little uncomfortable. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan quickly stopped speaking, touched his nose, and changed his words quickly when he saw the pretty face that was gradually embarrassing and angry. Nana! Chu Tiannan, who was screaming, felt extremely uncomfortable, and he didn't understand. And Lena, who has always been aloof, why did she show such a feminine attitude today? Looking at the young man who was about the same height as her in front of her, especially when she heard the sound of Nana, Enlai Na Dai's eyebrows were as light as a moon, and she said softly, It's almost there. At this time, even the indifferent voice she used to have no longer exists, replaced by a gentleness like a spring breeze. Enlai Na's gentleness is different from Luo Air's. She is more like a fire of tenderness embracing the whole world, warming everything around her. Be open without any grudges, and be willing to show the truest self to the people in your heart. The atmosphere at this time was extremely embarrassing. Chu Tiannan didn't know what to say, and immediately scratched his head and said, Come into the house to chat. After saying this, Chu Tiannan immediately wanted to give himself a hammer. What is a house chat? Enlai Na's winking eyes were like silk. She took a deep look at Chu Tiannan and teased, What? Can't help it. No, me. You and me, I don't mean that. Chu Tiannan hurriedly waved his hands. At this time, a beautiful figure flashed in his heart. It was undoubtedly Luo Air. Chu Tiannan didn't want to disappoint her, but he couldn't say that he hated Enlai Na. Instead of being misunderstood, it is better to simply say less. What? Enlai Na saw Chu Tiannan's discomfort and smiled lightly. Is it because of Luo air? Why don't you accept me? Accept. Chu Tiannan widened his eyes. He never thought that Enlai Na would say that. Nana, we are brothers. Chu Tiannan felt that his face was burning hot. He, an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years, was actually embarrassed by a girl who was not much older than him. What's wrong, brother? Enlai Na took a step forward at this time, forcing Chu Tiannan to stand in front of the door, sizing him up with beautiful eyes, and said softly, I'm a mixed race, and my personality is straightforward. If I like it, I like it, so I don't want to hold back. Oops. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan took a deep breath, but remained silent, not daring to meet those tender eyes. He was afraid of hurting the irreplaceable beauty in his heart. To be honest, I didn't have any idea about you at first. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Enlai Na said as if taking care of herself. But later, I discovered that I have a special dependence on you. Although you're a member of my team, I want to see you at the first sight every day when I wake up, although I don't know why. Having said that, Enlai Na shook her head slightly. Her smile had a hint of poignancy. You know what? You look so much like foam. Almost alone. Chu Tiannan still chooses to be an audience and doesn't say a word, but what can he say? Can't say anything. But I know you're not him. Enlai Na held Chu Tiannan's face in her slender hands and said sadly, Did you know? This time I heard that you were besieged by the Shadow Mouse Tide in Yuhai City, and I panicked when I heard it. Enlai Na continued, It's also because of this time that I realized that I really like you. It's just that I was reluctant to admit myself before, but I figured it out. Looking deeply at the young man's handsome face, Enlai Na's pretty face was blushing at this moment, and her voice was a little low. Will you accept me? Under the beautiful moonlight, the lush villa area is extremely quiet at this time. Two slender figures stood in front of the villa, and the atmosphere was a little dignified. Are you willing to accept me? Enlai Na's words caught Chu Tiannan by surprise. Oh! Chu Tiannan looked at the pretty woman in front of him. Could he accept it? The answer is definitely no. Although Enlai Na was protecting him everywhere, and Chu Tiannan could feel the subtle care, but it didn't mean he liked him. The reason why Enlai Na likes herself is probably because she is too similar to that wind. And after Laina's question, Chu Tiannan also understood. It turned out that he had liked Luo for a long time, but sometimes he didn't pay attention to it. Chu Tiannan suddenly found that if Luo air left him one day, he didn't even dare to think about it. Perhaps the answer is already obvious. Chu Tiannan found the answer in his heart, and he knew how to do it outright. At this moment, Chu Tiannan became no longer flustered. Instead, he looked into Enlai Na's beautiful eyes. Starry Sky's eyes were extremely clear, without any impurities, like the surface of a lake without a single ripple. Chu Tiannan suddenly smiled. However, this smile made Enlai Na feel uncomfortable. It seems that you have already made a choice. Enlai Na gritted her teeth and smiled wryly. At this moment, she was so depressed that people couldn't help feeling distressed. I'm sorry, boss. But Chu Tiannan sighed in his heart. He didn't want to give the other party any thoughts. In this case, Chu Tiannan would rather cruelly let Enlai Na cut off this thought. Hearing this, Enlai Na gave a poignant smile at this time. She was so strong that she never thought that she would be rejected. The girl shook her head and smiled wryly. It seems that no one really wants it anymore. There was a hint of sadness in the voice, and the little eyes looking at Chu Tiannan also became sad. Chu Tiannan had no choice but to smile wryly, but he didn't dare to say anything more. The breeze blew gently, making the surrounding leaves rustle. In front of the villa, silence and tranquility were restored again. The girl with a hot figure stared at the young man with an unnatural face without speaking, and the latter also looked at each other calmly. Forget it, I lost. After a long time, Enlai Na sighed and said, I know your choice. Don't worry. I, Enlai Na, can't afford to lose. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan breathed a sigh of relief, and just about to speak, Na continued. However, if you don't like me, you can't stop me from liking you, right? Oops. Chu Tiannan slapped his forehead when he heard the words. He was afraid that such a situation would happen. He smiled wryly and said, Boss, why are you doing this? From now on, I will call you Nana in private. Na scolded, causing Chu Tiannan to nod, and his heart twitched. A sad woman, you can't afford it. You can't afford it. I don't want to disturb you anymore. You should go to bed early. Someone will come from the headquarters tomorrow. They are probably looking for you. At this moment, Laina said, while flicking her long hair, Headquarters looking for me? Chu Tiannan pointed at himself and asked, To Hall, could it be the Bai Wugwin? Laina rolled her eyes at the other party and said, Don't worry, I won't let your little girlfriend misunderstand that I like you, and only you and the whole world know. After finishing speaking, Laina looked at the young man in black with some reluctance and said softly, Starting tomorrow, the Fire Dragon team will be disbanded. Disband? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan's body shook and he asked in surprise why. Yang Li and the others have reached the retirement age. I have been in Huolong for 5 years, but they are much older than me. Everyone is tired. Laina shook her head gently and said softly, They're all family members. Every time I set off, I can see the reluctant expectations of their relatives at the door. Saying that, Laina looked at the moonlight with beautiful eyes and sighed. This is why I must ensure that everyone comes back alive. After the team is disbanded, everyone will choose their own retirement positions. The benefits of the Tobu Hall are still very good. Understood. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly. Yes, no matter if it was Yang Li Wu Hao or Li Dong and Zhao Hua. They're all old warriors. After fighting for more than 20 years, it is time to rest. Rest early, Tiannan. Laina did not forget to hug each other before leaving. Her smile was meaningful. Chu Tiannan looked at Xianing, who was gradually leaving. He didn't speak for a long time, and finally heaved a sigh. Push in. The next day, Li Dongjia's office in Tabukan. Chu Tiannan looked at the contract in front of him with a look of astonishment. Global Special Training? Valkyrie Preparatory Camp. Deputy Curator, what does this Valkyrie Preparatory Camp do? Looking at the contract in his hand, Chu Tiannan was puzzled. I'm only at the high level of martial ancestor, and there is still a long way to go in the face of the word martial god. The Valkyrie Preparatory Camp is known as the largest human training institution, the world's top secret, and the strongest human force. There is an introduction about the martial god preparatory camp in the contract. After Chu Tiannan briefly read it, his heart moved, and he looked at Li Dongjia. This Valkyrie Preparatory Camp recruits from all over the world, and it has the highest gold content, as the name suggests. Li Dongjia nodded and smiled. I'm sure you'll be interested because of the people who come out of here. They're all warriors. Li Dongjia took a sip of tea leisurely, his words filled with envy. This is an invitation contract from the headquarters. It is a notice issued after judging your strength. Hearing this, even Chu Tiannan's calm personality couldn't help but gasp. Those who can come out of the Valkyrie Preparatory Camp are all Valkyrie level. What is this concept? 100% become a Valkyrie. So you understand the preciousness of it. Li Dongjia laughed when he saw the young man's surprised expression. This contract counts in your hands, and the world does not exceed 10 per year. At this moment, Chu Tiannan's throat fell dry, and he felt that the seemingly thin paper in his hand became a bit heavy. The warrior level, Youth murmured in a low voice. This is the goal that many people on Earth are striving for. But now that Chu Tiannan had such an opportunity, it was impossible not to be tempted. Want to go? Li Dongjia came over, patted Chu Tiannan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, You are very talented. You have been promoted from a warrior to a high-ranking martial artist in less than a year. The headquarters is very optimistic about you. Of course, we must go. Chu Tiannan continued. His eyes burst out with a bright light, and his voice was decisive. The word Valkyrie is enough to drive too many people crazy. Haha, since I agree, you can sign the contract and press your thumbprint. Li Dongjia said with a smile. He believed that no one could resist the temptation of the word, war god. After finishing all the work, Li Dongjie took over the contract, looked at Chu Tiannan with a smile, and said, "It's all right. Go and reunite with your relatives and report tomorrow." Tuan Tuan. Chu Tiannan was startled when he heard that. "Oh yes, I forgot to tell you, I'm really old." Li Dongjie patted his forehead, then shook his head. "You agree to participate in the Valkyrie preparatory camp, and you will be isolated from the world for a long time. So in order to prevent others from thinking that you are missing, it is better to tell me." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan understood and immediately looked at Li Dongjie's smiling face and murmured in his heart, "I guess it's as simple as that without a signature. Then I'll go first, Deputy Curator." Since the matter was done, Chu Tiannan would be fine if he stayed here, so he withdrew and left. "Go, little guy, you can't relax." Seeing the other party leaving, the Deputy Curator did not forget to add with a smile. In the quiet office, Li Dongjie was still drinking tea leisurely, looked out of the window, and said with emotion, "Lucky little guy, there are only 3 places in the entire Tobu Hall, but you have one." As he said that, he closed the previous contract, his eyes flashed, and he sighed. After all, there are too many geniuses and monsters in that place, and the elimination rate is of course high. I hope you can persevere. Walking out of the Tobu Hall building, Chu Tiannan directly sat in the super sports car he had just bought for 20 billion. Swallow, drive to the Chamber of Commerce building. With the devouring system in hand, Chu Tiannan directly invaded the autopilot system of the sports car and could go wherever he wanted with a single word. Sitting in a 20 billion sports car feels different. Chu Tiannan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But once upon a time, I was still excited about tens of millions of Earth coins. In less than a year, he has become a billionaire, richer than the high-ranking Wuzong. Yes, host. The sound of the engine resounded like a beast roaring, and the moment the yellow sports car started, a dragon pattern loomed on the body. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared on the street. This made the eyes of many newcomer martial artists passing by all brighten, envious. "I'm going. This is the successor series of the Ferrari Dragon? It's so handsome." "We can't afford to be handsome. Go report it, boy." Not long after, the yellow super sports car arrived at the Shangming building and finally parked next to another yellow sports car. The young man got out of the car. Wearing an S-Class combat uniform, he looked at the words of the Shangming building with his eyes slightly raised. "Gotta tell her the good news." Inside the Shangming building. "Next time, if you make such a low-level mistake again, you don't have to be a minister." At this time, Jumei Qianying was wearing work clothes and reprimanding her subordinates, while the middle-aged men and women who were much older than her were extremely humble, for fear of offending this ice and snow girl. Luoer. At this moment, a call came from elsewhere, and the beautiful girl turned around to look. I saw a young man in a gentleman's white dress coming with a smile. He had long golden hair and gave him a sunny and noble sense of sight. "It's really Yushu facing the wind." "Kaylee." Luoer frowned slightly when she saw who was coming, and immediately dismissed the staff around her. "What a coincidence, though. To meet you here, I believe it is a fate arranged by heaven." At this time, the elegant young man gave a gentleman's salute and said with a smile, "Didn't you go to Jingzhou Bay City to take charge of the Shangming building?" Luoer's voice was light, and her pretty face was calm. Hearing this, Carrie flicked his hair that he thought was handsome and said with a smile, "It's not that my performance is good there, and the family has given me a vacation in advance, so I'll stop by to see you." "Oh, thank you, Master Carrie, for your concern." Luoer nodded slightly when she heard this, but her pretty face showed no emotion. People passing by couldn't help but sneer when they heard the words, but due to Kylie's background, many of them dared not speak up. "By the way, it must have come specially. It seems that your business has not been completed yet," Kylie said with an elegant smile when he saw the 3 golden stars on Luoer's overalls. "Do you need me to help you? After all, it's almost the end of the year, and it's still difficult to reach 5 gold star supervisors." Luoer shook his head lightly, then turned around and prepared to leave. "No need. Thank you, Master Carrie, for your kindness. My daughter has something else to do." "Oh, don't worry. I really have something to do with you, Miss Luo. Seeing this, Kylie moved gracefully in front of the girl in yellow. He immediately took out 2 tickets and smiled. I have 2 tickets for the Sound of Nature concert here. I spent a lot of effort to get them. Please, Luo Air, give me a favor. With that said, Carrie made an elegant gesture of please. Seeing that she couldn't get rid of this brown candy, Luo Air frowned for a moment, just when she was about to refuse. A figure in black quietly came to the girl's side, looked at Kylie and smiled. I'm sorry, Luo Air has an appointment tonight. Please invite this young master back. As he said that, the young man in black was still leaning on Luo Air's fragrant shoulders under Luo Air's blushing gaze, watching Kylie's facial muscles twitch slightly. Who is this? Carrie ignored the visitor, still looking at Luo Air, smiling as much as possible. He is my friend. Luo Air didn't want to get rid of the big hand of the combler, and immediately said softly, Master Carrie, we have business to discuss. Can we get out of the way? In this scene, not only Carrie, but also many people around were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped. Dare to hug Goddess Luo's fragrant shoulders? Has this kid eaten the bear's heart and leopard's guts? I don't know that the Lin family Luo is the target of many talented young masters. Who knows? He looks quite handsome, and he is probably the young master of a big family of the business league who just came out of the mountain. Most of the people around were in the rhythm of watching the excitement. They all knew that Kylie was a rather narrow-minded person, so there was a good show to watch this time. Hearing this, Kylie knew that the other party had issued an order to evict the guest. He still smiled unabated, then stepped aside gracefully and said, Since Luo is not free, let's pretend that Kylie didn't say that you are busy. As he spoke, his smiling eyes glanced at the young man in black. A trace of sinisterness passed by, but the young man in black turned a blind eye and still nodded at the former with a smile. Mr. Luo, I have a good product for you this time. Shall we go up and talk? Old place. Luo Air nodded slightly, took advantage of the situation to break free from the big hand of the young man in black, and walked into the elevator quickly. Seeing this, the young man in black spread his hands and immediately followed the elevator. Those star-like eyes swept the elegant young man in white vaguely. At this time, Kylie stared at the other party with a gloomy face, with those elegant and absent pupils. It's full of coldness. In this regard, the young man smiled slightly, and then the elevator door closed. How can you thank me? I helped you get rid of this guy. In the elevator, the young man in black leaned against the glass and smiled. Thank you. Hearing this, Luo snorted softly. Her beautiful eyes flashed a playful look, and immediately after the young man's smile gradually disappeared, she said teasingly, You, Master Chu, are about to enter the martial gods preparatory camp. How can you have the time to come to my little girl's humble house? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan's smug smile disappeared, and he said in astonishment, You know everything? Luo Air glanced at the former, pretending to be helpless, and said, I can't help it. You are a celebrity now. Chu Tiannan didn't understand and asked, What do you mean? The great martial god of Chu of the next generation. Luo Air couldn't help laughing after finishing speaking. Her smile was sweet and sweet. The news from my family. It has been less than a year since my Lin family began to pay attention to you. From the rise of a warrior to a genius at the level of Wuzong, I can naturally get the news. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was stunned for a moment and immediately sighed. It's better to have a background at home. Your current information is familiar to all major forces. After all, if you could be recruited into the Valkyrie preparatory camp, you will definitely be a Valkyrie in the future, and the last time you will be an elementary Valkyrie. Luo Air imitated the other party and spread his hands, sighing. No way. You're on fire now. Then I'll go to your family. Do you want it? Chu Tiannan said with a smile when the topic changed. Yes, of course. Luo smiled sweetly and said, If you can come, the conditions given by the family will probably not be lower than those offered by the Huaming. Then I have only one condition, and the request is not high. Chu Tiannan's eyes lit up, and he smiled maliciously. Success, except for me. You can drive as you please. Luo Er nodded earnestly. Chu Tiannan was immediately discouraged and said helplessly, "Then there's nothing to talk about. You think so beautifully." Luo Kong pointed at the other person's forehead and walked out of the elevator door first, and the two came to a luxurious office. "TSK Tisk, it's good to have money." Chu Tiannan sat casually on the leather sofa, enjoying himself. "You don't have any money yet?" Luo Er rolled his eyes at the other party and snorted. "Han Xin Dao and Monster Beast Egg. Just adding these two together, you are richer than ordinary quasi-war gods." The young man smiled and said nothing. "That's why you came here this time." At this moment, the atmosphere was a little silent. Luo Er asked after pondering for a moment. "Otherwise," Chu Tiannan shrugged. "You." Luo Er's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she immediately ignored the other party, sitting on the sofa on the other side, drinking tea by herself. "Just kidding, didn't I come to say goodbye to you?" Seeing that the other party really ignored him, Chu Tiannan panicked and immediately came to stand beside the other party and laughed with him. Seeing that the other party didn't pay attention to him, Chu Tiannan poked left and right at this time. Puff! In the end, Luo Er couldn't help laughing when he saw the other party's embarrassment. Maybe he could only be with this guy. She can show the truest and most beautiful smile. "Okay, I know you came here to tell me." "Thank you, Martial God Chu." Luo Er stood up, saluted immediately, and finally couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. "Actually, I have no relatives." The next second, Chu Tiannan looked a little unnatural and said softly, "No relatives?" Luo Er frowned slightly when she heard this. Her jewel-like eyes flashed coldly. "Could it be that someone has done something to your family before? Or do you have an enemy who hasn't been killed?" After speaking, Luo Er came to the young man in black solemnly and said seriously, "I said before, I am the shield behind you. If you are in trouble, I will help you." One sentence, but it can overcome everything. Chu Tiannan was moved and looked at the other party helplessly. "I mean, my relatives have passed away a long time ago." Chu Tiannan was a bit emotional as he said that. Although he was not the owner of this body, his memory was still there. Thinking of these, he was really speechless. In his memory, when Chu Tiannan was very young, his family fled everywhere in order to avoid the attack of monsters brought about by the catastrophe. Finally, seeing that the base city was approaching, Chu Tiannan and his family were besieged by monsters. "Baby, we love you." In his memory, Chu Tiannan only knew these words, and then two blurred figures rushed into the group of monsters. Never came back. The memories were not long, and when Chu Tiannan came back to his senses, he realized that he was crying, so he smiled wryly and shook his head. "Really? This is the memory of the original owner of the body. As a soul stowaway, he will naturally be disturbed by this emotion." In the next second, Luo Er looked at the young man in front of her with a pretty face seriously. She didn't know that the other party had such an experience, so she said softly, "Sorry, I don't know your past." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan looked slightly startled, then shook his head and said, "It's all in the past." Luo Er took a step forward, looked at Chu Tiannan, and continued, "By the way, besides your parents, do you have any other relatives? Or any clues? Maybe I can help you." Chu Tiannan thought for a moment, then put his right hand into his collar, took out a small metal card, and asked, "If you want to talk about clues, does this count?" "This is..." Looking at the small metal card that Chu Tiannan took out, Luo Er took it, sized it up, and asked in surprise, "Deep Sea Silver Mother? You know this thing?" Chu Tiannan asked. Although he was not the original owner of this body, if necessary, Chu Tiannan would naturally do it. Just think of it as doing what he can for the original owner, and if there are still relatives around, he would do his filial piety. Although it was the former master of the demon dragon, but now its identity is a human being, and it is possessed by Chu Tiannan. He is the only Chu Tiannan. Luo Er waved his little hand, with a strange look on his face, looked at Chu Tiannan, and couldn't help but said, "Are you sure this is left to you by your family?" "That's right." Chu Tiannan scratched his head, puzzled, and said, Could it be that this thing has something to say? I don't know yet. Luo Air shook his head lightly and immediately said, "If you believe me, let me put this here first, and I will check it out for you." Okay. Chu Tiannan nodded without thinking. "This is the deep-sea silver mother. Are you not afraid that I will take it and run away?" Luo Air teased upon seeing this. Chu Tiannan glanced at the other party and said, "Don't run away. Can I see you off?" "Cut, who cares?" Even though he said so, Luo Air carefully put it away. "Don't worry. Although your relatives are not here, you still have me." After saying this, the girl's pretty face flushed, while Chu Tiannan scratched his face and said seriously, "It is nice to meet you. Okay, I still have work to do, so I won't keep you." Luo Air suddenly pulled the other party up and then pushed the door out. "Oh, I'm going to be separated from you for a long time. Can't we just talk for a while?" The young man couldn't help but said with a look of astonishment, "I received it. It's just a Valkyrie preparatory camp. Come on, the future great martial god of Chu." Luo Air didn't care about 21 and directly pushed it out of the room, leaning against the door with her back, her pretty face blushing a little hot at this moment. "What were you talking about just now?" Luo Air was annoyed that he was usually quite calm. "When I met this guy, I was a little restless. Warrior preparatory camp." After a long time, the girl murmured in a low voice. Her bright eyes twinkled, her thin lips lifted slightly, and she smiled sweetly, which made the whole room much brighter in an instant. In the elevator, the young man in black was speechless with a dark face. He originally wanted to say something in his heart, but someone blocked him. He just didn't let himself say it. "Forget it. You don't have to worry about being late for a good meal." Chu Tiannan shook his head lightly. His starry sky eyes were full of determination. "Upgrade to the martial god level first. I think you can still escape from my palm." The young man smiled wickedly. The elevator stopped quickly, and Chu Tiannan was in a good mood at this time. At the very least, he could feel that Luo Air's feelings towards him were different from others. As long as it becomes stronger, it proves that there is something to be done. Thinking like this, Chu Tiannan strode forward. "Hee, I'll wait for you to come out." At the same time, a faint laughter came from not far away, and an elegant figure in white stood in front of Chu Tiannan. "What's the matter?" Chu Tiannan frowned slightly. Looking at the person standing in front of him, he knew him. It was Kylie who stalked Luo Air before. "Nothing else, just to give you some advice." Carrie flicked his collar and said indifferently, "Stay away from Luo Air. It's only good for you. Trust me." The members of the warrior team passing by looked like they were enjoying the show. They knew that Chu Tiannan had brushed off Kylie's face before, and the latter naturally wanted to find a place. Facing this lukewarm threat, Chu Tiannan looked calm and said, "What if I refuse?" Hearing this, Kylie smiled indifferently. The smile was full of disdain and seriousness. "Trust me, you will die ugly." Chu Tiannan nodded slightly and said, "And then? It seems that you are really a sad frog at the bottom of the well. Haven't you even heard of Mr. Kylie from Jingzhou Bay City?" Kylie looked at the other party strangely and sneered. "Advise you, don't seek death. Warriors like you, my Gao tribe will catch a lot of them. You are not qualified to fight with me." Chu Tiannan frowned slightly when he heard the words. The other party's words obviously looked down on the warrior, and he stared at the other party calmly and indifferently, like a dragon waking up gradually. And Kylie also looked at the other party with a sneer, but for some reason, when he looked at Chu Tiannan Shinkong's eyes, there was a shudder. "Tiannan, I knew you were here." At this moment, a chuckle came from a distance, and the two looked over after hearing the reputation. And Kylie's face changed slightly when he saw who was coming, but Chu Tiannan said in astonishment, "Boss, why are you here?" "Of course I have something to do with you." And Lyena's voice was indifferent, and she directly ignored Kylie, who was beside Chu Tiannan, whose expression was constantly changing. This Chu Tiannan knows Qinji martial god? Seeing this, Carrie's face changed slightly. He knew that Lye could easily crush him regardless of her strength or background. Coupled with the title of the beautiful and unparalleled Thousand Machine Valkyrie, Although she has not really entered the Valkyrie class, her strength is far beyond the average elementary Valkyrie. They are the dual cultivation route. I've met Mrs. N. Kylie saluted gracefully from the side. Even if he was the eldest child of the family, he had to be respectful. This is the invisible majesty of the strong. So what if you know Shinji martial god? I don't provoke her. How long can she protect you? Although Kylie was quite afraid of Anlai, the Gal clan behind him was also one of the top 10, so he didn't care too much. And, hearing this, Anlai nodded lightly and asked, "Your friend?" "Just met." Chu Tiannan could see Kylie's fear, shrugged and smiled. He's not going to rely on a woman to suppress others. "Then let's go. You are about to enter the martial god preparatory camp. Everyone is going to see you off." After speaking, Anlai pulled Chu Tiannan and wanted to go out. Woo-woo. Hearing that, Chu Tiannan didn't change much, but Kylie's expression suddenly changed, as ugly as if he had eaten a dead child. He turned out to be from the Valkyrie Preparatory Battalion. Chu Tiannan. It turned out to be Chu Tiannan according to the family information, and he was alone, and he was lucky enough to meet Kyrie. He even threatened people before. In the next second, Kyrie suddenly realized. With his eyes wide open, he finally understood that the previous disdain and senility were all gone. Although he is the youngest of the Gar family, he has a high status. But he is not the head of the family, but his grandfather Kate, if the latter knows that he is messing with someone from the Valkyrie Reserve camp outside. Just thinking of his stern grandfather made Kylie sweat instantly, and he couldn't care less about losing face at this moment. "Master Chu, please stay." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan went back suspiciously, only to see Kylie, an elegant young man in white, running quickly, and immediately saluted respectfully. "I was rude before, and please don't remember the villain." Kylie respectfully clasped his fists. Seeing such a dramatic scene, the people around were all astonished to stuff their eggs. All warriors here know who Kylie is, and there are not many people who can make him bow his head. This person is not simple. The people watching the excitement all understood in their hearts. Not to mention Chu Tiannan's identity. Just the relationship between Anlai and him was enough for most people to pay attention to. "What's the situation?" Anlai asked upon seeing this. "It's just a misunderstanding." Chu Tiannan didn't want to make matters worse. He could see Kylie's fear. Since he also apologized, Chu Tiannan wasn't heartless. That's right. A little misunderstanding." Kylie got down the steps and hurried down, and hurriedly said, "Master Chu, if you need it in the future, you can tell me. Kylie will do his best." As he spoke, Carrie handed over his business card. "Okay, I got it." Chu Tiannan took the business card and had to say the word, "War God Preparatory Camp," which is so intimidating. In fact, Chu Tiannan didn't know that it was one aspect that those who could enter the martial gods preparatory camp would all come out as martial gods. But what is really frightening is that the friends of the Valkyrie in the Valkyrie preparatory camp must also be Valkyrie. No one really dares to mess with this kind of circle of friends. Damn it. Seeing the two leave, Kylie secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't care about the cold sweat on his brow and left directly in despair. After this episode, Chu Tiannan didn't care. He and Anlai quickly returned to Villa number 99 in Wangyu District. There was already a large crowd of people waiting there. This night is destined to be a sleepless and crazy night. Haha, I knew that my brother must have a bright future. No, the invitation letter for the Martial God Preparatory Camp. TSK. Li Dong continued to laugh with Jiujin. "I also have brothers of the God of War." Yang Li shouted. "The speed of cultivation in less than a year is like a rocket. This is my brother, That's right, I actually got to know a Valkyrie. So cool. Come on, let's respect the future Valkyrie." Everyone toasted to celebrate. Chu Tiannan was also very happy to accept. There were not many people present, but they were all on good terms. Everyone didn't try to use the alcohol to anesthetize themselves. As the main character, Chu Tiannan naturally drank the most. After a long time, Chu Tiannan came to the balcony of the villa and looked at the pleasant scenery around him under the moonlight. There was even a little excitement. Chu Tiannan shook the red wine glass in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Leaving here tomorrow. The next day, Wangyu Villa area. A blue light flashed across the sky rapidly, and the booming sonic engine resounded through the sky, causing many people to look up in astonishment. They all wanted to see where the brightest blue light in the sky was going. Hiss! The blue light crossed the most beautiful arc and landed directly on the sky above Wangyu Villa area. What's going on? At this moment, the people in Villa number 99 felt their ears were congested and their heads were buzzing, and they all ran out curiously. Damn it! Yang Li couldn't help swearing when he saw the huge monster in the empty field in front of the villa. Damn it! Even Wu Hao's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. I do too. Zhao Hua saw the scene in front of him and felt the aura of a local tyrant. All three of them stared at the front with big eyes and small eyes. As for Randy Alai and the others, they were all shocked and speechless, but Enlai Na and Li Dong remained calm. A bunch of mortals. Li Dong covered his mouth and was speechless, acting like he was not my teammate. Chu Tiannan walked out first, looked at a huge blue triangle-shaped monster parked in the open space ahead, and couldn't help muttering. Is there a fighter plane parked in front of my house? That's right, it's a fighter plane. As for the most precious things in this world, this plane is probably one of them. It should be known that during the Cataclysm period, there were countless powerful monsters like birds, and ordinary airliners in the past could not resist the attack of monsters. However, the planes of the Bay City era were not only expensive to manufacture, but even the price of one ride was sky high. Ordinary people will never be able to leave the Bay City where they live, because even the cheapest economy class costs a sky-high 2,000 million Earth coins. However, compared to the so-called large transport plane, the Blue Triangle Special Fighter plane that is parked in front of Chu Tiannan is so expensive. It is definitely not comparable to ordinary large airliners, because on the Blue Fighter plane, there's a pattern printed on it, with two long swords crossed, one black and one white. And in the center of the long sword, there is also a hammer standing brazenly with a crown above it, and two short blades on the left and right edges. The patterns are bright and dark. Fighters from the Valkyrie Preparatory Battalion. Enlai Na instantly recognized it from the pattern. Her pretty face was extremely serious, and the others followed Enlai Na in an instant. Looking at the majestic special fighter in front of him, Chu Tiannan murmured with a fire burning in his heart. Is this the fighter plane of the Valkyrie Reserve Battalion? Now, Chu Tiannan is quite curious and interested in this mysterious institution. He really wants to see what kind of universe is hidden in this martial god preparatory camp. The door of the fighter plane opened slowly, and everyone, including Enlai Na, Chu Tiannan, stood at attention. This is a fighter plane from the Valkyrie Reserve Battalion. They must respect it. After all, Valkyrie is the last line of defense for human beings, and every strong person respects them, because without them, there would be no last human beings. At that time, two slender figures slowly stepped out of the fighter plane. They were two middle-aged men, both of whom were wearing white robes. The one on the left looks very wild, sitting like a lion like a mountain. The one on the right is as calm as a lake, but once it erupts, it will be billowing. They were handsome, and the years seemed to leave no traces on them, especially the faint fluctuations in their aura, which made Chu Tiannan feel depressed. Is this the power of the god of war? Chu Tiannan murmured in his heart. At this moment, he felt that the other two were clearly standing in front of him, but he couldn't feel the other's aura at all, and their eyes seemed to contain everything in the world. The power of heaven and earth is at their disposal. This is Valkyrie. Who is the candidate Chu Tiannan? One of the bearded men asked loudly while holding a folder. The sound fluctuated slightly, spreading around, and even the sound carried a strong force of coercion. Randy Alai and the others were only martial arts masters, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. There is no way, even if the Valkyrie's coercion is deliberately restrained, it is not accessible to the weak. I am. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan took a deep breath, immediately took a step forward and saluted. Junior Chu Tiannan, I met two seniors. Well, understand politeness, not arrogant. The bearded man nodded lightly, looked sideways at the handsome man beside him, and said, "Your people tell me." Hearing this, another slender man with a handsome face nodded slightly. He took a step forward, looked at the black-clothed youth in front of him, did not speak, but stared deeply. In the next second, Chu Tiannan felt his soul tremble, and he was horrified that the other party was suppressing him. Snort! Chu Tiannan was caught off guard by the sudden coercion, but he was not a novice either. The power of his soul enveloped his whole body, gradually offsetting the opponent's strength. Although he lost to the warrior god, it didn't mean that Chu Tiannan didn't dare to resist. After all, his soul strength was the strongest in the world. So after adapting to the pressure of the opponent's power, Chu Tiannan still straightened his body and stared back with his eyes. There is no fear in the clear, starry sky eyes. What is there is a firm and unshakable heart. This seedling is not bad. At that time, the handsome man nodded slightly, with a hint of satisfaction in his voice. The pressure of strength was removed, looked at the young man in black, and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. Title Howard, little guy. Call me Branch Master." As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings became silent. Except for Enlai Na and Li Dong, everyone else was so surprised that they could stuff an egg. Yang Li and the others all looked at each other, and they could read shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Enlai Na, I have met the valiant god. Enlai Na was the first to salute respectfully at Chu Tiannan, and Li Dong followed. I have seen the valiant god Howard. Everyone hurriedly saluted. This is the branch owner of the Tobu branch of their South China Bay City. Branch Master. Chu Tiannan saluted respectfully, and he was undoubtedly the one who was most excited. Because of the Valkyrie class, it will be soon. It makes me a little ashamed to let the future martial god of 1,000 machines treat me like this. Howard Martial God looked at Enlai Na and said with a smile, "This is the rule. Valkyrie grandeur doesn't need to say more." Enlai Na said respectfully. Chu Tiannan was not surprised when he heard that. After all, Enlai Na is a quasi-war god of the dual cultivation route, and in terms of strength, she is not afraid of elementary martial gods at all. That's why her identity background, coupled with her own strength, is why Valkyrie Howard treats the other party as equal. Time is running out. We have to rush to the base city of Jingzhou, and we will talk about the past later. Howard Martial God nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the young man in black, and said, "Student Chu Tiannan, on behalf of the receptionist of the Martial God Preparatory Battalion, I would like to confirm with you again. You, Chu Tiannan, do you agree to enter the Martial God Preparatory Battalion for further studies, and promise never to betray the alliance?" Chu Tiannan agrees. The young man bowed his hands. Just kidding. Chu Tiannan will naturally not give up this opportunity. This is the strongest institution in the world, and countless people will not necessarily enter because it does not belong to any country, let alone any force. If you want to say that the number one power on Earth, it is undoubtedly this one, because 90% of the martial gods in the world are related to it. In terms of freedom, it is also quite easy. As long as there is no absolute mission, this organization will not restrict anyone. Procedure confirmation. Student Chu Tiannan, I will give you 1 minute to bid farewell to your companions, and then join us in Jingzhou Bay City on the rising fighter plane. After speaking, the two men disappeared in an instant, obviously entering the fighter plane. After the two martial gods left, the surrounding space immediately relaxed a lot. The Huolong team and others were of medium strength and could still hold it. In Landemo, Alai and others have already retreated a lot. After all, the invisible coercion of the Valkyrie class is too intimidating. Go, we are optimistic about you, brother. At this moment, the atmosphere was a bit dignified. Yang Li laughed, patted Chu Tiannan on the shoulder, and said solemnly, "It must be successful. Come on." "I will, Brother Yang." Chu Tiannan nodded seriously. "Okay, I already said goodbye yesterday, so don't say anything sad." At this time, Enlai Na came out, looked at the young man who was about the same height as her, and said in a slightly thoughtful way, "Work hard. I will monitor you at any time. If you dare to relax, I will beat you." Okay. Chu Tiannan felt a little bit reluctant to part suddenly. To be honest, he really didn't want to be here. But now that he has chosen this path, this brief separation is inevitable. "Come on, brother." Randy Alai and others also ran from behind, cheering. "When I come back as a martial god, Brother Alai, tell me about your matter, and I'll help you." Chu Tiannan said seriously. "Wait for you, brother," Alai shouted, holding back his tears. "There will be a time later, everyone." With a simple farewell, the young man looked around at the crowd and immediately did not procrastinate. He stepped onto the fighter plane without looking back. Boom! The Rise fighter flew up with the ear-piercing sound of the engine, flew across the sky in an instant, and disappeared. Unlaina looked at the direction where the blue fighter plane disappeared for a long time. Her thin lips curved gently, as if looking forward to something. Rising fighter. Chu Tiannan sat on the sofa in an orderly manner, looking at the city area passing by below, the Dongwu Hall, and the Wangyu Villa area. His heart was complicated, especially when the fighter plane flew over the top of the Shangming building. Chu Tiannan looked at it more seriously. "I don't know when I'll be back next time," Chu Tiannan murmured in his heart, because he had already left the base city in South China by fighter plane at this time, and the target was going to the base city of Jingzhou. This base city is known as the largest in the Huameng, the strongest in defense, and the most powerful. It is also an important hinterland where all the leaders of the entire Huameng are located. It can be said to be the safest existence among the 9 base cities. Chu Tiannan knew that at this time he was going to a wider and unfamiliar world. A vast world where he can spread his wings and soar in all directions and truly show himself. You don't have to be so restrained, little guy. The bearded man handed the coffee in his hand to the young man in black and smiled. "This is the first time you've left your base city?" Hearing this, Chu Tiannan hesitated after taking the coffee and replied, "That's right, senior." "Is it?" The bearded man was puzzled. "I used to be from the base city of East China." Chu Tiannan's words suddenly made him come to his senses. "Hey, the destruction of the East China base city is a disgrace to the Huameng. These beasts actually took advantage of the situation." Hearing this word, the bearded man snorted coldly. The surrounding space suddenly became tense and oppressive. Although Chu Tiannan was not used to it, he was able to handle it. "It seems that we are still fellow villagers." The bearded man knew that he had lost his composure, so he removed the pressure, took a sip of coffee, and said with a smile, "I have to say that this person speaks neither fast nor slow, giving people a calm and sophisticated sense of comfort." Chu Tiannan's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and asked, "Could it be that Senior is also from the base city in East China?" "Well, I'm the owner of the Dongwu Pavilion in the East China base city." The bearded man nodded slightly, his voice gradually deepening. It seems that the collapse of the East China base city obviously made him very angry. However, when he heard the other party's words, Chu Tiannan suddenly became surprised, then stood up, bowed his hands, and saluted. "Are you the one who killed the Chitian Dapeng with bare hands, and slaughtered groups of king-level monsters, and retreated completely, Martial God Yin Zhan?" After all, Chu Tiannan came out of the base city in East China, and later he learned that there was a martial god-level team that came back to the base city in East China, beheading the Chitian Dapeng, who led the attack on the base city on the spot. That is a high-level, king-level monster. And the person who killed the Chitian Dapeng was the bearded man standing in front of him. How could this not make Chu Tiannan excited? He also imagined that one day he would hunt and kill peerless monsters alone, and no one would want to be a strong man. It's all in the past. It's not worth mentioning. Seeing the young man's sincere etiquette, martial god Yin Zhan waved his hand and said with a smile, "And the base city in East China has been taken back by our Huameng. I believe that in the near future, the base city will still stand tall in this world." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded repeatedly and was naturally very happy to hear that the base city he was born and raised in was about to be rebuilt. Visiting Jingzhou Bay City for the first time? Changing the topic, Martial God, Yin Zhan asked while drinking coffee. Yes, Senior. Chu Tiannan nodded. There is still more than an hour to arrive at the destination. You can rest for a while. Trust me. Martial God, Yin Zhan nodded, immediately stood up and walked toward the cockpit, saying, You will fall in love with it. After finishing speaking, Chu Tiannan was alone in Nuada's cabin. Jingzhou Bay City, Chu Tiannan turned his gaze out of the window. At this moment, he was on top of this white cloud, looking at the scene passing by below and yearning in his heart. More than an hour passed in a flash. Little guy, Jingzhou Bay City is here. The voice of the message came from the cabin. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan opened his resting eyes and looked out of the window. The next second, those star-like eyes were full of shock. What came into view was a huge urban area. Not so much an urban area, but a huge war fortress. The edge of the Bay City turned out to be like an elevated platform, with huge pillars supporting the foundation of the entire Bay City. In terms of defense, it is definitely among the top in the world. Especially the dense mechanical weapons on the ground are almost armed to the cracks. The degree of sealing is so strong that the rows of anti-aircraft weapons are extremely cold. I'm afraid that any sky monsters will be intimidated and retreat when they see it, not daring to provoke. At this time, Chu Tiannan was sitting on a fighter plane and looking down, feeling that Jingzhou Bay City was lying on the ground like a sleeping dragon. Compared with the Bay City in South China, I feel that 10 of them are not as good as the Jingzhou Bay City in front of me. It is indeed the Holy Land with the highest level of prosperity, the strongest defense, and the most powerful people. From time to time, a levitating magnetic car flies in the sky. This is the levitating road built by the Jingzhou Bay City among the 9 Bay Cities. Just the level of prosperity is enough to make people linger and forget to return, seeing Chu Tiannan's blood surging. Is this the base city of Jingzhou? The young man murmured, his eyes sparkling brightly and the corners of his mouth raised. I, Chu Tiannan, are here. Chu Tiannan looked at the huge Bay City that could not be seen at a glance and couldn't help admiring. It's so beautiful. This Jingzhou Bay City is like a display of top technology. Just looking at it makes people excited. This is the wisdom of human beings, human technology. Even if the catastrophe comes, even if the world is doomsday, human beings will still resist tenaciously and never bow their heads. The first time I came here was the same as you. At some point, our martial god quietly came to Chu Tiannan's side, pointed to the left of the 2 science and technology buildings in front, and said with a smile, That's the headquarters of our Huaming Tobu Hall. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was shocked. The headquarters of the Tobu Museum is really grand. The roof is almost approaching the clouds in the sky. How high is that? The roof of the Tobu Pavilion is the location of the main pavilion owner. It is said that from there you can see the entire appearance of Jingzhou Bay City. Of course, I have never been there. Yin Zhan Wuxian looked at the building in front of him and said with emotion. Chu Tiannan nodded secretly and looked at the building where human crystals gathered in one body, and he had a new understanding of the behemoth of the Toa Hall in his heart. Then the other building must belong to the North Martial Arts Hall? Chu Tiannan couldn't help asking. Seeing the 2 of them smiling and nodding, he suddenly felt puzzled. Feelings are also a ruthless character in the Beiwu Gym. If there is one in the Dongwu Gym, there must be one in the Beiwu Gym. In this kind of competition, it is really impossible to tell which is stronger or weaker. Foreign vehicle, please verify your identity. At this moment, several flying robots appeared outside the self-driving blue fighter plane, carrying laser guns in their hands to perform security checks. To book in rising fighter, Howren Valkyrie. The tall figure in blue walked to the console and said in a deep voice, Identity confirmed. Welcome home, Howren Valkyrie. The robot voice checked and confirmed, and the 100 years quickly dispersed. It seems to be used to it, and Martial God Howren and Martial God Yin Zhan don't feel much. However, Chu Tiannan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help muttering, If you have status, you are a cow. If the security check for ordinary people enters the country, it is estimated that it will be much stricter than this, and it will consume more time. There is no way. It is normal for the weak to have no status. We can just stop at the Kubu site of the headquarters of the Tobu Hall. Howard Wushin's voice-controlled rising fighter jet flew over directly, ignoring the surrounding floating passages. The levitating magnetic vehicles encountered along the way all stopped, and then gave way to the Valkyrie's fighter plane. This kind of treatment is really refreshing to see. The fighter plane stopped steadily at the middle of the Tabukan headquarters building, and then went directly into the interior of the Dodecan along the transportation passage. I'll go. The moment Chu Tiannan stepped off the fighter plane, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In the huge space, all kinds of fighters are gorgeous and majestic, neatly arranged in rows, and they look like personal fighters that can only be exclusive to the strong. There must be hundreds of fighter planes here. Chu Tiannan's heartbeat quickened as he watched. There were no fighter planes parked here. It was clear that there were mountains of money parked there, and Chu Tiannan suddenly felt that even if he was worth tens of billions, he might not even be able to afford the tail of a fighter plane. The building on this floor is like a hidden military base. From time to time, the Chinese Alliance Army patrols here, and the staff maintains various fighter planes. These Valkyrie fighters are all for humans, or those who have made great contributions in the Valkyrie Alliance. There will be one. Seeing Chu Tiannan's appearance, Martial God Yin Zhan laughed and said, "Little guy, work hard. Maybe you can stop here too. This is a status symbol." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded with a wry smile. How much would he have to contribute to obtain such a fighter? Just so handsome. I must fight. Chu Tiannan felt his blood boiling at this moment. Now that he has a new goal, he is naturally full of fighting spirit. I'm optimistic about you, little guy. As long as you make enough contributions to mankind, the Tobu Hall will not treat you badly. Howard Martial God liked the calm confidence of the other party and smiled. We are only in charge of picking you up, and the rest is up to you. Take the elevator to the 133rd floor, where candidates will meet up. Martial God Yin Zhan pointed to one side and continued, "Don't let others look down on us. You are the branch library representing South China and East China behind your back. I will do my best." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded heavily and immediately started to go to the elevator. Seeing the young man in black disappear in the elevator, the two Valkyrie looked at each other. Howard Valkyrie said with a smile, "I have a hunch. I have a hunch too." Martial God Yin Zhan also laughed, and the two looked at each other haha, because they both saw the two words from each other's eyes. Arrangement. Ding. When the elevator stopped beside the 133rd floor, a slender figure in black walked out slowly and looked around. His eyes, like the starry sky, do not contain any ripples. The candidate department. The candidate department. The young man found a room according to the instructions of the wristband, and without thinking too much, he pushed the door open and entered. The moment he pushed the door, nearly 20 people in the room turned their heads and looked at him. Some people are indifferent to ordinary times. Some people are curious. There are also some people who have a slight chill in their eyes. Hey, the last one is here. One of the burly young men licked his lips and smiled lightly. He carried a pair of axes on his back, with a strong aura, and the people around him seemed to keep a slight distance from him. Obviously, this person's strength is not weak. The young man in black didn't like being stared at by more than 20 pairs of eyes, so he found a corner and sat down. His star eyes swept around without a trace. It was found that there were more than 20 people here, all of whom were young men and women of the same age as him, and their strength was not weak. There were several ways that even he, Chu Tiannan, felt the pressure. It was really a room where geniuses gathered. Hey bro, look at your face, which branch is it? At this moment, a young man in the same black clothes came over, stretched out his right hand, and said with a smile, "My name is Lan Jue, and I'm from the Zhongbei Bay City branch. Chu Tiannan, South China East branch." Seeing the other party's long flowing light blue hair, Chu Tiannan smiled and held the other party's hand. Lan Zhu was taken aback when he heard the words, and couldn't help but said, "Damn, It turns out that the brother who is rumored to represent the two branches is you. However, because the latter's voice could not be controlled, everyone in the room heard it, and then more than 20 eyes fell on Chu Tiannan again. He is Chu Tiannan, the one with the highest evaluation. I don't see anything special about him. Could it be that the evaluation given by the martial arts school is not accurate? I don't know if it's true or not, but I think he's pretty handsome, Anthemaniac. This big mouth. Chu Tiannan was helpless with the curious eyes around him, while Lan Ju's eyes were shining, and he leaned closer to the former and whispered, "Brother, you don't know. You are a celebrity now." "Oh." Chu Tiannan nodded calmly and didn't say much. "Are you the Chu Tiannan who was given a high evaluation?" Just when Lan Ju was about to speak, the burly young man with a fierce face came slowly. Hearing the reputation, the young man in black looked over and said, "I don't know if the evaluation is high or not, but Chu Tiannan is indeed me." I saw this hulking young man embracing arms that were comparable to the thighs of normal people, looked at him with disdain, and said lightly, "It doesn't look very good. Look, Xiong Lai is following Chu Tiannan." Hey, it's a good show to watch now. Xiong Lai is famous for his brutality. Don't look at him as a high-ranking martial ancestor. Even a peak martial ancestor may not please him in his hands. The young people around looked over with great interest. They were all candidates for being selected to enter the martial god preparatory camp, just like Chu Tiannan. Since everyone is a genius among geniuses, it is natural that no one will accept anyone. This time, Xiong Lai was the first to test the water, and many geniuses were ready to see who this Chu Tiannan was. Well, what you said is true. On the other hand, Chu Tiannan nodded lightly and did not continue to pay attention to the other party. This made many people who were planning to watch a good show suddenly stunned. This guy is indifferent to such a provocation. Hey, what did I do at the time? I was a soft persimmon. One of the young men with strange looks sneered. The others, be they handsome men or pretty women, all shook their heads secretly, obviously a little disappointed. Xiong Lai saw that the other party ignored him at all. His fierce eyes flashed a trace of coldness, and he grinned. "It is said that you, Chu Tiannan, are one of the most talented in this reserve camp. Do you dare to compete?" As soon as the sentence came out, it was like a battle post, and there were always some people around who were watching the excitement and not afraid of big things, and started booing. "That's right, the future great martial god of Chu. Let me see your might as well." "That's right, Brother Xiong Lai has already asked your excellency to fight." Could it be that Brother Chu still wants to shirk? It's a coward not to fight. It turns out that the two branches in South China and East China sent such a representative. If you want to compare, you can compare, and if you don't want to, you can pull it down. You people are so boring. There was cynicism and sarcasm all around, and of course some couldn't stand it, and they immediately complained, but there were also a few special figures who stayed out of the matter at this time. They all looked at Chu Tiannan and did not speak. Brother Chu. Even Lan Ju looked at Chu Tiannan worriedly, fearing that the other party would fight. At that time, Chu Tiannan turned his star eyes to the burly young man and said calmly, not interested in. When Chu Tiannan said a word, all the geniuses in the room were stunned. They didn't understand that even Xiong Lai was invited to fight in front of him, but this Chu Tiannan didn't accept it? Is it true that you can't beat it? Are you cowardly, or are you dismissive? Hey, it really is a soft persimmon, nothing special. The strange man who took the lead in booing before sneered and shook his head. As the great martial god of Chu, I want to show off my supernatural power, but I didn't expect this supernatural power. Tiske. One sentence is really powerful. And there were several young men and women beside him who shook their heads and smiled, apparently disappointed by Chu Tiannan's refusal to fight. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely solemn, and everyone was looking at this talented young man who came last. Want to see how the other party responds. Brother, calm down. These people just want to see your jokes. Lan Ju frowned when he heard this. He was afraid that Chu Tiannan would be impulsive, so he couldn't help persuading him. It's okay. Chu Tiannan gave Lan Ju a friendly smile. He could see that the latter was indeed thinking of him, and kindness was born in his heart. Just for what you said just now, I'll cover you. Chu Tiannan could feel the strength of Lan Zhu's senior martial ancestor. But of course such strength was not worth mentioning in front of his dual cultivation. Ha! However, as soon as Chu Tiannan's words fell, the surrounding immediately burst into laughter, and some people smiled even more disdainfully. It's true that the world has changed. A high-ranking Wuzong said that he wants to cover the high-ranking Wuzong. It's interesting. Is this guy's brain flooded? How dare you provoke Xiongli? Many young girls are not optimistic about Chu Tiannan. After all, Xionglei's strength is indeed very strong, although he can't reach the top. But it's not something ordinary high-ranking Wuzong can afford. Did you hear that? At this time, Xiongli sneered loudly, pointed at Chu Tiannan, and said contemptuously, "Just because you are a coward, you still want to cover him up? Xiongli, don't go too far." Lan Zhu couldn't hold back his face at this time. Everyone was a genius, so he was naturally very angry. "What? Do you want to try it with me?" Hearing this, Xiongli sneered maliciously, his fists creaking. "If you don't want to be eliminated from the candidates, you'd better shut up honestly. With your strength, I can kill one of you." Xiongli didn't give any face, relying on his own strength to fight against the peak Wuzong. He didn't put Lan Zhu in his eyes at all. "You?" Lan Zhu's face turned red from anger, but he couldn't say anything. He snorted coldly and stopped talking. At this moment, Chu Tiannan raised his head, staring eyes fell on Xiongli, and said with a light smile, "Xiongli, right? What? A coward dares to speak?" Xiongli crossed his arms and glanced at the former, then sneered. Chu Tiannan took a step forward, looked at the young man in front of him who was much stronger than himself, and said calmly, "I just said to cover him, but you're going to pout at me, okay." As he said that, Chu Tiannan was still walking forward slowly, walking towards Xiongli. His steps were steady, and he couldn't tell the truth. At this time, Chu Tiannan could not see any emotional fluctuations, but his star eyes became more and more profound. If Luo Air was present at this time, he would definitely understand. This Azura was already angry. "Hey, I didn't expect this guy to be so naive," and he fell for it after a little provocation. "It's fun now. I guess this Chu Tiannan is going to be unlucky." At this time, some people seemed to have seen the ending, and they all laughed and shook their heads. Chu Tiannan ignored the surrounding gossip and went straight to Xiongli and said with a light smile, "Shoot, or you won't have a chance." "Hey, you're even crazier than me." Xiongli was taken aback when he heard the words. His fierce eyes were filled with sternness, and he raised his hand to punch him, bringing a strong wind and roaring towards him. The power contained in this punch is enough to kill a high-level, Lord-level monster in an instant, and the people around who are close can't help but retreat, for fear of being affected. It seems that Xiongli was also really angry. He didn't intend to hold back at all, and he exploded with a killer move when he came up. If Chu Tiannan couldn't defend himself, he would either die or be injured. "Be careful." Lan Zhu was shocked when he saw this. He had seen Xionglei's punch before because he and the other party came from the same branch, so he hurriedly reminded him. Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan looked calm. Facing the roaring heavy punch, he just raised his right palm and was directly under the gaze of many surprised eyes. "Hold that fierce and majestic punch." The headquarters of Tabukan in Jingzhou Bay City. In an unknown room, there was a middle-aged figure standing with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a yellow robe, and when he saw that he had been in a high position for a long time, a faint golden light flashed across his eyes like eagle eyes. At this moment, he was looking at the projection screen ahead with a calm expression. "Young people are frivolous. Dare to fight here, what do you think?" At this time, a bloated man walked slowly. He was also wearing a yellow robe, but not as majestic as the former. He laughed with a pile of flesh, but his steps were extremely light, giving the illusion that a lump of flesh was flowing. Really weird. It's normal for young people to be impulsive. When you and I were young, didn't we also fight? The yellow-robed man smiled slightly, and with a wave of his right hand, a cup of tea flew towards the bloated man. "Why do you have time to come to my place?" It's not that I heard that a little monster came out of our Dongwu Hall. I came here to see it." The bloated man laughed, and his figure flashed to the yellow-robed man's side. "TSK. This tea is not bad. It is worthy of a small bag of 100 million. It is really luxurious." "What? Did you see that little guy?" The yellow-robed man also made himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, "Me? Forget it. I have the owner, and I can't compete with that one. Asking for trouble." The bloated man glared at the words, but his figure was strangely light, because at this time his feet were slightly off the ground, walking in the air, standing in the sky. This is the symbol of the Valkyrie. Feelings, this fat man in yellow robe is a mighty warrior. Work hard. If you break through, you will be able to suppress that one. The yellow-robed man smiled, but his smile did not favor him. The fat man stared, and then he laughed and said, "You and I know very well that once that person breaks through, even you may not be able to win, right?" Hearing this, the yellow-robed man's eagle eyes flashed a trace of sharpness, and then he hid it for a while and sighed. "It really can't be compared with a genius. He is young." At this time, the fat man in the yellow robe ignored the other party's words. His eyes were squeezed so tightly that there was only a slit left, staring at the projection screen in front of him, and said with a smile, "It seems that the strong little guy lost." And the man in the yellow robe didn't refute either, and the two looked at the picture in front of them with great interest. Candidate room. Chu Tiannan held the fierce and powerful punch with one hand. His expression was very calm, but the sneering and disdainful eyes around him gradually disappeared. It was replaced by surprise and disbelief. "Am I dazzled?" One of the young people who had been booing before rubbed his eyes with his hands, unable to accept it. Empty fist? Effortless. At this time, everyone saw that Chu Tiannan received Xiong Lai's fist with a calm expression and seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Everyone was stunned. And among this group of geniuses, there were also a few figures who stood by and watched as calm as still water, and one of the slender figures leaning against the wall raised his head slightly. His eyes fell on Chu Tiannan, as if he was surprised. "But that's all. Asshole." Seeing that his strong and fierce fist was easily received by the opponent, Xiong Lai's face turned red immediately. His eyes seemed to be able to shoot out flames, and he immediately raised his right leg and kicked it hard. "Call out." Being provoked many times, Chu Tiannan finally moved. His figure was like a phantom, making people unable to see the reality clearly, as fast as lightning. This time, Chu Tiannan didn't release Lei Lin's tactics and directly kicked him fiercely under the shocked gaze of the opponent. Boom! I saw a burly figure flying upside down like a cannonball, and finally smashed into the table and hit the ground hard. Even the whole room was slightly shaken. Chu Tiannan withdrew his fists, completely ignoring the silent gazes around him. At this moment, he had already achieved the shocking effect, and I believe no one would doubt his strength anymore. "I'll go. It's so strong." The most shocking thing was Lan Zhu. He was very worried about Chu Tiannan's injury at the beginning. After this scene, he understood that Xiong Lai was not the opponent's general at all. "Brother, I will be your younger brother from now on." Lan Zhu came over with a smile at this time, gently pinching Chu Tiannan's shoulder, and said earnestly, "This guy." Chu Tiannan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hey, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, wood fragments flew in all directions, and Xiong Lai rushed out with 2 axes, like a bull, and charged towards Chu Tiannan with the momentum of thunder. At this time, he lost his mind due to anger, and Xiong Lai was humiliated in public. As a genius, he had to kill the young man in front of him to wash away the other party's insult to him. "Xiong Lai, you are crazy." Someone around shouted, "Do you want to die if you use a killer weapon in the martial arts hall?" "Get lost." Xiong Lai roared and charged forward brutally. Under Lan Zhu's horrified gaze, the double axes slashed down. "Call out." In the next moment, Lan Zhu felt as if he had been thrown out. He landed in front of the sofa on one side and looked at the young man in black. At this moment, the latter pulled out the dark golden long sword behind him. An array of light flashed by, filling the room with mighty power. Swipe together with the double axe. Bang! At this time, The candidate department was silent. After a loud noise, everyone looked at the window, with facial muscles twitching. At this time, a huge hole appeared in the window of the candidate department, which was caused by a strong external force. At the destroyed window, a figure in black squatted on the edge, as if pulling something. At this time, a burly figure was swinging outside the window, looking at the height of more than 100 floors. If it fell, it would definitely be the rhythm of smashing bones. "Let go," Xianglai said weakly at this moment. Being hung out of the high-rise window, he was about to fall, but he knew that he was defeated, and he was still defeated by someone's sword. It seems that Wu Wan's evaluation is not fake. He can really kill me. Recalling the sword that was full of killing intent before, Xianglai trembled with fear in his heart. He was a genius who dared to challenge the peak Wu Zong, but he was no match for the young man in front of him holding his wrist. Just now Chu Tiannan was fully capable of killing him, but Xianglai really understood that he was holding back. "Let go." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan looked at Xianglai, who was hanging outside with great interest, and said, "Seriously?" Seeing this, Xianglai didn't choose to speak, but remained silent. He felt ashamed at this moment. Just now he was the one who provoked first, but now his life and death are in the hands of others. This kind of dramatic change is not limited to him. Even the other talented young men and women changed when they looked at Chu Tiannan again. The faces of many provocative and booing people were hot. Although they didn't want to admit it, Chu Tiannan was indeed much stronger than them. At least they couldn't achieve the strength to kill Xianglai with a single strike. And since Chu Tiannan could do this, he could also kill them. Now there will be no more fools to provoke this seemingly calm young man who is actually like a sleeping dragon. It's interesting. It seems that there is one more competitor. Among the few geniuses, a red-haired young man looked at Chu Tiannan's back and said with a faint smile, "Don't provoke him. You can't beat him." A voice as soft as water sounded beside him. I saw a pretty girl in a water-blue, long dress approaching. She looked at Chu Tiannan with bright eyes and shook her head gently with a soft voice. "His sword just now surpassed me." "You mean that weird sword?" The unruly young man was originally a little annoyed that someone interrupted him, but when he saw it, he became more honest, nodded slightly, and said helplessly, "Got it, sister." While everyone was thinking about it, Xianglai was still hanging out of the window pitifully, if not for Chu Tiannan pulling his wrist. At this time, he had already been smashed to pieces. Without the strength of the Valkyrie, with a height of more than 100 floors, if you fall, you will die. "You really want to die?" Chu Tiannan raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. On the other hand, Xianglai glanced at the height below, swallowed his throat, and wanted to speak, but his face was flushed, as if he was stubborn. "I don't want to die, but you are very strong, and I won't be wronged if I lose." Although he was extremely unwilling, Xianglai understood that the other party had the ability to kill him, but he didn't kill him directly, but gave him another chance. Now that he has calmed down, he naturally does not want to die. After all, he is still young, and he has no deep hatred with Chu Tiannan. There is no need to kill yourself just because of a little so-called face. "That's right, come up." Chu Tiannan immediately smiled when he saw the opponent admitting defeat. His smile was very sunny. He directly pulled the burly young man up. The latter may have been hanging outside for a long time, and his legs were a little weak. Looking at the young man in black in front of him, his heart trembled slightly, and he clasped his fists and said honestly, "It was my fault before. Thank you for not killing me." "Understood." Chu Tiannan suddenly felt that the other party was quite interesting. He had a murderous look before, but now he is as honest as a cat. Seeing that the deterrent effect was achieved, Chu Tiannan ignored the astonished gazes around him, returned to face the astonished Lan Ju, and said with a smile, "What? I don't know you anymore. I'll go, big brother. You're too fierce." Lan Ju could be said to cast all his eyes on this Chu Tiannan at this time. He couldn't be more clear about Xianglai's strength. Seeing that Chu Tiannan didn't consume much, he immediately worshipped him. The evaluation from the headquarters is indeed well-founded. With you here, even I will have more chances to stay. Stay? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was taken aback, looked around, and suddenly understood. After all, this Valkyrie preparatory camp is for future Valkyrie training, so there are so many people here, there must be a lot of poor qualifications screened out. After all, if you can't become a Valkyrie, you are not qualified to enter the Valkyrie preparatory camp. Boom! However, at this moment, Chu Tiannan felt a shock behind him, subconsciously looked back, and said in astonishment, "What are you doing?" I saw Xiong knelt down directly under the astonished stares, clasped his fists at Chu Tiannan, and said in a deep voice, "Brother, please accept younger brother." Hearing this, the surrounding geniuses were in an uproar. Obviously, they did not expect this scene to happen, and the corners of Chu Tiannan's mouth also twitched. This is a fight, but also a younger brother. The scorching sun was in the sky, the strong wind whizzed by, and the flags blowing were grinning. On the roof of the headquarters of the Tobu Museum, there was a row of young men and women standing with their hands behind their backs, each with their heads held high and their faces solemn, as if waiting for something. Let me introduce myself. At this time, a yellow-robed man with his hands behind his back, his eagle eyes swept over the crowd, and his voice was thick. I am the administrative director of Tobu Hall, titled Yinmong. I have seen Martial God Yinmong. Everyone saluted respectfully, including Chu Tiannan. There was no way not to be respectful. Every Valkyrie is a human baby. Whoever fought just now, stand up. However, Martial God Yinmong's next words stunned many talented people. His eyes immediately fell on the slender figure with the dark gold long sword. Martial God Yinmong. Chu Tiannan stood up directly. Now that he has made a move, he will naturally not back down. Even in the face of the strong warrior, he still remains as calm as still water. There's still me. At this time, Xiong blushed. Although the surrounding eyes were strange, he still straightened his back, because he thinks that he is not ashamed to lose to Chu Tiannan, whoever makes him really strong. Responsible, good-natured. Seeing this, the yellow-robed man nodded slightly, his voice still full of majesty. The strong wind blew slowly, and the corners of everyone's clothes were grinning, but the whole body of Martial God Yinmong was extremely quiet. There's not a trace of ups and downs, just so isolated from the world, not affected by heaven and earth. The man in the yellow robe glanced at the two of them with eagle eyes, and his voice was calm. One person, 100 billion, the Restoration Candidate Department. Is there any objection? Hearing this, including Chu Tiannan, both of them stared wide-eyed. 100 billion? Xiong Lai's eyes were round. Obviously, he didn't expect it, and he said with a bitter smile, "Martial God Yinmong, can you give me a chance?" Chu Tiannan also nodded repeatedly at the side. Although they were not short of money, the 100 billion was just to repair a mirror room. That's 200 billion Earth coins. It is estimated that hundreds of candidate departments can be repaired. Give me a chance? Martial God Yinmong looked at the two with a half-smile and nodded slightly. Then come again next year. I'll pay. I will pay too. Chu Tiannan and Xiong Lai lost their temper immediately. They had to bow their heads under the eaves. Chu Tiannan took the lead in scanning the bracelet of the man in yellow robe with his bracelet. And when he saw the transfer was successful, it was his determination to show his heart. I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. I will never be impulsive again. What's even more ridiculous is that Xiong Lai was about to cry at this time, looking like the wrong baby, making people want to laugh. But due to the majesty of a Valkyrie, everyone forcibly held back. Let's go back to the team. You two, let's talk about something serious. The episode passed, and the Martial God Yinmong looked around everyone and said loudly, "First of all, you selected geniuses are all the elites of my Tobu Hall. If you want to stand out, it depends on your personal strength because you are on the opposite side of you." As he said that, Martial God Yinmong pointed to another building that was as tall as him and said with a faint smile, "There are 25 people on your side, and there are also 25 people on the side of Baiwugwin, and the Martial God's preparatory camp only accepts evildoers." Hearing these words, the surrounding air suddenly became more solemn. Everyone, including Chu Tiannan, they were extremely serious. Listening to martial god Yinmong's words, they understood that this so-called only accepts monsters. It means that among them, the geniuses among the geniuses are eligible to enter the Holy Land. Every year, 50 people are sent to the martial gods preparatory camp. Of course, whether you can stay or not depends on your personal ability. Yinmong martial god looked around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Whether it is to reach the sky in one step, surpass tens of thousands of people, or continue to be mediocre, the Tobu Museum has no right to intervene, and the road is to be walked by oneself. Boarding in 3 minutes, you will be sent here, as for now." At this time, martial god Yinmong felt a sudden pressure all over his body, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on the top, and everyone who was oppressed could not breathe. Chu Tiannan was feeling the real power of a martial god, and he found that he had no power to fight back. Even when facing Robert, the god of war, he didn't have such a sense of powerlessness, worthy of being a warrior. Feeling the sudden pressure, most of the young people fell to the ground in an instant. Only a few figures were struggling to support them, but it was not too late. Because Chu Tiannan felt that he was tired at this moment, he gritted his teeth and wanted to dispel it, but found that it was too late. Boom, boom. Seeing that all 25 youths fell to the ground unconscious, the man in yellow robe withdrew his coercion and said with a smile, "As for now, of course I want you to have a good sleep." Boom. This was the sound of a large transport plane door opening, and a strong wind was blowing outside. Chu Tiannan's consciousness was hazy. "Wake up, children." This is a voice full of vicissitudes, including Chu Tiannan. Everyone's consciousness finally returned to reality. Many people looked around in horror and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is the transport plane of Tobu Hall. Otherwise, they would not even know they were sold. "Geniuses, all get off the plane." At that time, a clear voice came from outside, and 25 young men and women left the transport plane one after another. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around them, everyone was confused. "Where is this place? Yeah, why aren't the coordinates shown on my map? We're at sea." Facing the exclamation voices around him, Chu Tiannan also subconsciously looked at his bracelet and found that his surroundings were surrounded by azure blue areas. However, the original ocean area here has a piece of land that cannot be identified on the map, which is really strange. "Brother," Xiong Lai and Lan Ju saw the figure carrying the dark golden long sword, walked over directly, and said in a deep voice, "You don't see anything on your map either?" Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "It's probably a secret military base. After all, the Martial God Reserve Battalion was here before, and I've never even heard of it. Just now he has used the bracelet to check, and there is no record of the Valkyrie Preparatory Battalion at all. Swallow, help me check this Martial God Preparatory Camp." Chu Tiannan handed over the matter to the omnipotent Swallow system. "Host, the system is under maintenance. Please come back next time." What I got was such a speechless sentence, so there is no way. Quiet, accompanied by a deep voice and the force of tyrannical coercion. Everyone fell silent immediately. The surrounding noise disappeared. Only the whistling sound of the airplane propeller passing by. Chu Tiannan heard the prestige and looked around, only to see a row of tall and straight figures standing in front of him without knowing when. There are men and women among them. The oldest is close to 40 years old, but the youngest is not a few years older than the group of newcomers. They are all in dark blue combat uniforms, with a badge on their arms. On the badge, there are still 2 crossed black and white swords, a crown on top, a hammer in the middle, and short blades on both sides. And the word instructor is printed on their chests. It seems that they are all from the Martial God Preparatory Battalion. It was not the first time Chu Tiannan saw this badge, so he naturally understood it. What is even more striking is that in the middle of this row of people wearing correctional uniforms, there's the only one sitting on a chair, whose face cannot be seen under the hat, and a pair of slender legs crossing each other in midair. Although it looked a little arrogant, no one dared to underestimate this person, because the words Chief Instructor were printed on his chest. The chief instructor had his hands behind his back and a long grass in his mouth, looking very leisurely. Assemble. What are you waiting for? One of the straddled male instructors stepped forward, looked ahead, and shouted. The sound was like the lapping of waves, making some weak people suddenly slow down by half a beat. Hurry up! A group of people cheered and stood in a vertical row, and Chu Tiannan found it standing in the front row. The people from Baiwagwan are also here, which means that all 50 people have assembled. At this time, the air was unusually dignified and solemn. The transport plane had already left, and the geniuses of the two major martial arts gyms stood outside the base, listening to the sound of the waves crashing. You guys are the geniuses of our Huameng. The former male instructor shouted coldly with sharp eyes. But I want to tell you, in the Huameng area, put away the so-called arrogance and arrogance of you geniuses. Because everyone here is a genius. The instructor's majestic voice swept over the crowd, and the invisible coercion immediately caused several people to fall to the ground. The former stared away and immediately smiled. Very well. Those who fell down just now, you can leave now. What? Hearing this, the surroundings suddenly exploded, especially those young men and women who fell down, suddenly dissatisfied, and one of them couldn't help shouting at the fierce and burly young man. Why, let us go. Boom. However, the answer to them did come from a stronger coercion, and these young people who had fallen down before suddenly lost consciousness. They all fell down. At this time, the surroundings were silent, and the needle could be heard. The male instructor snorted and sneered. Just because this is the Valkyrie preparatory camp, I have the final say. Whoa! Violent waves beat against the outer edge of the base, like the roar of a mad god. But surprisingly, no sea monsters attacked here. A man in a correctional uniform walked around the crowd with his hands behind his back, saying, "Fill the vacant position." The so-called vacant positions are the geniuses who were unconscious before, and they have been sent away by the transport plane. However, being sent away means being eliminated. Congratulations to the remaining 35 incumbents. You survived the first wave of tests. Let me introduce yourself. The male instructor said loudly. I am a member of the instructor team of the Valkyrie Preparatory Battalion, titled Raptor. Raptor Valkyrie grinned, but the smile gave off a cold feeling. In the Valkyrie Preparatory Camp, everyone doesn't have a name. They're all called by code names or titles. This is respect for a person, and it is respect for a strong man. The voice of the raptor was deafening, but no one made a sound. They all nodded again and again. Just kidding, Jin Wushin. Do you think you have a long life? This so-called first wave of tests directly killed 15 people. Chu Tiannan caught the traces and looked around, feeling awe-inspiring. It seems that the selection of the so-called Martial God Preparatory Battalion is really very valuable. Those who fell just now were all about 20-year-old martial sex strongmen, but they didn't even have the qualifications. It seems that the Raptor's previous temptation was to eliminate those who had no hope of becoming a warrior. But the vast majority of people were as shocked as Chu Tiannan at this time. Because usually you can't even see a strong warrior, but here, even the instructor team in charge of them is composed of warriors. The people who watched it were really excited and wished to become a warrior immediately. Don't worry, those who stay here in the end will be the same as me at the last time. Raptor could see the restlessness in everyone's heart and smiled lightly. But everyone should think about how to stay here. After finishing speaking, Raptor walked up to the only chief instructor who was sitting leisurely, saluted, and then returned to the team. When the air became quiet again, the remaining 35 people all stared at the chief instructor. At this time, the latter finally lowered his slender thighs in midair and slowly got up. I go. When everyone saw the chief instructor standing up, except for Chu Tiannan, who was full of astonishment, everyone's eyes were fixed, especially the boys, whose chins looked big. They obviously didn't expect that their chief instructor turned out to be a dashing girl with an extremely hot figure. Her half-short and long hair is tied into a ponytail, and her slender figure will not be affected by her hot figure in the slightest. On the contrary, It gives people a beauty as flexible as water. Without any incongruity, everything is so just right. She walked slowly. Her steps were steady. She did not have the slightest attitude of a little girl, and she gave people more of a heroic posture that is not to be outdone by a woman. And that beautiful sassy face. This is too punctual. Xianglai's eyes were straight at this moment, and his eyes were fixed on the fiery figure, unwilling to move away. It's very punctual. Lan Zhu also muttered to himself, and couldn't help muttering, if I have this daughter-in-law, I'd be happy to die. How could it be her? The corner of Chu Tiannan's mouth twitched, because he never thought of it anyway. The chief instructor will be her. The slender figure with a fiery figure stopped. A pair of beautiful eyes swept over everyone, and finally fixed in front of the young man carrying a dark golden long sword, and asked slowly, Student, is there a problem? No. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan realized that he couldn't even speak clearly. As a warrior, do you just talk like that? Be serious. The next second, the woman's cold voice woke Chu Tiannan, who immediately stood at attention and said loudly, I'm okay. Call for a report. Report. I'm fine. Seeing Chu Tiannan standing tall and straight, the people around wanted to laugh, but because the occasion was not right at this time, everyone could only hold back. And the woman nodded slightly, and an imperceptible sneer flashed in her beautiful eyes. First of all, welcome to the martial god preparatory camp. She moved away from Chu Tiannan, walked back and forth, and said calmly, Of course, you have to understand that the Valkyrie Preparatory Battalion is an external name, and we all call it the Valkyrie Alliance. Although she is a woman, her invisible coercion is even stronger than that of a raptor. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, the woman nodded slightly and said calmly, Let me introduce myself. I am your chief instructor. Title, 1,000 Machines.